too much of an angle.
Thank you for joining us on Sky Sport Next for today's coverage of the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under-19 Track Cycling Championships. I tell you what, it is really hot outside. It's 31 degrees driving down here. I don't know what the temperature is inside the venue. These guys are going to be cooking, but the action on the track is also going to be really hot later on in the day. Joining me in commentary is Paige Patterson, who's filling in for Graham, and who did a pretty good job over the last couple of days, giving us an insight and his expertise into athlete development and performance. But Paige, you were here this morning, a lot of good action on the track. What was the most impressive?
Oh, without a doubt, I enjoyed the men's omnium. The men's elite, they have got very good deep competition, and Corbin Strong has backed up his performance from last night in the points race. It was great to see him being so aggressive out there in the two races we had this morning.
Yeah, Corbin Strong, he is in such sensational form. Last week he won the Vega Motors Under-23 jersey at the New Zealand Cycle Classic. He came out last night, took on really a world-class field. I know it's the national championships, but if you look at the names that were there, Campbell Stewart, the World Omnium champion. We had Jordan Kirby, former World Individual Pursuit champion. Aaron Gate, an Olympic medalist and former world champion. Young Corbin Strong just looked $1 million. I was surprised the way he went today. He's backed it up. He is a really class act.
Yes, and to tell you what, Corbin Strong just knows where to position himself in the bunch. When you look out there, as you say, such a high quality field, and it's all about positioning yourself to use your strength to the best of your ability. And also this morning, if we're just having a look at a few of the other highlights, also enjoyed watching Sebastian Lipp. He went out there and posted the fastest time by almost half a second in the under-19 men's sprint.
Yeah, it was a very good sprint. I think the only rider to go under the 11 seconds in the sprint qualifying. But he comes up against Ko La. And now look, I'm a Ko La fan. There's no doubt about that. I love the way the young man from Tasman, he's coached by Jason Craig down there. They're doing really awesome things on that new 333-metre outdoor velodrome. Ko La, he comes to Cambridge quite often, rides the National Track Series, puts his heart and soul into it. He's going to give Sebastian Lipp a real run for his money.
Oh, no doubt about it. And Sebastian Lipp, tell you what, quick time this morning, no doubt about it, but it doesn't come down to your time this afternoon. It all comes down to tactics, technical ability, and also being able to execute on the day.
Well, Lipp last night, he will certainly want to get double gold because he got up in the under-19 keirin in a photo finish with Max Williams, so he'll be hoping to repeat that. Also hoping to repeat her performances, Jenna Borthwick. I think the absolute rock star of these championships, chasing her 4th medal this afternoon.
Oh, it's impressive stuff from the young Cantabrian. And out there in the Omnium this morning, tell you what, back-to-back races within a short period of time, she certainly backed it up, but not easy. Again, great to see those young under-19 riders being so aggressive and just attacking over and over.
Yeah, something that's been encouraged. Graham Hunt, in his role as athlete development manager, really encourages young riders when they're here at the national track camps. He encourages them to be aggressive. We're seeing that. Someone who's aggressive, it's aggressive. You put up a flag, he says, race. Lawrence Pithy, the World Omnium champion, dominated last night. He's won the kilo. He's also chasing another gold medal in the individual pursuit.
Oh, great racing this morning from those junior men, again, in the individual pursuit. Their qualifying times, just 2 seconds amongst the top 5. Of course, these riders vying for a spot in the New Zealand junior team to go to the World Champs later this year. And I tell you what, it's going to be a ripper of a final between Lawrence Pithy and McLeod.
Well, let's take a look at what happened from last night's highlights. Welcome to the highlights from Day 2 of the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite Under-19 and Para National Track Cycling Championships. Our elite sprinters were in action throughout the day. They started in the morning with sprint qualifying where we saw 2 championship records. Sam Webster set 9.766 in the men's, Natasha Hansen a new record of 10.851 in the women's. But later in the day, the tables were turned for the women's sprinters anyway, where Canterbury's Olivia Podmore went through to take the gold in 2 straight rides from Hansen.
Seems Olivia Podmore's not giving up though, they go to the line. Podmore on the inside.
In the men's, Sam Webster was just pure class, winning all his events untroubled and winning the final in 2 straight rides over sprint teammate Ethan Mitchell. Jessie Hodges went into the final event of the women's omnium in second position behind Ali Wollaston. So she had to do something special on the points race, and that's exactly what she did, lapping the field to come away with the gold medal.
There she goes, going through.
World champion Lawrence Pithy was in an absolute class of his own in the under-19 men's omnium, winning 3 of the 4 events and convincingly taking the gold medal.
Lawrence Pithy.
Our paracyclists were in action today in their individual pursuit events. In the men's 4,000 metres, it was young Cambridge rider Devon Briggs who took the gold medal from Connor Douglas of Southland and Lindsay File. In the women's 3,000 metre individual pursuit, it was Elizabeth Gasson who won the gold medal. In the under-19 women's keirin, it was Jenna Borthwick once again winning with her 3rd gold medal of these championships.
Jenna Borthwick goes to the line, takes it.
In the men's under-19 keirin, it was a little bit closer, with Canterbury's Sebastian Lip getting up in a photo finish from East Coast North Island's Max Williams.
Williams on the inside, Josh Miller making the big run as well. Williams goes to the line, that is very, very
Well,
tough.
it was a star-studded field in the men's elite points race, but it was young Southland rider Corbin Strong who absolutely dominated, taking the gold medal from Campbell Stewart and Aaron Gate.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. It's cool to be racing guys like Aaron Gate and Campbell. They're pretty big names in the world of track cycling, and just to be out there racing with them's a pretty cool feeling.
Make sure you join us tomorrow for all the action from the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships. Well, joining me is Sam Dakin. Sam, you should be out there on the track. You told me you're injured, or is it you're just scared of Eddie Dawkins that he's going to beat you up after stealing his spot on the team for Brisbane?
Yeah, look, I would have loved to be racing today, and Brisbane was a great experience to fill in for Dork, who's obviously been in there for many years, and that was a humbling experience. But yeah, I would have loved to be on the track today, but unfortunately I put a bit too much weight on my back on Monday and just a bit of a minor quad tear, but only out for a week and we'll be back to fight another day.
Well, you will be relieved, really, because you put in an outstanding ride in Brisbane. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Your first World Cup bronze medal.
Yeah, look, it was an amazing experience, and obviously it was a last-minute call-up, and I had kind of 1 or 2 training sessions with the team and thrown a bit in the deep end, but it was an amazing learning experience, and hopefully the start of many World Cups to come, but we will see.
Okay, the big Dork, he's back on track. 5:45 approximately in the keirin. You've been training with him. How's he travelling?
Look, he's travelling super well. We've been doing some pretty big gear stuff and training, and he doesn't like getting out of his seat too much. So I think if he starts to get that 130-inch odd gear going and he's at the front, I can't see him being beaten from the front, to be honest.
Do you really ride 130-inch gear?
Yeah, look, it's the world of track sprinting, even the time I've been doing it for 4 or 5 years, has gone from riding 110 in the keirins to 130 being not even that big now. I know Nitta from Japan is on 145. So it's just that they're getting bigger and bigger, people are getting stronger.
So look, let's just put that into layman's terms. If you're driving a car, you've got 1 to 6, 1 to 7. This is like having a 10th gear in your car and trying to get going from the
It's
light.
like starting in 8th and getting up to 10th. Yeah.
And in half a lap, so when we see you in the team sprint, in half a lap you go from 0 to what speed?
Look, Ethan's accelerating us to around 65k an hour in less than half a lap, and I think I had a 1999 Corolla for my first car. I reckon Ethan would have beaten it for sure.
He would drag my current one off, I think, at the
Yeah,
lights.
yeah.
Also coming up in the keirin, we have Bradley Knight, Jordan Castle, Eddie Dawkins, who we've mentioned, Zach Williams. How are they travelling? What are you expecting?
Look, I'm expecting an absolute humdinger of a final tonight. I think the semis will be interesting. It'll be interesting to see how the heats come out and where they're dispersed between those, but I think the final, it's anyone's race. I think if Dork controls it well, he's definitely in for the win. But Jordan Castle, who I rode with here at the Cambridge World Cup, has been training extremely well, and he's always a menace in the wheels, so we'll see what happens.
The women's sprinters, they showed they're in really good form last night. We've got 3 riders vying for a spot of 2 in the tip for their team sprint. We've got 2 of those riders on the track. Oh no, actually one of them on the track, I think today. Elise Andrews riding the keirin, but she's going to come up against someone that's also coming up, Sian Fulton.
Yeah, look, and they're both best mates off the field, so it's always a great battle to watch them race on the track. And I think Elise showed her prowess at Oceania Games this year, obviously only just transferring over from the endurance side of things, taking that title, which kind of secured her spot at Worlds for that event. So I think anything can happen tonight, but look, Elise, if Elise takes charge, she'll be hard to beat. But Sian has shown over the last few days that she's more of capable than winning.
Well, let's have a look at what's coming up tonight. We've got the under-19 sprint finals. We've got the under-19 individual pursuit finals. We've got the men's omnium, the men's points race, the scratch races. But the big one, it's the keirin, isn't it?
The keirin.
It's the keirin. We're going to be buckled ourselves in. Don't go away. We'll be bringing you all the action right here on Sky Sport next.
Well, we now turn our attention to the women's under-19 sprint final. First up, we will have the ride-off for bronze between Harriet Rouse of Canterbury and Jennifer Brown, representing Southland. So the bronze medals on the line here between these two athletes. They've had multiple races this morning to get through to this stage in the competition. And now it's a matter of executing under pressure in the finals. Harriet Rouse in particular has had an extra race this morning and performed very well to get through to the finals. So Rouse on the back and Brown on the front. So Brown chooses to lead this one out. And Rouse just moving up the track in the back straight to see what sort of reaction she gets from Brown, but no reaction. So Brown on the front is going to have to keep a good eye on Rouse at the back, because as soon as Rouse decides to move, Brown needs to be able to attack. Okay, so 2 laps remain now. And the pace will start to rise as these two riders come in to hear the bell. First rider over the line, and this is the best of 3 in this bronze medal ride-off. So Brown decides to lead it out. Rouse behind, there's a bit of work to do, but Rouse comes over the top with 1 lap to go. So they're going to go shoulder to shoulder around the first corner. Brown on the inside's accelerated. In the back straight, she's held her effort, and Rouse unable to react to that. So Brown puts her head down, and Rouse has just holding on. So Brown comfortably wins the first ride, and the best of 3. A good effort from the young Southlander.
Well, Southland riders are certainly in fantastic form at these Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under-19 National Championships, and it is always good to see. And also fantastic comments on the other night from Kirsty James, how much she's enjoying being a part of the Southland camp. They're a great, there we go, sprint confirmation. Race 1, best of 3. Michaela Grant will be up against Tyler Green. Green being brought up onto the track by Sid Cummin. Of course, would have loved to see his daughter Emma on the track, but unfortunately just suffering with some injury at the moment. Michaela Grant has got a man that knows a thing or two about riding around in circles, and also on the roads of Europe. It's Hayden Ralston, now guiding a number of young athletes through Ralston coaching. It's Hamish Ferguson. He's coached, I think, 1 or 2 national champions in the past. He's also a part of Hayden Ralston's coaching team. So the women's sprint gold medal final. Times this morning, not super quick in qualifying in the under-19 women's sprint, but that doesn't really matter. When you get to match sprinting, it's all about just getting your wheel across the line in first place. As we mentioned at the top of the program, it is very, very hot here in Cambridge. I drove down at 3 o'clock. It was 31 degrees. Inside the velodrome, the lights are running at 600 lux, so it's probably around the 35, 38. You've got a feel for the commissaires. They're the referees. They're the ones in the white shirts, keeping an eye on things, like Brendan Patterson down there, the starter, sweating away, working hard right throughout the competition. As we see the Cantabrian rider, Michaela Grant, just starting to control things, Paige.
Yes, right from front, Michaela Grant certainly does not want to leave any doubt out there, and she's ahead now. A bit of work for Tyler Green to do. Tyler Green slowly closing the gap, but I think Grant got too much of a jump on the start there. So Michaela Grant, 1 less ride than all the other riders out there today, and certainly has plenty of energy left in her legs. She takes the first race and the ride-off for the gold medal.
Well, Tyler Green I actually would have thought I had my money on her, but it's Tools. She's still not out of it. This is the best of 3, 2 to go. So come on, we'll have a little word. They'll make a bit of a plan. They'll be back on the track later in the program. So that was the sprint rides, under 19 women's, the finals, the bronze medal and gold medal final. We'll now turn our attention, there you go, just confirming that. Look at the speed, 57.3 kilometres an hour. So 12.5, it's not too bad. They weren't going too much quicker in qualifying today. So the hot conditions have certainly made the track a whole lot faster. Under 19 men's sprint is the next event on the program. We'll see the 2 riders coming up. They're onto the apron. We'll see who's drawn what it looks like. Ethan Titheridge from Mid-South Canterbury is going to be on the inside. Michael Andrew from Canterbury.
Yes, and as you mentioned, Dal, great thing about these finals is that the riders have a second chance to win the gold medal, and more often than not, they'll go back to their pits, have a chat with their coaches, and just sort of decipher what quite went wrong and what they can do better next time. In this game, all about you using your strengths to your advantage and overcoming the other rider by exposing their weaknesses. And this is going to be a good ride here for the men's under 19 bronze sprint final.
So how it works, they come up onto the track, they draw for the position. The rider on the inside, if you've just joined and you're seeing match race sprinting for the first time, he has to lead away for about half a lap at around walking pace. Once they hit the back straight, of course, the riders are allowed to do a standstill, try and force their opposition to pass them. And likewise, the rider at the back is welcome to try and overtake the lead-out rider. So match sprinting is all about timing. A lot of people say, why do they ride around so slowly for 2.5 laps and then go flat out? Well, in a match sprint, you can get a great run off the slipstream of another rider, just a little bit like on Formula One or car racing. When you get into the slipstream, you pop out and zoom past, use that slipstream to enable you to get past. So if you mistime your lead out, you let the rider sit in your slipstream for too long and they can really take advantage of the situation. Some riders, of course, they prefer to ride from the front, others from the back where you can just keep an eye on things. You don't have to look over your shoulder, as we see Ethan Titheridge doing that right now. So they come past, they'll have two laps to go to play their games if they wish. And you can see Titheridge, he just changes view. You'll often see the top sprinters position their rider. If the rider on the front, he wants to position the back rider so he can look over his shoulder and see them at all times. Because if the back rider is a little bit higher on the banking, they have that surprise element. If the rider in front looks, they can dive underneath him. Oh, I thought the man from Canterbury was going to do that. Not yet, Paige. Titheridge is in control.
Yes, Titheridge wanted to lead this one out from the get-go, and that's his tactic here. He wants to make it hard for Ado to come over the top. Titheridge is going to have to put in a lot of effort here because Ado's looking to use that slipstream. But Titheridge, I tell you what, he's put an effort in the back straight. It's not making it easy for Ado. He's going to accelerate down the line. They're going to go shoulder to shoulder. Titheridge on the inside will take it. A great ride from the Mid-South Canterbury rider, and that means he will go one up in the best of 3 races for this bronze medal final.
Ethan Titheridge, he'll be happy with that. It's Coach Hayden Ralston giving him good advice. And that's just confirmed, 62.5 kilometres an hour. Good time, 11.5. 11.520, 62.5 kilometres an hour for Ethan Titheridge. So we zoom in on the 2 men taking on their first ride, the gold medal ride of the under-19 sprint final. Sebastian Lip from Canterbury. He's going to be coming up on the outside, being wheeled up onto the track by John Owensworth. Kyo Lart, he'll have the inside position. Jason Craig bringing him up onto the track. So Sebastian Lip, the top qualifier this morning. Kyo Lart, second top, so they've gone through as per their seedings.
Sebastian Lip also in a photo finish last night, winning the under-19 men's keirin, where he just got over Max Williams of Mid-South East Coast and North Island, the men that ride in orange, and we'll see an orange rider in action later on. It will be Regan Goff. So here we go.
So the two riders almost looking like they're having a conversation on the start line there. Certainly know each other well, raced plenty of times over the years. Surprised to see quite a difference in their two qualifying times this morning. Lip with the time of 10.6, Kyle Lart time of 11.0. But tell you what, Lart has a full race book of tactics and is a very technical rider. So it'll be interesting to see here, will Lip's speed simply overcome the tactics of Lart, or will Lart play his race book right? So Lart decides to lead it out from Lip behind.
Okay, Lart, got a lot of time for the young man from Tasman. He's got a lot of potential, reminds me so much of Caleb Ewan on the bike, similar stature. As he just controls at the moment. Sebastian Lip knows he's got a little bit of extra top speed, particularly when he's wound up full gas. So Kyle Lart, he would have instructions.
Yeah, I tell you what, if the other rider's got a higher top speed than you, you certainly want to be starting in front of them. Gives you your best chance of winning the race.
And their two coaches are looking on. We see a little bit of a standstill now. Kyle Lart just trying to play, use his skills, use his track craft. And as I said, their coaches looking on. John Owensworth, Jason Craig, both two very accomplished sprinters. Right now, Jason Craig might have the advantage if it's downhill.
Yeah, Lart there just slowing up on the front straight, trying to make Sebastian Lip go to the front and then tricking him and making him think, no, I don't actually want the front, and taking it again. And I tell you what, Lart's got an incredible power to weight ratio, so he'll want to keep this nice and slow, whereas Lip, on the other hand, will want to draw it out, and so they're going to come in to hear the bell.
Well, Sebastian Lip, he's now got the opportunity to ride from the front. Kyle Lart, I thought, might have wanted to control it. He's on the back wheel of Sebastian Lip. Both riders low on the track. Kyle Lart just sitting there in the slipstream. He's quite close at the moment. He goes high on the track. He's put a little bit of distance now. He wants to get the slingshot. Is he going to have a big kick to come across and over the top? Sebastian Lip, no, tactically rode a little bit better. Now you saw Kyle Lart go up the track, just trying to use the runoff and the banking. The risk when you do that, you go that high, you give the other rider, in that case, about 5 metres. Race 1 to the man that won the keirin last night. Sebastian Lip of Canterbury, one up in the gold medal ride.
Yeah, the thought was right there from Lart, but just a little too late in the race. And he let Lip get ahead, and Lip had the highest top speed, as we saw in qualifying, and just wasn't able to make up that ground in the end there. And I think Lart, he certainly still has it in them. I can't wait to the next race already. He will go back to the drawing board and decide what he's going to do next time round.
So we're going to have a little bit of a change of pace. We'll be waiting for the under-19 men's 3,000 metre individual pursuit finals. Bronze medal rides, it'll be Zach Patterson, Ruben Webster, Lawrence Pithy, Ryan McLeod. As we can see the pads going around the track. So the reason they put those out is so the riders can't take a shortcut. The track is 250 metres around. That's the little black racing line just above the pads. So if you can ride around on the wide blue part, the Côte d'Azur, then you're riding a shorter distance. So that's why the pads come out. As we can see, time and control down there. Also, Sid Cummin in the background works tirelessly. That's actually not Sid, it's one of his Southland mates. Riders roll around in the infield to keep the legs turning over. It's usually after they've gone through their warm-up procedures, their warm downs, etc. They use the little bit of space in the infield. About 500 square metres of space inside the velodrome, but it fills up once you bring in all the teams, and they all need their little pit areas to work in. As you heard from Sam Dakin when we opened the program and opened today's session, the keirin, it's coming up. Eddie Dawkins, he's going to be back on track. Oh, there he is down there warming up. He's got the blue t-shirt on, the towel over his shoulder, just riding away on the rollers. Looking very, very good. Good to see him back. So Eddie Dawkins, I know a lot of people will be tuning in to see him. They love to watch him race. There's Brendan. He stands in the middle of the track. The shot on there now. He is the starter. So the starting gates will come out onto the track also. The riders' bikes will be clamped in. The pads are out. So down on the infield, inside the velodrome, it hasn't cooled down at all. It'll be in the high 30s. You can see the riders, they'll do everything they can to keep cool. There'll be ice packs, the shirts will be off, the fans will be going if they've got some.
Yep.
Kolar, Sebastian Lip, just done battle, and there they go, rolling around in the infield, having a little bit of a chat.
Yeah, this morning some hot competition between these under-19 men individual pursuiters. There was just 5 seconds amongst the top 5 out there this morning. 2 seconds, sorry, amongst the top 5. So some very close racing. And in the end, Lawrence Pithy in top spot, coming away with 3 minute 20 seconds, followed by Ryan McLeod, 3:21. So just 1 second amongst the top 2 riding off for the gold medal. And Zach Patterson, Ruben Webster sees just 0.2 of a second between the 2 riders this morning. And at the end, Max Williams just missing out by 0.2 of a second. So great to see so much competition amongst these under-19s, all vying for a spot in the Junior Worlds team later this year. I tell you what, if the results of this morning's individual pursuit is anything to go by, we are going to have a seriously hot under-19 men's team pursuit team. They are going to absolutely fly.
So we'll see the riders' bikes getting put into the start gate. It's Graham Hunt. He was the man that was in commentary with me on the previous 2 afternoons here at the Vantage Windows and Doors National Track Championships. Graham Hunt is Cycling New Zealand's High Performance Athlete Development Lead. He's got a file on everybody that's ridden a bike and tell you how fast they went, well, probably before they even started riding. So the gates are set up. The countdown, the riders will get 50 seconds. Sometimes they get a little bit less, sometimes 30. It'll probably be 50 seconds. They can get themselves ready. So a little bit of an issue again with the gate on the back straight by the looks. The bike coming up now. So the rider in the front straight is the fastest qualifier of the 2, if you're wondering. So the fastest qualifier goes from the front straight.
Yeah, completely different race, this one, from what we've seen earlier, the 500s and the 1,000 metre time trials. This one, 3,000 metres, so 12 laps out on the track for these under-19 men. And the idea of the race is to post your fastest time over that 3,000 metres and, of course, beat the other rider. So it's interesting. Qualifying, they go out there to post the best time, but tonight they may look to post a certain time within the first 2 kilometres and stick to a certain schedule. And that last kilometre is likely to be a race against the other rider on the track. And of course, different strategies, tactics are employed by these riders. It's not just a matter of going out there and just going as hard as you can from the get-go. Some riders, depends on the rider's strengths and weaknesses, but some riders will go out there nice and hard and just hold on right to the end. And other riders may look to stick to a schedule of even splits, so even time, even laps around the track. And other riders will look to progress throughout the 3,000 metres. And that's why these riders practice so much for this 3,000 metre individual pursuit. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to what legs you have brought to the track today. Whether you're feeling good, whether you're feeling a little lethargic, and you'll stick to the schedule that suits your condition on the day.
So it looks like everything is set up. Riders coming up onto the track. Zach Patterson, he's been impressive. The young man from Waikato Bay Plenty up against his teammate Ruben Webster, who starts on the other side of the track. 3,000 metres, of course the New Zealand record Very fast 3 minutes 8:8:15 set by Finn Fisher Black. He also holds the world record. 3:09:710, so he went a little bit quicker at the New Zealand, setting the New Zealand record. Very good performance. But of course, Finn Fisher Black, he is something else. He is riding with the Yumbo development team, had a very good New Zealand Cycle Classic, winning the King of the Mountains jersey. This young man, Zach Patterson, being called by Dylan Kennett. He's not riding, he's got a little bit of a sore back at the moment. Of course, a 2015 World Teams Pursuit Champion, so long a key part of our program. So hopefully we'll see him back in action shortly on the road or on the track. Of course, won a lot of stages in Asia and a tour in China in the later part of the year. He was telling me, the young man, that he is calling Zach Patterson, being looked after by Ray Sheath, who lives in Australia, but over here for the New Zealand National Championships and would one day like to break into the New Zealand team. So the individual pursuit, it is you're chasing the rider on the other side of the track. If you can get into your sights, you know you've got the advantage. While you're going around at the speed, you don't want to look across. It's just a matter of holding the body nice and still, getting the rhythm, particularly in the early laps. The first 3 laps are quite important. It'll give us an indication of how they're travelling through the first kilometre. We're coming up for that in, there we go, 1:10 versus 1:11. So 1:10 is not a bad start for the opening kilometre in the 3,000 metre journey.
It's a bit of a funny race, isn't it, Dal, where the riders are going out there to hold a pace to set their schedule with their coaches, but at the same time there's actually a race out there on the track against the other rider. So it's a race within yourself and it's a race against the other rider, and absolutely nothing between these two this morning, just 0.2 of a second. So Zach Patterson and Ruben Webster, they're both out there looking for that bronze medal, and so far both riders actually looking very comfortable on the bike. And we only around halfway, so it's expected, but they certainly hold that black line. It's the fastest line around the track, but it's about this point in the race that you'll find the riders start to tire. They feel a little bit more lactic acid building up in their legs, and all of a sudden those circular pedal strokes turn into squares, and it becomes a whole lot harder. So ahead at this stage in the race, Ruben Webster, and up by about 1.1 seconds at the moment, so a bit of a lead he's got. But when Zach Patterson come back, he's a fighter. He will be there right to the end. So still quite a bit ahead, 1.69 seconds ahead. That's Ruben Webster. He's in a good position right now, and they're about to come round. So see 2 laps to go, so not long at all. He's got 500 metres to secure that bronze medal. Zach Patterson still looking nice and smooth out there, but obviously a little bit tired after this morning's efforts. So Ruben Webster looks strong in these last 2 laps. It's great to see his time this morning, a time of 3:22. Let's see if he can beat it. He's got half a lap remaining. Ruben Webster is putting the foot down, 3 minutes 20 he did this morning, and he's almost got Zach in his sights. And he takes the bronze medal. Ruben Webster, bronze medal, and goes quicker than this morning by over a second. So great effort from Ruben Webster. And the end too strong, Zach Patterson, just a second slower than this morning, but that's all it takes. It's a matter of inches this game. And with such a high quality field, it's very hard to do well time and time again. So Ruben Webster, put your hands together for the bronze medalist.
So the individual pursuit, bronze medal ride complete. We'll wait for the results to come up officially, but a good ride by Ruben Webster. As we wait for the man we saw in action last night in his rainbow jersey, the world omnium champion Lawrence Pithy will be starting in the home straight. Ryan McLeod, his Canterbury teammate, in the back straight. These riders will know each other, of course, very well, training on the velodrome down there at Denton Park in Christchurch, built for the 1974 Commonwealth Games. It's seen many top performances from a lot of sides. There he is in shot. Ryan McLeod on the back straight. Lawrence Pithy in the front straight, just going through his routine, getting himself set. Ryan McLeod doing the same. Looking very relaxed, Ryan McLeod in the back. Dale Ertle on the gate. Ryan McLeod knows he's got a bike race on his hands up against a man chasing his third gold medal at these championships. Lawrence Pithy. He's had a great start to 2020. Of course, he is the Elite Men's National Criterium champion. He won that title in Christchurch. Very impressive. What sort of time will he chase? He'll be had a look at the conditions. He'll had a look at the air pressure in here. It is hot, but that doesn't always mean it's super fast if the air pressure is not right. So that means if there's a lot of humidity and it feels like you're pushing through porridge. There's not a lot of wind inside the velodrome, but at the speed they ride at, you feel like you're pushing a headwind the whole way. Welcome to Ian Hepp, who has joined us. And Lawrence Pithy just settles in, 37. Nice opening couple of laps for the World Omnium champion. Very smooth on his bike, great time trialist. He yanked the Christchurch Boys High Teams time trial team to the Sir Bernard Ferguson title. Lawrence Pithy just working into his ride, travelling just over the 50 km/h mark right now. They select the gear they want to ride. Of course, on these bikes, there's no gears. You can't get halfway through and go, it's getting a bit tough. I'll change down. Well, I didn't put it on high enough. I need to increase it. Just got to pedal faster or push harder. Lawrence Pithy, he will be pushing. He will want a really good time in this because he's such an all-rounder. He's not a specialist individual pursuiter, but he knows how to pull out a good time trial. His speed keeps increasing. 52.6 km/h for Lawrence Pithy. He is now starting to get Ryan McLeod in his sights. The pursuit is on. The pursuiter is chasing. Ryan McLeod knows he's being pursued by Lawrence Pithy. Look at the man from Canterbury, still on the bike. He's got the black Cervelo wound up nicely, following good lines around the track. Yeah, Ryan McLeod just trying to ride his own race, and that's what he has to do, chase a personal best time. Lawrence Pithy just still building his ride, building on his speed. Gone through the 750 metre mark, just under 54 km/h. So Pithy will want to keep building on that and increasing the pace.
Yeah, Pithy is such a racer, and he will certainly want to get Ryan McLeod in his sights, and if not, overtake him. He loves a good race, super competitive. Lawrence Pithy, and his time this morning, a time of 3:20, so he'll be wanting to go under that 3:20 mark.
2:12 through the 2,000 metres, so 1,000 to go for Lawrence Pithy. Just has a little bit of a nudge back in the saddle. Hamish Ferguson's on the other side, encouraging Ryan McLeod to lift it. 2:36 at the moment, 54.77 km/h for Lawrence Pithy. He's building, he's not going to slow down. His legs, even though they will be feeling the efforts from the 2 previous days, he won't slow down. This is what he trains for, this is what he loves to do. Lawrence Pithy also heading off to Europe later in the year. His speed is still increasing. He is getting closer to the 55 km/h mark. He sees Ryan McLeod, not quite in his sights yet. McLeod still travelling nicely as well down the back. Nice and smooth on his bike. It's a very good ride from Ryan McLeod. Lawrence Pithy, though, in control right now. Top performance from him. His speed is over 55 km/h. So Pithy just keeps going faster. His clock stops the clock. 3:16.084. Very good performance by Lawrence Pithy. And a 3:19 for Ryan McLeod. 2 very impressive rides from the Cantabrian pair. The men from Canterbury. Lawrence Pithy, 3:16.084. When you think of what he's done in the days leading up, that is a top performance. There you go, times were on the screen. Lawrence Pithy just now winding down. Gave us a little wave as he went past. Great young man. Followed Lawrence Pithy since his under 15 days, and every time they drop the flag, it's always been a race. He just keeps getting better and better.
Yeah, first year under 19 picked up a couple of World Championship titles, so we can't wait to see what sort of form he brings to this year's World Champs yet again. He's an incredible athlete, and as we see there, the final results, so Lawrence Pithy will come away on top spot, 3:16, so he went 4 seconds faster than this morning, so he will take out the gold medal, followed by Ryan McLeod and Ruben Webster.
4 very good rides from those young riders, and as Paige mentioned in introducing the individual pursuit, 5 riders within a few seconds of each other. So nice little bit of depth building for the under-19 men's endurance program. Of course, you want 5 or 6 riders all there or thereabouts when you're selecting a team for the World Championships, and you want them all to be close, have something to build on. If you can build the team around Lawrence Pithy, you're going to be in the hunt. So the action will continue here inside the velodrome. It is still hot. Nice to see Chris Ginders sitting there in the stand, enjoying the action. He's the patron of Cycling New Zealand schools. Sitting back, enjoying all the action. Rene Wolf is also there. He's probably got his eye on some other riders he might be able to convert from endurance to sprint. As we see down on the infield, Kaola Sebastian Lip. They'll be back on the track for their second ride in the best of 3 for the gold medal. Harriet Rouse, Jennifer Brown, they will be the 2 under-19 riders to come up next on the track.
Yes, so the second ride of the best of 3 for these junior sprinters, the women's and men. And these riders had plenty of racing earlier this morning, so they're certainly close to the pointy end of the day in these finals. And it's for those riders that weren't successful in the first race, it's do or die. They need to win the next race or it is game over. These are the finals, of course. So riding off for medals. We've got plenty of finals tonight. So we look ahead, obviously the omnium we continue from this morning, as well as the points race keirin semis and finals. And finish off with the elite men's scratch race final. No doubt will be an absolute humdinger.
So the pads have been moved away from the Côte d'Azur, the big white blue part of the track. Brendan Patterson comes up. He will say it's all okay for the sprinters to be wheeled up. Of course, if you were on the outside last time, you get to ride the inside this time, so they swap around. If we go to a third ride, the riders will draw for position once again. So on the inside for Canterbury. On the outside is Southland.
So pretty close between these 2 riders in the first round. And Rouse showing a little bit of tiredness, so we'll see what she brings out here in the next one, because Rouse needs to overcome Brown if she wants another ride off to gain that bronze medal. The Southlander at the back, she is 1 up in the series, so Brown will want to win this one and make it game over. You can see at the back, Brown almost looks like she wants to make her way to the front here, but just keeping a very close eye on Rouse on the inside. Brown likes to keep it down low on the track. She's not too keen to go up high too often from what I've seen in the earlier races. As you can see there, she's just trying to move around the track to get out of the eyesight of Rouse. And as soon as she's out of the eyesight of Rouse, she will take advantage of the opportunity and attack when Rouse isn't looking. It's just that delayed reaction that is very hard to overcome and crawl back such an advantage. So they want to do a drag race. So Brown on the outside now has come over the top of Rouse, and it's going to be very hard for Rouse to come back from this. More of a mental game than a physical game right now. So Brown down the back straight, she's putting the foot down. It's going to be the last race of her day. So Brown, she's going to come into the home straight. Well and truly the bronze medal winner. She does exactly that. So great ride, Brown, just wanting to keep it a drag race. And I think as soon as she got over the top of Rouse there, it was more a mental game than it was physical. And in the end, Brown just too fast, so she will take out the bronze medal. So just confirmation there of the results. See, the speed over the last 200 metres of the race was 52.824, so a fairly quick speed. And as these riders come in off the bike, you can see they've put absolutely maximum effort out there on the track to try and overcome the other rider. And your lungs are burning, your quads are burning. And we now turn our attention to the ride-off for the gold medal with Michaela Grant and Tyler Green.
Michaela Grant won up best of 3 in the sprint final. Tyler Green, well, you know, she made a little bit of a mistake in round 1, just gave the Cantabrian a little bit too much room. But she's better than that, Tyler Green. She knows the way around the track pretty well. So what can she do this time? How does she want to ride this? Michaela Grant has run a couple of other events here and has medalled already in these championships, so wanting to claim another one, and she wants a gold one at that, so she's one up. She's could put that in her pocket if she can keep Tyler Green where she is now, second position. Green though high on the track, now making a little bit of a run, so starting to make her run it. She's going quite early from a long way out. She's going to come in to get the bell, so she's gone from 300 metres. Michaela Grant, now she's starting to pull on the handlebars. Can she get into the slipstream and make her run down the back straight? So here we go, Michaela Grant pulls wide on the track, maybe a little bit wider than she needs to. Quite a bit wider than she needs to, but she is making ground up. Green on the inside, went for the long sprint. Here comes Michaela Grant. She's got some strength and power. They go to the line. That is very tight. We'll leave it to the judges. Great sprinting. Well, Michaela Grant, she used a little bit more of the boards than she needed to get past or get up on equal terms with Tyler Green, but the strength of it, she nearly got there. She may have got there. We will wait for the official call from the judges. They will look at the photo finish. Well, Tyler Green went, there we go. Michaela Grant gets it. She's taken it 2 from 2. Very good riding from Michaela Grant of Canterbury, your under-19 women's sprint champion. 2 straight rides, the silver medal for Southland's Tyler Green.
Some fantastic racing there from the under-19 women. Tyler Green really took it to Michaela Grant.
So back on track for the under-19 men's sprint. Second ride from the bronze medal ride. Ethan Titheridge is 1 up. He's the man on the outside in the colours of Mid-South Canterbury. Of course, they'll win the award for the best uniform. Their strip at the championships stands out always on the track. Easy to pick out the riders from Mid-South Canterbury. Great program run down there. There's a proud history of cycling. You've got former rock stars, you've got current rock stars, all coming from that region. Holly Edmondson, Dylan Kennett from Waimate, Hayden Ralston himself from Ashburton. The Ryans from Timaru. There's a long list of great champions that have come out of Mid-South Canterbury, and they run a very good program down there as well. And I've even seen Rowley is at his young one out on the track already, just brushing up on the track craft, as we see in shot on our screen. Ethan Titheridge. He's given himself plenty of room here. So he's got a lot to run at. They're going to come around. It's another long sprint, so the under-19 rider's not afraid to start their sprint really early. The man from Canterbury, Andrew, looks over his shoulder. Ethan Titheridge, though, on equal terms through the 200 now. Down the back straight, shoulder to shoulder. The Cantab's not going to give up on the inside. Titheridge, he kicks again. 100 to go. He's got up, he's got past, but the man from Canterbury's fighting on the inside. Titheridge kicks away to take the bronze medal. Excellent riding. Long sprint. Andrew knew what he wanted to do, but went for the long one. He tried it. Ethan Titheridge covered it. We'll come around. Give him a big round of applause. He's taken the bronze medal. Ethan Titheridge, Mid-South Canterbury. Just confirming that. 11.9, 60.453 kilometres an hour. So they're not mucking around. Good sprinting. Under 19 men's finals. So Titheridge down the back straight, just in a little chat. Of course, these riders will know each other well. They'll race around Mid-South Canterbury, Canterbury, up at Nelson. Know each other well, as most of the track cyclists do. It's a small sport. There aren't many competitors. So you do get to know everybody. Oh, there's the sign. Love it. Go Southland. Plenty of support for the Southland riders here. They bring up a big team. And they always are fairly vocal. Might have a few imposters in there. Maybe they're trying to convert a few.
Yes, to tell you what, you mentioned that Mid-South Canterbury have the best strip out there on the track, but there is hot competition for the best mullet at this championships. We've seen plenty of riders donning that hairstyle, a bit of an in-trend. Ethan Titheridge showing that that hairstyle does go fast. So we turn our attention now to the under-19s men gold sprint final. Kyle Lart, Sebastian Lip.
Sebastian Lip, one up, gets the inside position, rolls away. Kyle Lart, he's got a little bit of work to do. Sebastian Lip sprinting well. We showed that last night. He had a lot of work to do in the keirin to get over Max Williams. Had the strength, had the speed. Kyle Lart pays a little bit more attention, sits close, much closer to the wheel maybe than last time. He can be a little bit too close, but of course he's trying to make the Canterbury rider, Sebastian Lip, look a long way around. So Sebastian Lip takes Kyle Lart up the track. They might just have a little bit of a standstill here. What's going to be? Who's got the best bike handling skills? Kyle Lart just bounces the bike up a little bit. Says, I'll sit here most of the day. Of course, I'm not allowed to do that. There's now a time limit on how long you can stand still. That came about after in a competition that went on for over 20 minutes. And the UCI decided we better change the rules. Rene Wolf looking on with interest, the New Zealand high performance sprint coach, looking for the next big thing. Or is that a movie he's watching on the screen? He's watching the sprints, he's very attentive, he's looking to keep building the program. Kyle Lart moves himself up and down the track. There he goes underneath, he goes and takes control of the sprint, so he pushes Sebastian Lip, maybe where he wants him. Lip gets out of the saddle. Kyle Lart, he's going to just try and use his jump. He's got a lot of acceleration at top speed, so he's pinning Sebastian Lip. Sebastian Lip, though, has forced himself over the top of Kyle Lart. Kyle Lart's fighting back on the inside. Sebastian Lip's got to take the long way round. Lip has got too much speed for Kyle Lart. He kicks away. Sebastian Lip is going to come into the home straight and take out the under-19 sprint title. Kyle Lart applauds his competition as he crosses the line. Great sprinting, Sebastian Lip. Well, Kyle Lart moved him around, did what he needed to do, but the man from Canterbury, Sebastian Lip, your under-19 men's sprint champion. Kyle Lart, good riding, takes the silver medal. So as per qualifying this morning, that's the way the medals have gone as well. So all the sprints going in 2 straight rides. Kyle Lart comes down, hands on the hips, thinking about what might have been. He's still got to be proud, a silver medal in the under-19 men's sprint competition. He will keep working hard and he will get better and better. We'll see him in action, no doubt, later on throughout the program.
Some good
Rolling round in the middle, we will be getting ready for the third ride in the under-19 omnium, the 19 women's omnium.
And so those two sprint finals, just 2 races required to get the job done for those riders who won, and we will have their awards presentation shortly after these elimination first rounds the evening. So the third round, in fact. You can see all the riders in the infield as they warm up on what you call rollers. It's much harder than it looks as these riders balance their bikes on 3 rollers and are able to warm up their legs without putting too much damage into their legs. It's simply a matter of warming them up and making sure all the muscle fibers are switched on and ready to go. And tell you what, it takes many years to refine your warm-up process and what works best for you. And it's not just physically warming up. Tell you what, hydration and fuel food is absolutely key. And what you have and when, it's all about timing and what works best for you as an athlete. These young guns, the women's omnium riders coming up on the track, we'll just be refining that over the years. And if we have a look at the omnium results from this morning, at the moment, sitting at the top of the leaderboard, we have Prudence Fowler, followed by Jenna Borthwick, Charlotte Spurray, Riley Ackroyd, and Maya Anderson rounds out the top 5. The 2 riders, Prudence Fowler, Jenna Borthwick, both on the top points so far. And Spurway just 2 points behind, and another 4 points back we have Ackroyd and Anderson. So very close amongst the top 5 riders. And of course this race, for those new to the sport, is very much like a heptathlon on the athletics track. So these riders ride 4 races today, and they accumulate points throughout the races based on the position. And we've had 2 races already this morning. Now we'll have this race and then 1 other race afterwards. This is called the elimination race. The idea of this race is that if you are the last rider over the line on a sprint lap, so specific laps, then you are eliminated from the race. So in other words, you want to be the last man standing out there and you will gain maximum points. And you can see these riders all bunching up at the back of the race because they don't want to be the last rider over the line. They will have a few laps to start just to get underway and get comfortable out there on the track before they then move into the elimination. So already the first rider out, that was Queenie McElwee. So every time the bell goes, there's a sprint, and you don't want to be the last rider over the line. It's the aim of the game. You also don't want to put too much effort in at the front and use all your energy. You want to conserve a bit. So it looked like on the outside there. So that's number 144. That is Briley Scott, who sadly was ruled out that time.
Elimination race, very tough race in the omnium. Quite important if you get eliminated early. They often say the neutral lap is the hardest lap. They come around, the race is at the back, you can get caught out on the inside as I saw many times. So Amy Blackmore gets pulled out, 135. Amy Blackmore that time, last rider across the line, swings up the track. Feel a little bit disappointed she was on the outside, but The riders underneath now, just getting her out. The bell goes again. This time Maddie Douglas at the back, fights her way up the track into a little bit of better position, rolls around over the top, uses the runoff out of turn 2 to move up 3 wide on the outside. Good place to be. So the Auckland rider on the inside is now in a little bit of trouble. How's she going to get out of there? So 139, they called 139 Ella Wiley.
Close.
So the riders come around, the bell goes, it's getting tight, they're cramming each other, they all want to be there. Jenna Borthwick on the inside now. She might have to start thinking about what she's going to do from there. It's not a good place to be for the Canterbury rider with the blue shoes on. Down at the bottom of the track, she's going to have to move up and use all her strength and speed to get over the top. So 153 getting called out. Maddie Douglas, Jenna Borthwick just got there, so now she goes, I'm not going to let that happen again. That actually used a little bit more energy than I felt comfortable and's gone right to the front. Charlotte Spurway sits inside her. Then we have the other Canterbury rider on the outside, Erin Downey. So Canterbury 1, 2, 3. Spurway on the inside, Borthwick, Downey. Then Maya Anderson sitting in there at the back as well on the white bike now, just drifts back. How's she going to get out of there? She's going to have to move right around. She's going to take the shortcut, take the Hail Mary through the inside. She might get away with it. 151. Maya Anderson comes out. Yes, it always looks like an attractive place to go on the inside. Got caught out, Maya Anderson. So she comes out in the elimination. They go down to the last 2 riders. Bell goes again. You don't get a lot of rest. Riding a good race, Natalie Green just sitting at the back, being nice and patient.
Yes.
She's got plenty of speed. We saw it in the sprints. Here we go. Natalie Green starting to move around the outside. Charlotte Spurway now on the inside, 2 back. Jenna Borthwick, second wheel, just moves up on the outside. It's tight. So they've called 145 Charlotte Spurway. So the riders getting pulled out each lap. Brendan points to the front of the race. Still at the back, Natalie Green just playing the long game. Sometimes it's a good thing. You can just sit down there. You've got the speed. She knows that you can make some ground up in the home straights.
You don't want to put in all the effort at the front of the race, but it does pay off. You don't want to be caught on the inside there. So that's Georgia Cluth. She's out there. It's very hard on the inside to progress. Of course, you must pass on the outside in track cycling. Not allowed to pass on the inside. And you can see on the front there, Borthwick now, she's wanting to maintain her lead, but has she used too much energy too early on in this race? Looks like she's holding on. She's got pressure coming around the outside. Tell you what, Riley Ackroyd's had a hell of a race so far. She had a great performance in the tempo this morning, so Borthwick's still sticking there at the front.
That's Erin Downey, gets pulled out. Erin Downey comes out. We're down to 4 left in the elimination. So Jenna Borthwick, Terry Jide sent me a message this morning and said she's pretty good, isn't she? And I thought, I wonder what she's done, sitting in 3rd. She's chasing her 4th gold medal of these championships with the blue shoes on. The last Cantabrian in this field. The bell goes again, so Jenna Borthwick, she has the racing line. She's allowed to hold that. She was the first rider in there. Goes through on the inside. The race is at the back. Green comes around the outside using her speed. She'll just be patient, use the runoff off the banking. We'll wait to see what rider's called out. 154, Prudence Fowler. Prudence Fowler gets called from the race. 3 left. Now this is when you want to have had a word with Renee Wolf and see what sprint tactics you might have to use. It becomes a 3-up sprint, then it becomes a 2-up. So it's an endurance race that becomes a match sprint at the end. Bell goes. 3 riders left. Jenna Borthwick on the inside. Natalie Green. Green's ridden very well. So she's on the outside, trying to force her way around there, out of the saddle, going to make the big run. So they're going to go into the last 100, 3 wide. Jenna Borthwick just kicking away. This is a good result if she can hang on the front. Jenna Borthwick comfortable. 146, Riley Ackroyd gets called out. Riley Ackroyd, so we're down to 2. Natalie Green, Jenna Borthwick. Let's have a look. This becomes a match sprint situation. They'll come around, they'll get the bell.
So Green's sister showing her ability in the sprints earlier. So maybe she's passed on some tactics. And Jenna Borthwick puts the power down with 1 lap to go and hits the front. So Green's going to have to come from behind here. Borthwick leads it out. Green hot on her wheel. Is Green going to be able to challenge Borthwick, or has Borthwick got too much gas? So Borthwick on the front. Looks like Green's still trying to challenge. But Borthwick, is she too strong? So Borthwick drives to the line and will take the win.
Maximum points for Jenna Borthwick. Good result, the elimination. A couple of the riders ranked there or thereabouts. Went out a little bit earlier in this, so a good result, Jenna Borthwick. This is the 3rd of 3. She'll be out a little bit later on in the final, the points race, the final event of the Omnium. There we go. Jenna Borthwick cruises through the home straight. And very good ride, good controlled ride. She got in a little bit of trouble once and used her strength, speed and power to get out of that, and then rode at the front to avoid getting in that situation again.
Some great racing from the under-19s women's in the elimination. And turns out that Jenna Borthwick is as strong as we thought. Had dominance so far, so that will put her at the top of the leaderboard now. And that will certainly slot Green a fair way up the field, so Green could be challenging the medals. We just have one last race for these Omnium riders, and that is the points race later tonight. It's a great event, this Omnium, where in this points race, your points that you gain throughout the race simply just add to your total. So sometimes we do see that the Omnium is decided in that final points race, because of course if you lap the field you get another 20 points. That's as good as a win.
Riders rolling around, waiting for the elite men's Omnium elimination to come up onto the track. The field, if you've just joined us or come in to the stadium. Corbin Strong, Regan Goff, Kian Watts, Lewis Hodkinson, Griffin Spencer, Nicholas Kirkazoo, George Jackson, Ollie Jones, Samuel Miller, Tate Somerville. That is the field that will be taking to the track. The under-19 riders come off. So the men's elimination, it's the same gig. They'll ride the neutral lap, the bell will ring, and then the last rider across the line will be eliminated. So this could be fast and furious. Remember last night's points race, they started with 120 laps on the board. We were calling the race, and I thought, gee, we must be over halfway. And I looked at the number of riders on the field, there were still 63 laps to go. We ended up, I think, with 6 riders or 7 riders finishing of the 24 starters. So coming around, lining up on the front on the fence in the orange colours of East Coast North Island. It'll be Regan Goff. Down on the blue, coming up and being held by Southland team handler. Nick Kirkazoo rides in number 17. Corbin Strong, the leader of the Omnium. Here he is on the front, winner of the points race last night. He's at the top of the fence. On the front, Regan Goff. So in the elimination, this will be fast. George Jackson down there. He rides in number 34. Ollie Jones is the man from Canterbury down on the blue line. His teammate, Griffin Spencer, on the fence.
So, and again, just 4 points amongst the top 5 riders. So very close racing this morning. Corbin Strong leads from Nicholas Kirkazoo, Regan Goff, George Jackson and Kian Watts. They're the top 5 by a bit of a margin. And exactly the same as we saw in the under-19 women's Omnium. This is a matter of not being at the back, and let's see how these elite men tackle this race? Will we see riders trying to get away on the front just to avoid the madness at the back? Or will we see the riders just happy to keep all close together and just attack around the outside in that final sprint? And it's pretty hot pace out there already. We lead into the first sprint.
Yeah, the bell goes. And the neutral lap, as expected, was fast in this. And we look at the battle at the back already. They come around into the straight. Someone's going to go out this time. There's a couple of riders in a little bit of trouble. Let's see who it's going to be. So number 16's called out. Rider 16 being called. That is Linus Hodgkinson. He comes out. Pace being kept nice and high on the front. On the front it'll be Ollie Jones. So he's controlling. Regan Goff starts his move around the outside in the orange East Coast North Island colours. "19 was the call as they crossed the line. Sam Miller.
So it has not slowed down the pace out there, and given there's not many riders, there's no room to capture the draft of other riders, which means that most of these riders are out in the open. As we mentioned earlier, you don't want to be caught on the inside. So rolling over the top now, it looks like George Jackson, he wants to keep out of the action at the back. Ooh.
So 10 comes out. Ollie Jones, he won't be happy with that. And just you're watching on the screen, have a look at the back of the field. Have a look at how the riders move themselves to create a little bit of space. It's always good if you're in the stands. Keep an eye. It's easy to watch the front. Look what's going on when you see a rider a little bit stuck for position. Harry might move himself out. Harry might create some space. George Jackson leads Corbin Strong. Big run from Regan Goff. He's going to zoom around, go straight past them. He comes down. He's in no spot of bother. He goes right to the front. Tate Somerville comes out, so young Tate Somerville enjoying the experience of riding in this really a world-class field when you look at the amount of men's endurance riders that are going to the World Championships that are in this.
Yes, 3 riders, Corbin Strong, Regan Goff and Nick Kirkazoo, all heading off to Worlds later this month and wanting to get that extra little bit of race again. But again, it's pretty quick out there, and Regan Goff just controlling the race from the front. George Jackson on his outside, Corbin Strong always very good at positioning himself.
So the man from Canterbury comes out of the race, and Nick Kirkazoo just playing with them at the back at the moment because he rode a 1 minute kilo. He has got plenty of speed and endurance. So Corbin Strong moves around the outside, wants to get right past if he can. No, he just sits there quite happy, leaves George Jackson on the inside, one back. So Kiam Watts on the front, just controlling it. A little bit of a battle at the back. Let's have a look. Regan Goff, who's it going to be? That'll be George Jackson. George Jackson comes out 5th in the elimination. The riders all looking. Now they start to look at each other. You've got to be alert. You've got to see what's going on. Rider 38, Kiam Watts.
So he leads it out here and has a sizable lead, but it's at the back of the field. You've got to watch on. So Nick Kirkazoo is going to try and come around the outside of Regan Goff, but Corbin Strong's also threatened, so it comes right down to the line.
So Nick Kirkazoo comes out this time. Nick Kirkazoo, we're down to 3 riders. Corbin Strong on the front, Kiam Watts, Regan Goff. So who's the best match sprinter? We will find out. Watts, Regan Goff. No, Kiam Watts has a great turn of speed. Junior Madison world champion with Lawrence Pithy. Oh, that's what we're talking about, how you move yourself around and position yourself. The way Regan Goff did that, created the space, went through the gap. Now he's put Kiam Watts in a little bit of trouble. Corbin Strong comes through. He's going to take no problem. Kiam Watts, he'll settle for 3rd place. So Kiam Watts comes out 2 up. Regan Goff, Corbin Strong. This will be good. Corbin Strong taking the points race last night, leading the omnium competition. So there's the sprint. Regan Goff, he knows he's going to have to make a big run at Corbin Strong down the back now. You see he gets into the slipstream, he kicks, he puts the head down, but he's going to sit up. Corbin Strong is going to take this one as well. There he goes. The elimination race, Southland's Corbin Strong, Regan Goff, wait to the points race.
And
That'll be coming up.
Dominant performance again there by Corbin Strong. And in the end, when you're tired in a race, you certainly need to keep an eye on the other rider right there at the end. So confirmation of the results. Corbin Strong, Regan Goff, Keirin Watts, Nick Kirkazoo, George Jackson rounds out the top 5 riders. And a great effort from those elite men. It was a quick pace from the get-go. And it's hot conditions here inside the Vantage room in Cambridge. As we take a look to the infield and the riders warming up, we are just now preparing for an awards presentation for the sprint finals we had earlier. And after the awards presentation, we will have the Elite Women's Points Race Final, followed by the Elite Women's Keirin semi-finals, as well as the Elite Men's Keirin semi-finals. We move our way back into the omnium races, the final omniums race of this afternoon. And so in less than a month's time, we will have the World Championships being held over in Berlin, where the New Zealand team has been selected already, and a number of those riders choosing to ride the national champs for their provinces, which is great to see. It's always good to have a nice hard block of training and racing a month out. Firstly, you get to fine-tune your tactics as well as get some good physiological training into the legs that you can then give yourself a bit of time to recover and taper leading into the World Championships. And so we're about to get underway with the awards presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony for the 2020 Vantage Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships Men's 3,000 metre individual pursuit. The medal presentation will now take place, and the medals will be presented by Mr. Martin Barra, the High Performance Director of Cycling New Zealand. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Ruben Webster. In second place, and winner of the silver medal, representing Canterbury, Ryan McLeod. In first place, and winner of the gold medal, and your 2020 Under-19 Men's 3 kilometre individual pursuit national champion, representing Canterbury, Lawrence Pithy. Lawrence will also be awarded the Comprehini NZACA Individual Pursuit Junior Champions Cup. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for your medalist and champion, Lawrence Pithy. Ladies and gentlemen, our next medal presentation is for the under-19 women's sprint. Martin Barra will once again present the medals. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Southland, Jennifer Brown. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Southland, Tyler Green. And in first place, the winner of the gold medal and your 2020 Under-19 Women's National Sprint Champion, representing Canterbury, Michaela Grant. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for your place getters and your champion, Michaela Grant. Our next presentation, the 2020 Vantage Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships, is for the Under-19 Men's Sprint. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Mid-South Canterbury, Ethan Titheridge. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Tasman, Ko Lart. And in first place, the winner of the gold medal and your 2020 Under-19 Men's National Sprint Champion, representing Canterbury, Sebastian Lip. Sebastian will also receive the Lever Rose Bowl. So ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the medal ceremonies for the moment. We're going to go to some interviews with some of the riders that featured. Well, Lawrence Pithy, your third gold medal of these championships. How was that individual pursuit?
Yeah, it was a really tough one. I paced myself out of the blocks and managed to improve on my lap times each time round, and when I could see him in the straight, I knew I was having a good one.
I was watching and calling the race, and each lap your pace was increasing. You never slowed once. Your average speed just kept building and building and building, so a fantastically controlled ride.
I usually go out a bit too hard and blow towards the end, so I've been practicing controlling my rides so that when I get to the 4K, I'll be able to ride it more smoother.
How's the legs after 3 big events?
They're starting to hurt a little bit, but got the points race to go, so hopefully they'll hold up.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your champion, Lawrence Pithy. We're going to go back up to commentary and Paige Patterson.
So awards presentations complete, and we turn our attention now to the women's elite Women's Elite points race final, 20 kilometres. And having a look at the list of riders, we have Jessie Hodges, Nicole Shields, Claudia Vanner, the Elite Women's Individual Pursuit Champion Kirsty James, Bryony Botha, Raquel Sheath, Brianna Gunn, Riley McMullen and Hannah Quidlin. So a number of the under-19s from last year making that step up to Elite. So many of the riders just warming up in the centre or warming down. It's so important after a race that the riders do spin their legs on the rollers for a little bit, just to clear that lactic acid. It's not about warming up, it's about warming down and slowing the legs down after their efforts. And so this is going to be a ripper of a points race. We have the Elite Women's points race and immediately followed by the Elite Women's and Men's keirin semi-finals. So first race all about endurance, and then after that we will move into the sprints, the keirins races, some electric racing, and a number of those riders that are heading off to Worlds are competing in this Elite Women's points race. So it's 20 kilometres, means 80 laps out there on the track, and with not many riders this will be fairly brutal. So 80 laps and 8 sprints every 10 laps. So riders will collect points along the way, and the rider with the most points at the end of the race will end up on top and take out the gold medal. This is an individual race, and unlike the omnium we have seen, there's not multiple races for this one. There is a medal on the line for all the riders that turn up to the start line. So the riders make their way up onto the track in the back straight. And all riders, when they enter the track, will enter on the back straight here at the Vantage Rome, come off in the front straight, just etiquette and rules. 80 laps, it's a fair distance on the velodrome. I can tell you, as a former rider myself, it goes very quickly, but can often go very slowly as well. It depends on how you're feeling. These riders had numerous races throughout the event already. And so just looking down the list of riders that are about to start and heading along to the World Champs, we have Bryony Botha, who's in the Waikato Bay Plenty colours, number 66. We also have out there Kirsty James in the Southland colours, number 58. And by the looks of things, that's it. So those two riders will be the ones to watch. Number 58, number 66, sitting one behind each other up on the fence. Tell you what, there'll be threats coming far and wide though. All these women's endurance riders have a very tough ask to make it into the New Zealand team for the Olympics later on in August. 3rd of August, the track cycling starts at the Olympics, and it is tough internal competition to make the New Zealand team. It's great to see all these riders pushing each other along. So they've done some fantastic racing at the World Cups earlier, well, late last year, December. So now we get underway, riders off the line, and look at that, very small field out there. So it's a very tough ask. These riders will be looking for cover wherever they can, get some sort of draft off the other riders out there on the track. So 20 kilometres, 80 laps, 8 sprints every 10 laps. And so you gain points throughout the race based on your positioning in those final sprints. Of course, the last sprint of the day on the last lap is double points. So you certainly want to conserve a bit of energy for that. And so the riders just roll through now, just having a look around at each other and just getting a gauge as to what the endurance levels are, whether the riders are feeling a bit of fatigue or if they are ready to rumble. And you'll see a few riders, no doubt, early on in the race try and have a bit of an attack, a bit of a dig, a bit of an effort just to see what sort of reaction they get from the other riders. A number of these younger riders have made the recent transition up from juniors to elites, and it's always a tough ask. So now, by the looks of things, just Jessie Hodges rolling off the front, and Raquel Sheath, both in the endurance elite squad, the New Zealand squad, those two riders that have just rolled off. So they're certainly one to watch, and they'll be challenging and vying for a spot in that Tokyo team.
I'd say so. It's not mine.
And so now Bryony Botha in the Worlds team, she's on the front. And so fairly slow pace, but tell you what, it'll light up anytime soon as we come around to the sprint. And none of the riders wanting to take the lead just yet. Such a long race that they'll be looking for coverage early on and waiting right to the last minute to lead their attack. We saw in some of the earlier elimination races or the tempo races of these omniums, the people that go early often struggle to hold on right at the end. So off the front, early days now, Bryony Botha. She's not much of a sprinter, more of an endurance rider, so she's just looking to take the sprint out of those sprinters' legs. She's gone off the front, and with her, it looks like Kirsty James. No, that's not Kirsty James. That is Nicole Shields. So also in the endurance team, so Nicole Shields and Bryony Botha go off the front, and looking to chase them down, Jessie Hodges and Raquel Sheath, also in the endurance team. So these four riders know each other very well, and they'll have a pretty fair idea. They know of what each other's looking to do in this race, and they certainly know each other's strengths and weaknesses. So just a bit of a dig from Bryony Botha increases the pace, and she was either doing that just to see what sort of reaction she got from the others, or try and get away, or actually just get a feeling for her own legs and see how they are feeling. So McMullen away with Kirsty James. They are on the front, and they're going to come around to the first sprint. So a fairly drawn out sprint, this first one. It looked like Bryony Botha took that out. We'll wait for confirmation of the results in that sprint. But that was the first of 8 sprints, and you can see already how splintered up the field is. It's all about positioning in this race. You want to get as much coverage as possible and make sure you can utilise the slipstream of another rider, but make sure you're in the right place at the right time for those sprints. But not just the sprints, outside the sprints too. As soon as you fall off the back, it's very hard to work your way back into the bunch and get back in the slipstream of another rider. So we do often see this in women's racing, where the riders roll up to the top of the track, and it means they're travelling a further distance around the track, but if anyone attacks underneath them, they're able to use the height of the banking to their advantage and simply roll off. So confirmation of the first sprint, Bryony Botha. We have Riley Ackroyd also there, and Riley McMullen, sorry. So Bryony Botha, Riley McMullen, Kirsty James and Raquel Sheath are the top 4 and the riders who gain points in that first sprint. So that's the first sprint down. We've still got 7 sprints remaining now. And again, Bryony Botha, she excels in the individual pursuit. She's great at holding a pace, Bryony Botha. So she'll be looking to draw out the race and really extend the legs of those sprinters and potentially try and take a lap on the field. If a rider takes a lap on the field, they gain 20 points. And that's quite an advantage in a race where you only get 5 points for every sprint you win. And you can see a few of those riders at the back, the young guns that have made the recent transition up to elites, struggling with the pace here. It is fairly quick out there, and there's still 64 laps remaining, so it's a long race. So not long now, just 3 laps until the next sprint. So the riders just looking to position themselves up the track, and just, as you can see, all looking over their left shoulder and seeing who's going to make the next move. And it could be them, and it could be another rider. It's all about positioning coming into the sprint. You want to be amongst the top 5 riders as the bell goes if you want to be in a position to get any points. And Kirsty James decides to take the lead. 62 laps remain, so next time they will hear the bell. And so they're going to hear the bell now, and Riley McMullen on the front decides to lead it out. So McMullen, and challenging over the outside, looks like Raquel Sheath. So Sheath on the front now, leads it out from Bryony Botha. Oh no, that's Jessie Hodges. So we have Raquel Sheath being challenged by Jessie Hodges on the outside. So Hodges, well, looks like she will take that one. And also there in the mix is Nicole Shields and Riley McMullen. So these 4 riders have a bit of a lead on the rest of the riders, and it looks like Jessie Hodges is keen to keep the effort going. There's some riders struggling at the back. As I mentioned, you want to be in a good position for the sprints as well as outside the sprints, because if a few riders get away off the front, it's very hard to chase them down. And just one race, there's a medal on offer here. So still a few riders struggling at the back to get on. And it's very quick out there. Raquel Sheath just sitting on the front. Raquel Sheath came from a background in BMX racing and has made the transition to sprint cycling at a young age. So just having a look at the leaderboard, Jessie Hodges in top spot, Bryony Botha, Raquel Sheath, Riley McMullen, Nicole Shields and Kirsty James. These riders all have points thus far. Looks like Kirsty James is going to have a bit of a dig off the front. Kirsty coming away with a gold medal in the individual pursuit a few nights ago. And a great effort from her, new personal best time. So we know she can hold a pace. And it looks like she's looking to do exactly that. She's currently sitting in 6th spot, Kirsty. So she's going to hit off the front and she's going to try and hold that pace. These efforts are not easy when you're alone out there. If you've got another rider with you, it's much easier to work together as a team. And you can see there is a bit of a chase going on behind. Again, splintering up that field. And it's all about not hesitating as you go to get on the back of the bunch, just putting in that little bit of effort that makes the difference. So Kirsty James, about a quarter of a lap on the field at the time being, not quite. And looks like she has decided her effort is not going to be successful, so she has swung up the track. And she's going to wait for the bunch to come underneath, conserve a bit of energy again, and just wait for that next sprint. So both are at the front now, leading out the train, and both are on her way to the World Championships later this month, been an integral part of the women's team pursuit team for quite some time now. Made that transition from the juniors to elite almost seamlessly, but has put in the effort over time and really matured as an athlete. And Kirsty James on the front there. Now, the Southland colours, proud Southland through and through. And great to see many of these riders with their family and friends supporting in the crowd, as well as their women's endurance coach, Ross Majeski, watching over these riders as they prepare for the World Championships. So So Riley McMullen has a dig now underneath. She's always an aggressive rider, but she wants this sprint, obviously. So McMullen from Hodges and Botha also there in the action. Nicole Shields also always putting herself in the right position coming into a sprint. So McMullen trying to come around the outside. Jessie Hodges. So Jessie Hodges will take it from McMullen, and also there in the action, Botha. So good effort from Botha putting herself on the leaderboard. Nicole Shields looking like she collected that last sprint. And so that now concludes 3 sprints, 3 of the 8 sprints for these women. It's a long race, but they are so far looking in good condition out there. So confirmations of sprint 3, Jessie Hodges from Riley McMullen, Bryony Botha and Nicole Shields. Always interesting what sort of tactics these riders employ in these type of races. And the points race is certainly not about just sprinting as hard as you can for every sprint. It's not physically possible most of the time for these riders to take out every single sprint. So they'll pick and choose which ones they decide to sprint for. And that comes down to a lot of factors, what gear you've got on, what your condition is feeling like on the day of the race, and also what you think your competitors are going to do. You've got to factor a lot of things in, and tell you what, all these riders will definitely go out there with an A plan, B plan, C plan, D plan. And most often we see a lot of riders trying to go for the first couple of sprints, then resting up for the middle sprints, and then going for the last couple of sprints, because of course double points on offer for the last sprint. Whereas some riders will just attack those middle sprints and try and come away with them. So I see a number of riders actually not choosing to contest the sprints, but instead just trying to take a lap on the field. So conserving their energy till when everyone else is tired later on the race, and then just going for an absolute flyer and seeing if they can take a lap on the field when everyone's just got that little bit of fatigue, a little bit of hesitation out there. So far, if we have a look at the leaderboard, Jessie Hodges sitting in top spot, 10 points, followed by Bryony Botha. Third spot is Riley McMullen, Raquel Sheath, Nicole Shields. So we're not yet halfway through the race. We are approaching the halfway stage.
Yeah, it's a long race with not too many in the field, small field, very tight, very compact, really good quality field. So the pace being kept nice and steady. Riley McMullen, of course, rides in the colours of Southland, originally from Tokoroa. Very good on the road as well. Always strong, aggressive rider. Nice to see her turning her hand to the track and getting good guidance from the team down in Cycling Southland. The points race, sometimes you'll see a lot of aggression. Other times it'll be a little bit technical. It's still early in the race, if you like, coming to the halfway. Riders can take a lap. Of course, you get a lap, you'll get the 20 points. Points scored 5, 3, 2 and 1. 10 points on the last sprint, so a lot can change in that sprint. As we see the rider getting stretched out as the sprint starts. Indian file. Now this is often a good opportunity after the sprint to keep the pace on, keep it going. Just to stretch the legs and make it that little bit tougher.
Nicole Shields comfortably taking that one from Jessie Hodges. Riley McMullen's been there in the action quite a bit. It's good to see. And now Bryony Botha looks like she has waited for everyone to get tired from that sprint and taken off. So let's see if Bryony Botha continues this acceleration. And if you have a look out there, just 6 riders managing to keep up at this stage in the race. It's a real tough ask. A couple of those younger riders falling off the back. So both are there in the action. Also Nicole Shields, Jessie Hodges, Riley McMullen, Raquel Sheath and Kirsty James. Those 6 riders looking to contend this points race. So confirmation of sprint number 4, Nicole Shields from Jessie Hodges, from Riley McMullen, and Raquel Sheath picks up the last point on offer. And that doesn't change up the leaderboard too much. Jessie Hodges in top spot on 13 points, followed by Riley McMullen, 9 points. Nicole Shields, 8 points. So those three riders, certainly no one has it wrapped up just yet. It's pretty close at the top of the leaderboard. We're just halfway through the race, so 4 sprints remaining for these riders to secure a spot on the podium at the end of the night. And of course, if you are in the velodrome and you have friends back home, make sure you let them know to tune in to Sky Sport Next. And that is on YouTube. It's Sky's new YouTube channel, where you can get all that action here in New Zealand free to air. And also a little bit of extra coverage before and after the races, where me, Paige Patterson, and Dal Woodford give you a little bit of insights. The ride's just rolling around now, just 4 laps remaining to the next sprint. See, as the riders lap up the track, they always have a look down and just see, they look into their competitors' eyes and see what sort of fatigue levels they are guesstimating and see if it's the right time to attack or not. You can look at so many different indicators on the riders as to when they're next going to attack or their fatigue levels. See, tense up in the riders' legs as soon as they start to attack. And fatigue-wise, sometimes it's hard to pick. Some people just put on a bit of a poker face. But now we can see a few of the riders struggling mid-pack. But Bryony Botha has made quite a serious attack here leading into the sprint. So it's Botha from Hodges and Shields also there in the action. So Hodges is going to roll over the outside. She's got a good sprint on her. So it's Botha on the inside, Hodges on the outside, and Shields also looking to get into second spot. So those 3 riders roll through, and Sheath just picking up the last point on offer again. It's all about positioning in that final sprint, to make sure that you're getting a bit of a draft from the other riders out there on the track. So just 29 laps remaining now for these riders. So big attack over the top. Kirsty James, by the looks of things, she's put the foot down and she used the track to her advantage right after a sprint. She held off that sprint, she conserved energy, everyone else is tired and she's attacked. So sprint 5 points results confirmed. Jessie Hodges sits in top spot from Nicole Shields, Bryony Botha, Riley McMullen. And we know how the quality of the rider of Kirsty James, she took out the individual pursuit and had a bit of an attack earlier. Obviously felt like her legs were in some good condition because she's gone on the attack yet again. I love to see these endurance riders using the track when they do decide to attack, moving up the track, realising that the track gives them a good run off the banking, that they can then utilise that extra free speed as they attack over the top. And Kirsty James, she's still in the straight of the other riders. The other riders certainly aren't letting her get away that easy. It's a medal on offer in this race, so they're not going to give it to her that easy. So Kirsty James has a little bit of a look behind, see what sort of reaction from the group. And their very small group move up the track. No one's too keen to lead the chase here. You'll see the riders looking around at each other, just seeing who wants to commit, who wants it that bad. And often it's always the higher quality riders that do decide, actually, I don't want to let this one get away that easy. It's only a straight on the other riders. Kirsty James, she took off right after the sprint. There's pros and cons to that. Firstly, the other riders are a little bit more tired, so you can take off and just get them when they're napping. But the other disadvantage is that it's a long way until the next sprint, which means that if you were going to collect any points while you're out front, makes it a little bit harder. You've got to just sprint for that extra few laps, and you can see a lot of faces out there, mouths wide open, they're catching flies, they're looking for as much air intake as possible. It is looking very hot. So Kirsty James still a quarter of the track ahead of the other riders. She comes round to hear the bells. This is good for Kirsty James. She's at least going to get some points by the looks of things, but there will be a charge from behind in this sprint, and Nicole Shields wanting to lead it out. So Nicole Shields, Riley McMullen coming over the top, Jessie Hodges, she wants to get maximum points. So Nicole Shields, Jessie Hodges coming around the outside, and Kirsty James will complete her effort there and then. She put in a long 9-lap effort in order to come away with those 5 points, but that will certainly boost her up the leaderboard to 4th spot. So now take a look at these riders, still just 6 of them there in the action. So sprint number 6, Kirsty James takes out top spot from Jessie Hodges, Nicole Shields and Riley McMullen. Tell you what, Riley McMullen's really come on in the last few years since I've been calling these races. So at the top of the leaderboard, Jessie Hodges from Nicole Shields, Riley McMullen and Bryony Botha.
There's 17 laps to go through the women's points race. Tiring race, of course, as Paige mentioned, all the coverage coming to you via Sky Sport Next, which is a groundbreaking initiative that's made to support rising Kiwi athletes and showcase over 50 sports and codes across New Zealand. It includes thousands of never-before-seen events, all free, right here on Sky Sport Next. Sky Sport Next is about funding codes in New Zealand, and their message out there is to inspire more Kiwis to get involved and achieve something they love, something to grow. The YouTube channel means the content is free to air. Mums, dad, grandparents, mates can all tune in and share the exploits of the homegrown stars for free, then celebrate their achievements. All the broadcasts are live on Sky Sport Next. As the home of sport in New Zealand, Sky Sport is all about all levels of sports, from grassroots right through to the elites. Don't forget, subscribe to Sky Sports Next YouTube channel.
So just 14 laps remaining, which means 2 sprints on offer for these riders out here. It really has been a race of 6 riders from the get-go, and not much in it, certainly for that bronze medal position. It's going to be a very tight race. Nicole Shields doing well in that last sprint has boosted her up to 2nd spot. So a tough block of training, no doubt, for those riders that are going to the World Champs in Berlin later in about a month's time. So all bunched up now, these riders will be very tired later on in the racing, and they're about to come on down. It's good to see a little bit of intensity going in at the front, because they're going to hear the bell this time. So 11 laps remaining. And so Bryony Botha comes over the top. She wants to secure that medal on the podium. So Bryony Botha leads it out, but Jessie Hodges, watch the sprint here in 2nd wheel. So Bryony Botha coming over the top, Jessie Hodges. So Hodges will take it from Botha, and Raquel Sheath also there in the action. And again, McMullen gaining another point. I don't think it'll be enough. McMullen's going to have to put in a very good effort in this last sprint if she wants to come away on the podium. So the riders now just rolling around. They just have one last sprint remaining. And of course, the Vantage windows and doors are the proud sponsor of the Vantage Elite and Under-19 Track National Championships. Vantage, trusted by New Zealand homeowners for more than 40 years. If you're looking for quality, you're looking for Vantage windows and doors. Sure you visit vantage.co.nz. So now just 7 laps remain for these riders in this race. It's been a long one, 80 laps. And with very few riders out there on the track, it's made for a very tough one. Riders have been taking plenty of the wind on the front, unable to hide behind each other and gain a little bit of draft, a little bit of easy work. So Kirsty James, as she does, just rolls down the track. Just waiting to see what sort of reaction she gets from the others out there. 6 laps, they're going to come round to see 5 laps now. 5 laps remaining in the race. Kirsty James from Jessie Hodges. And it's all about positioning coming into this last sprint. Who will have the legs to finish it off? Looking at the leaderboard, Jessie Hodges in top spot. And look at that, for the second spot, there are 3 riders that are within 2 points of each other. So it's going to come down to this last sprint. Jessie Hodges looks well in control at the front of the leaderboard, followed by Nicole Shields, Bryony Botha and Riley McMullen. So who's going to position themselves the best for this last sprint, put them in silver medal position? Nicole Shields, Bryony Botha, Riley McMullen. You're going to come round next time, see 2 laps to go, and the heat will be on. So Hodges already making a move around the outside, wanting to put herself amongst the top 3 for that last sprint. All important is positioning. And I tell you what, Jessie Hodges only come into the sport later on in her life, but she has picked up these tactics beautifully. So over the top on the inside now, Nicole Shields wants to lead it out from Jessie Hodges. Nicole Shields is wanting to take out that silver medal. So Nicole Shields on the front from Jessie Hodges. Behind her, Raquel Sheath. So it's going to come down to this last sprint. Nicole Shields needs the points. Nicole Shields on the front from Jessie Hodges on the outside. Raquel Sheath also there in the action, and Bryony Botha. So Nicole Shields will take it and take the silver medal. And there's no doubt about it. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Women's Elite Points Race Champion, Jessie Hodges.
The riders will warm down after a lot of laps. It is very warm inside the velodrome. I'm sure if you're sitting there, I don't need to remind you of that. But for the people at home enjoying it on Sky Sport Next, it's well over 30 degrees in here. It was 31 when I drove down at 3 o'clock. So the temperature inside the venue is in the mid to high 30s. So there you go, confirming the points, the 20-kilometre points race. Jessie Hodges on 32, Nicole Shields, Ronnie Bortha, Raquel Sheath, Riley McMullen, Kirsty James, Claudia Vanna, the top 7. So very good performance from the riders in the New Zealand endurance team preparing for the World Championships. Also Raquel Sheath, who's coming back from some injury. She had a big fall on the World Cups, breaking some bones. It's good to see her back competing on the track. Of course, she'll be disappointed not to have made the team going to the World Championships. Plenty of time, plenty of opportunity for the riders to still force their way into the team. The Olympics are a long way off. It's in August, and we know a lot of the riders right now are in a big training block as well, so we're seeing some really fast times at these championships. You see it's a hive of activity in the infield. There's always something going on with riders on the rollers. If you're wondering why we have a motorbike riding around the track, well, that's Russell Mudgway. He usually rides around on a bike with pedals, but he is the Dooney, or in this case, the motorbike driver. No electric Dooney, so they use the motorbike, which the riders actually sort of prefer in a way. So with the keirin, if you haven't seen it before, don't go away. Stay tuned. Don't go and get a drink right now if you're in the venue. Just wait a little bit longer if you're at home. Get a beer, sit back quickly, because the action will be coming up on the tracks. The keirin, so the motorbike starts in the back straight. It'll come around to the front straight and collect the riders who will be lined up across the track. They'll be in positions 1 through 6, 7, 8, depending how many are in the heat. 3 from each will go through to the final. Usually that's the case. As we get a close-up of Russell, just sitting there, waiting to get the okays. The riders will come up onto the track. We'll try and pick out their positions for you. Who's drawn what? And then we will... So as you draw your position on the track, that's the position you must hold for the first lap behind the motorbike when it comes around. The motorbike will come around at about 30 kilometres an hour. Sian Fulton is the rider on the inside, the 500-metre elite women's time trial champion. Jamie King sits outside her, Nicole Marshall, and then Rihanna Dunn. So 3 from each heat go to the final. 1 will miss out in this heat. Sian Fulton, Jamie King, Nicole Marshall, Rihanna Dunn. So here we go. The motorbike rolls away. Sian Fulton has to take up the position behind the motorbike. All the riders slot into line. They go around through turn 1. The motorbike comes through about 30 kilometres an hour, sometimes a little bit under, and then builds the speed up. He will drop them off when they come down the home straight with 3 laps to go. Round 1 of the keirin, 3 riders to go through to the final. 1 will miss out, so the idea is to get through. Use the least amount of energy as possible. So from now, the riders can decide if they wish to change positions. They'll probably be all fairly happy where they are right now with only 1 to miss out. Sian Fulton, she'll just probably control this from the front. No need to panic. The 500-metre time trial champion in very good form. Russell just keeps the bike nice and steady, building the pace. He'll come off the track next time around in the keirin. So Sian Fulton sits there in the colours of Tasman. Then we have Jamie King, Nicole Marshall, Dunn, now starting to think about moving up around the outside. So around a Dunn now moving. Russell Mudgeway steers off the track, brakes on the apron. Not easy to do at 50 kilometres an hour. Don't want to hit the brakes too hard and slide out, as we see a masterclass performance at the moment from Sian Fulton on the front. Jamie King, all she has to do is make sure she goes through. 3 to qualify, 1 will miss out. The Southern rider, Nicole Marshall, at the back at the moment. So she's just boxed in a little bit, so if the Auckland rider can keep a pin there, but she decides to move up. Dunn moves up, Fulton, King, it's Fulton is going to lead them into the bell. Sian Fulton knows to stay out of trouble. Jamie King moves up. So King moves into a good position, just sits there nicely. Nicole Marshall, 3rd wheel. Dunn's got a little bit of work to do. The other riders just increase the pace slightly. They'll be the 3 that will go through to the next round of Fulton, King, and Marshall. Well, that's heat 1, the semi-final, if you like, with only 2 heats. 3 go through to the final. So all safely going through as expected. keirin racing, sometimes it can be a little bit more furious. So the next heat coming up onto the track, we'll wait and see where they draw, but the field is, as the other riders go down the back straight, coming off. They'll come around 1 more time, and then the riders in the heat number 2 will come up onto the track. The starters are, there they go. There's the results. Sian Fulton, Jamie King, Nicole Marshall, top 3. They go through to the final. Brendan comes up onto the track. So the rider from Southland, 2, good inventor, Sophie Lee Bloxham, the 2 riders from Southland. Elise Andrews, Fiona Bennett from Canterbury, Fiona being brought up by John Ainsworth. Southland, 2 riders on the inside. Elise Andrews, high on the track, just getting checked that everything's okay. Fiona Castle getting a gym workout, lifting the back wheel, making sure the pedal's in the right place. Brendan comes down, checks all the riders are ready, gives the motorbike the all clear. They concentrate. Good Inventor is the rider from Southland on the inside. Sophie Lee Bloxham sits outside her. Elise Andrews. It's one of the riders in the New Zealand women's sprint team, Natasha Hansen, Olivia Podmore being the others. Both riders, Podmore and Hansen, were seen in the individual sprint competition, but not riding the keirin. So Elise Andrews would be one of the favourite, if not the favourite, for the gold medal in this event. First, she has to get in the first 3. You would say it would be a doddle for her. You never know, in cycling, stranger things have happened, or stranger things have happened in sport in general. Venter moves around. Behind the motorbike, concentrating nicely. Not allowed to pass the motorbike, so the rider following the bike, their front wheel is not allowed to go up and overtake the motorbike. But now the riders can think about changing some positions if they wish. They're all quite happy with where they are at the moment. Fiona Bennett's great to see her taking part in this Elite Championships rode as an under 19-year-old 14 years ago. Last time she rode a National Track Championships. Russell Mudgeway concentrates, not easy, keeping the bike nice and smooth, comes off the track. And not that many years ago, the motorbike came off with 2.5 and it was like wildfire. You'd think someone had flicked the switch and it was on from the back. Elise Andrews moves around, gets herself out of trouble from the back, and she'll just control it from the front to stay nice and safe. 2 to go. Elise Andrews moving nicely. So Fiona Bennett, she'll just sit there, hope the opportunity will come to maybe sneak her way through and get into the top 3. The bell will go. Elise Andrews keeping it pretty straightforward. So 1 to miss out as the last heat's always hard. Usually we're used to seeing another 3 or 4 riders in the keirin. Now look at Fiona Bennett's trying to make a run around the outside, flicked up. Is she going to be able to get over the top? Go there, she's going to fight hard all the way, but not quite. Not quite going through, but a good ride from her. So there we go. We will have the results come up on the big screen, confirm the 3 from this heat that will go through to the final. Coming up later on. Next up on the track will be the men, so buckle down, hang on. There'll be some young riders in here keen to get a scalp or 2. Some riders have been in good form and just haven't had quite the rub of the green throughout the championship so far. They're confirming the results of that second heat. Elise Andrews, Sophie Lee Bloxham, Gurten Venter are the riders going through. Fiona Bennett's in 4th position. So we'll see who's drawn what in the men's on the inside. Canterbury, Dylan Day's got number 1. He'll be the rider that moves up in the number 1 position. Eddie Dawkins of Southland. There he goes, coming up onto the track. He is going to be in 5. So Eddie, no, he is in fact in 4, Eddie Dawkins. He sits there in 4. 3 riders from Waikato Bay are plenty. Jeff Hinton, Pat Clancy, Cullen Clarkin. Clancy doing well, getting through to the sprint finals. Last night, he'll want to continue that good form in this keirin. Eddie Dawkins back on the track. Great to see Eddie in the colours of Southland. Oh, the sprint boys are standing up. The coach is standing up. The motorbike comes around. 3 riders will go through to the final. The rest go to the 7-11 final, the final for 7 to 11th place. Dylan Day gets us underway. Dylan Day, Cullen Clarkin, he's got the red helmet on. Then we have Patrick Clancy, Eddie Dawkins, Jeff Hinton, Bradley Knight. Bradley just sitting at the back.
So it'll be a good race here. We have Eddie Dawkins, Bradley Knight, who are going to be very hard to overcome at the front of race. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Dawkins go to the front early on, similar to Les Andrews, just to stay out of any of the action at the back.
Motorbike, Russell Mudgeway building the speed. He'll come off a little bit quicker for the men. Around the 55 kilometre an hour mark. Dylan Day from Canterbury, he's been sprinting very well as well. Had a little bit of a false start in his time trial, so he'll be wanting to make up for it. And the keirin. Pat Clancy just backs off. He knows the man behind him is Eddie Dawkins, so he'll be wanting Eddie Dawkins to come past him at some stage, get onto the wheel to make sure he gets into the top three. 3 to go. The motorbike comes off. It's still Dylan Day. Down the back, Dylan Day looking very comfortable at the moment, controlling things. Everyone's nervous. They know the big man, Eddie Dawkins, is in the field. They're all tracking him. They're all looking for him. When's he going to come past? 2 to go. He hasn't made a run yet. Pat Clancy's got a little bit of nerves going on because Eddie Dawkins is behind him. 2 riders are on Dawkins' wheel. Here's Bradley Knight coming from the back of the field now. Bradley Knight, they'll come in to get. 2 to go, 2 on the board, that changes to 1 now, so the bell goes. Eddie Dawkins now sweeps around the outside, he's 3 wide. Bradley Knight's dragging him, the race is on for the third. Pat Clancy's clicking hard. Eddie Dawkins clicks away from them, Bradley Knight goes with him. Eddie Dawkins in form, he's back people, Eddie Dawkins is back. Patrick Clancy gets the third. Well, the final is still to come. Eddie Dawkins, he will be delighted with that effort. Here he goes through to the final with Bradley Knight and Patrick Clancy. Well, that's heat 1.
And quick pace there at the end. You should have seen the lean on those bikes around that last corner as they accelerated towards the finish line. And a couple of clear favourites there, Eddie Dawkins, Bradley Knight, coming out of that first heat. So the top 3 will go through to the final. By the looks of things, Eddie Dawkins, Bradley Knight, Jeff Hinton. Oh no, that's the start list. So we'll wait.
Clancy was the 3rd rider that went through.
Perfect. And now we turn our attention to heat number 2, the riders to roll up onto the track. Jordan Castle, Zach Williams, those 2 will be the favourites. Angus Klassen, Jaden Fleming and Matt Pryor.
So Matt Pryor's got the position on the inside. A man from Canterbury, taking up track cycling comes from a downhill mountain bike background. Outside him, Zach Williams from Auckland in 2, second in the kilometre time trial. Man, it's won the Austral Wheel Race, the oldest track race in the world. Confirming the results from the last one, Eddie Dawkins, Bradley Knight, Patrick Clancy, Cullen Clark and Dylan Day, Jeff Hinton. So the top 3 go through, Dawkins, Knight and Clancy. Moving up, Angus Carlson, the West Coast North Island. Outside of him, his teammate Jaden Fleming. At the top of the track, the colours of Waikato Bar Plenty. Sorry, that's Jaden Fleming. He's at the top of the track. West Coast North Island's Jordan Castle. Jordan's come back from a big injury when he had a massive crash in Koblenz in Germany on the concrete track, smashing the shoulder up, fighting his way back to good form. He is in 5th, number 39. Angus Carlson has the orange shoes. Zach Williams from Auckland. Zach's been a part of the sprint program for a number of years. Now it's time to step it up, and he really needs a big performance. Try and force himself or keep his place in this national squad, because the young guns are starting to come at them. We said Callum Saunders, who's out also with injury. Sam Dakin out with injury, sits in the stands. Reckons he just injured himself to make Eddie feel a bit better, to get his place back in the team. Slot him in, didn't want to take him on at the Nationals. We'll wait for a little bit later. 4 on the board. The riders roll round. The speed builds up on the motorbike. Matt Pryor. Position's all the same. Zach Williams just backs off a little bit. He knows who's behind him, Angus Carlson. Jordan Castle Jaden Fleming. So 3 to go through to the final. The motorbike pulls off the track. Now, prize a look around. No one there. Zach Williams has left a little bit of a gap. It closes up. Now Angus Carlson decides from 3. He'll go around the outside. Zach Williams moves quickly. Jordan Castle, nice and patient, just waits. He'll just look at getting through to the final, conserving energy. 2 to go. Angus Carlson. No, Jordan Castle's going to go right around the outside, go to the front. Zach Williams kicks out, follows him down. Oh, good ride by the Waikato rider, Jaden Fleming. Look at him, he's into that third wheel at the moment. So Angus Carlson's got plenty to do. He hasn't got a big enough gear on to go with them. It looks like 1 to go down the back. Jordan Castle, Zach Williams has a look over his shoulder. I'm quite happy here. Jaden Fleming as well, and there's a gap back, so the front 3 are going to comfortably go through to the final. Jordan Castle, Zach Williams, Jaden Fleming go through. They will meet Eddie Dawkins, Bradley Knight, Patrick Clancy in the final. That is going to be coming just a little bit later on. So that gives you a taste of what's to come. The final will be a rip roar. It doesn't take long. Good to see Eddie Dawkins back. Look at the form when he accelerated. Whoa, like the turbo had kicked in.
It's going to be a great final for that elite men. Keirin, these riders, we haven't seen them yet this morning, so they've had the morning off. Plenty of energy obviously sitting there and their legs ready to go, and that was just the heat. So some riders will have done well to conserve some energy. And next up we will have the women's omnium points race. So this is the last race for these riders. They've already ridden 3 races earlier today, and this is the final decider, much like the heptathlon in the athletics track. However, this is their 4th and final race, and the riders that have gained the most points throughout the racing will come away with a medal at the end of this final race. And first up, we're going to have the under-19 women. And then next up, we'll have the elite men, and looking ahead towards the end of the program, we have the elite men's points race final, followed by those keirin finals, and also another couple of elite women and men's scratch race finals. It's a fantastic program ahead. Certainly do not leave us here on Sky Sport Next.
Riders circulating around in the infield, getting ready to be brought up onto the track. They enter the track on the back straight. You see the medic sign, that's where they just passed there. There's the gate onto the track. So they go up there, they roll around, and they will line up on the fence in the home straight. So riders get checked off, numbers in the right place, they line up. This is the omnium, the points race that will be coming up. And the points get carried over. We'll just refresh your memory on who is leading after 3 events. It's Jenna Borthwick, Prudence Fowler, Riley Ackroyd. They're the top 3. The points are 114, 108, 104, so it's pretty tight right now. Jenna Borthwick chasing her 4th gold medal of these championships. Charlotte Spurway not out of it as well on 100 points. Maya Anderson is on 94. Natalie Green on 92. Georgia Cluth 86. Ella Wiley 76. We continue down, and Briley Scott is on 50. Of course, all those points get carried into this. Each sprint is worth 5, 3, 2, and 1. 4 points on offer. 5, 3, 2, and 1 for each sprint. They get added to your total. So if you've got 114 points, you win the first sprint, you go to 119. You lap the field, you get 20 points. If you lose a lap, you lose 20 points. So, and if you're sitting at home, here's the start. Oh, that was a quick glimpse of the result, of the standings right now, but we'll run through them for you. Of course, right from the top, Jenna Borthwick, Canterbury. So, in the scratch race, she got 40 points with the first place. She was 4th in the tempo, 1st in the elimination, 114. Top of the leaderboard, she sits up on the fence. White helmet. The colours of Canterbury, she'll have her blue shoes on. She's easy to pick out. Charlotte Spurway is also easy to pick out. She's the 2nd rider down on the blue. Second place, Prudence Fowler. The colours of Waikato Bay are plenty. It's on the front. Down on the blue. The riders roll away. They're on a neutral lap. A points race in the Omnium. Well, the legs are tired. Depends what they've done in between sessions, how many calories they've been able to put back into the body, how many matches they still have to light in the packet. They come around on their neutral lap, Canterbury riders. Charlotte Spurway, Jenna Borthwick on the front. They'll be chasing the points. So the aggressive riders, who needs to look at taking the lap? Maya Anderson, she would be pretty keen. Often an aggressive sits there in 5th place on 94 points. Maddie Douglas as well, doesn't mind doing some hard yards. It's Maddie Douglas, just taken over right on cue, down the back straight. Swings up the track. Good sized field in this under 19 endurance category. Good to see, of course, the Omnium, an Olympic event. Campbell Stewart is the current men's world champion. Lawrence Pithy, the juniors. We've had a great track record in the Omniums over the years. Hayden Godfrey winning a gold medal when the event was a little bit different. It used to have timed events in it, so you'd have a flying 200, the kilo, as well as bunch racing. So the UCI, the ruling body, have played with the format over the years. Now they've settled on this one for the moment, but it's likely to change. You never quite know. But it's really suiting cycling fans. They love it. It's brought riders like Ella Viviani to the track, and he will be in action at the World Championships. Campbell Stewart was saying he can't wait to take him on. Also, Roger Kluger. Kluger was here at the World Cup, but didn't ride in the Omnium. He rode in some of the other events. So Roger Kluger will be on the track at the World Championships. All the big guns will turn up for a hit out. Stefan Elminger for Switzerland. He's been here many a times training. So sometimes early in the points race and in an Omnium, you'll see riders a little bit further down on the overall classification, the overall point standings, sneak away to try and get a lap. The riders at the top don't worry, so Jenna Borthwick might go, well, the riders attacking, they haven't got too many points. If you're on 50, they get 20 for lapping the field, puts them to 70. I've got 114, I don't mind letting them go. The idea is to score reasonably consistently. And the leader, Jenna Borthwick, right now sits at midfield. Maya Anderson goes through on the inside as a Maddie Douglas, Maya Anderson. So they might have a little bit of a plan. They're both aggressive, strong riders. Amy Blackmore. Great to see Amy in here racing. Got a great championships, getting more and more experience on the track, guided by Paul Leach. It's a part of the Barradine College team. 38. Queenie McNeely also. Another rider just deciding to drift off the front. It's a good move when the pace, the riders are starting to look at each other. So not a bad opportunity right now to go and have a little bit of a nudge off the front of the field. Erin Downey. It's Erin Downey of Canterbury. Downey sits there in 10th place overall. So not out of the bike race, get 20 points and you're right back in it. Erin Downey, she could bring herself into contention. The bell goes. Ella Wiley decides, well, I'll pick it up. Maddie Douglas has shown some interest. Charlotte Spurway as well. It's down the back. Canterbury rider out in front. Erin Downey wants to get the 5 points. She's going to take that quite comfortably. There's a little bit of a battle for the second place, though. Ella Wiley gets there. Maddie Douglas on the inside, fast finishing from the other Auckland rider. I think it might have been Georgia Cluth coming up quickly on the outside. So it's good to see some aggression early in this race. Charlotte Spurway goes well just after the sprint. Let's see what they've got, being followed by Riley Ackroyd. Swings up the track. Canterbury keen to get it going. Borthwick herself, the leader, decides, well, I won't just sit back at the moment. I'll roll through, and they all swing up. Ella Wiley goes underneath. Ella Wiley, very good bunch rider, which might have been a little bit higher in the standings. She sits in 8th place, certainly not out of it. Points races have turned Omniums on their head at every level. Maya Anderson sits midfield. Jenna Borthwick. Maya Anderson moves up high. Drops down stays up, has a look. The field just looking at each other. They're all trying to suss out how everyone's feeling. Anyone brave enough to sneak off, give it a go. Jenna Borthwick 114, Prudence Fowler 108, Riley Ackroyd 104. Spurway's on 100, Anderson also in there, as I mentioned, a very dangerous rider, and I wouldn't be surprised if Maya Anderson launches an attack at some stage to try and get the 20 points, get herself back into contention. She's got a lot of support in the crowd. Very strong rider, good bunch race rider as well. So Prudence Fowler being really patient. He's the Waikato rider that sits midfield heading down the back. Borthwick goes through. They look at the lap board. They'll get 45 laps to go when they come past the start-finish line. Judges lined up. It's tactical at the moment. Nobody's willing to attack too quickly. And as we said Maya Anderson would attack at some stage straight away. There she goes. Maya Anderson is not going to wait too late in the race, and that's a good idea. Start hitting them if you've got the energy. Keep hitting them, tire them out. So Maya Anderson makes the first move being chased. Chased pretty hard as well. Natalie Green decides to chase her, and everyone's going after her. Spurway, Wiley. So Maya Anderson, oh, she swings up. Jenna Borthwick, Charlotte Spurway was going to cover her, but that's the first, I'm sure, of many more attacks. So you might as well try to get yourself up the leaderboard attacking. We saw that last night in the women's race. Great ride by some of the ladies there attacking, particularly Rushley Buchanan, really aggressive in the race, came from midfield up into third. Maddie Douglas sits second on the outside. Charlotte Spurway goes through. The pace just drops off after that attack. Just got to try and get the right one. Spurway goes around the outside, thinks, well, I might as well keep it going. Maya Anderson's just had a little go. I'll have a go now. They'll come in. There's a bell. There's another sprint. 5 points on offer. Charlotte Spurway. There's Jenna Borthwick. She knows Spurway's a bit of a danger, so she's making him to take the high side round turn 2, but down the back straight. She's into 4th position in the sprint. Ella Wiley's in 2nd. Charlotte Spurway, Ella Wiley, going to come down. Who's going to take it? Go to the line. It's going to be close, but I think Charlotte Spurway may have got there on the inside. We'll wait for, of course, the judges to come up. Jenna Borthwick covering things. Now she goes to the front. Is she going to attack? Maya Anderson just trying to bridge that little gap. Does so. So we look at Jenna Borthwick. Already 3 gold medals in these championships. Won this, it's 4 starts, 4 wins. Of course, the other riders would love to stop her, particularly Prudence Fowler, Riley Ackroyd, Charlotte Spurway, Maya Anderson. Prudence Fowler is being very, very patient right now. Very patient indeed. The sprint points confirmed. Charlotte Spurway, Ella Wiley, Jenna Borthwick getting the 2. Maddie Douglas keeps her points tally ticking over with 1. And if you can get that 1 or 2 points consistently without using a whole lot of energy. Borthwick moves to 116, Prudence Fowler 108, Charlotte Spurway 105, Riley Ackroyd 104, but you go down to Georgia Cluth on 88, it's still tight. Take Georgia Cluth, if she takes a lap, puts it at 108, right back in the hunt for a medal.
Yes, very tight racing for these women's under-19 omnium riders, and it's great to see them being nice and aggressive out there and really attacking the front of the race. And the riders now just taking a bit of time out to recover, and no doubt they have 6 laps left till the next sprint. They will go full gas again. Be interesting to see if we do see a rider try and take a lap on the field, and see the riders as they do roll round. They look up at the leaderboard, just see where they sit, and they also have their coaches in the back straight there to give them any last minute words of wisdom, although it is hard to hear them out there.
Maddie Douglas moves through on the inside of the track. The pace is dropped off right now. It's often the case. They take in a few deep breaths, wait for the next sprint or for the next rider attack. They had 35. Next time they come down the home straight, it'll change over to 34 laps to go. So they're a big, tight group. This can be a dangerous situation as well, as the riders get tired, the concentration levels. If it's too tight and bunched, someone can just relax or get a little bit nervous or a little bit tired, tip a wheel. So you've got to watch your positioning. They look at the board, they're looking at each other, they're all looking at the leader of the race right now, following it everywhere on the track. Jenna Borthwick, like I said, Prudence Fowler's probably the big danger, been very, very patient. Still there in second position, only 8 points behind Jenna Borthwick, the Prudence Fowler.
And Borthwick only getting 2 points so far in this race, so she's been fairly quiet. It'll be interesting to see if she unleashes her attack later on. You can see the riders as they bunch up wide on the track. They do have to cover that extra distance, so that's Erin Downey again on the attack. That's the second time she's gone on the attack in this points race.
Erin Downey being pursued by Ella Wiley. Maya Anderson responds, tries to get onto the wheel of Ella Wiley. Erin Downey though, good to see Erin going into the bell. Gets it's got a little bit of a gap. Then we have Ella Wiley, Maya Anderson, the Southland rider making a big run around the outside as well, going down the back. And here comes Jenna Borthwick round the outside. She's 2 wide, she's going to be 3 wide. She's good on the track though, doesn't take any more space than she needs to. Goes through, takes the 5 points, the leader of the race. We'll just wait for the placings for the other riders. Great sprinting from Jenna Borthwick. Straight after that, Charlotte Spurway goes, well, let's see how much energy you've used up. I'm going to attack. Borthwick knew she had to respond straight away. Very good. She's breathing through her ears, but she responds straight away. Covered the move of Charlotte Spurway. Good tactics on Spurway. They attack the field straight after the sprint, especially if you've missed out on a point. You might get a gap, and they've created a little bit of a gap as riders start to sit up, and Ella Wiley has to bring the 4 chasers back together. Spurway, though, she's not going to lie down and die on this. She's going to keep attacking. So down the back straight goes Charlotte Spurway, travelling very nicely as well. Now we see Prudence Fowler goes, well, we'll just keep putting the pressure on. Jenna Borthwick might be hurting a little bit. Borthwick took the sprint from Ackroyd, Green and Wiley getting the 1 point. 27 to go. The race is starting to stretch apart. The elastic is starting to snap. Erin Downey's gone from the front to the back, so she's paying the price for lighting a few too many of those matches. The pack is starting to run out, but the pace can change in the race and you can get right back into it. On the front, Prudence Fowler just putting the pressure on. Jenna Borthwick sits back nice and patiently, follows Maya Anderson down the back, and it's back together. Jenna Borthwick can have a little sigh of relief. She sits top of the leaderboard, 121's, extended her lead with the win in the last sprint. Very good riding, coached by Terry Jide. Now he is absolutely one of the best in the business. Seen a few of these.
You certainly need to position yourself up the front, and Jenna Borthwick's case, you want a lead of at least 10 points, more than 10 points. In fact, 11 points if you want to secure yourself the win, because that last sprint obviously is 10 points on the line. So even if you come nowhere and someone else wins it, they can't overtake you if you're 11 points ahead. And again, looks like we have Spurway on the attack. Spurway's obviously conserved a bit of energy in the earlier races. She's currently sitting in 4th spot. I'll tell you what, she's just 3 points off 2nd place. So everything's up in the air for these under-19 women omnium riders.
Charlotte Spurway, she's got a big heart, doesn't mind going, and of course, straight away, Prudence Fowler has to cover down the back. She knows Charlotte Spurway is in a real threat in the race, so it's being covered by Prudence Fowler as they all group up a little bit again, and the pace just settles down. Maddie Douglas has a little sneaky look at the leaderboard, and the Georgia Cluth riding well, just a good positional riding, just got to get the rub of the green, as we see one of the Contemporaries just going to lose a lap, but that's okay. You can jump back in. You can also take the points, and there's some points on offer next time round. So straight away, we have an attack off the front. Amy Blackmore, good little move from Amy Blackmore. They're all chasing down the back. Some of the riders are getting tired. You can see the movement in the body, the reaction when they go around the outside, so they're starting to fatigue. Remember, this is their 4th endurance event of the day. They've completed 3. Amy Blackmore, Prudence Fowler, Jenna Borthwick, though, covers it, gets 2 points. She made sure she still scored in the sprint. That she's just got to keep chipping away. She'll have a look. There's only 20 to go. How's she feeling? Remember, they've got no water bottles. It's around 35, 36 degrees inside the velodrome. They can't stop for a drink. And straight away, if there was a red jersey on offer for the most aggressive rider. It would go to this lady out front, Charlotte Spurway. And she is not going to give up. She's going to keep trying. And that's a good move right now because 1 or 2 riders behind, they don't necessarily have to chase her if they're feeling the pinch. And if you're down there in 8th, 9th place, don't worry about chasing Charlotte Spurway. Leave it to the others. Maya Anderson goes, well, I'll get after her. She's a threat. And if I can join her, we will be in with a chance maybe of taking a lap.
Yes, it'll be a great team. Maya Anderson and Charlotte Spurway, both 2 very aggressive riders and no doubt keen to take a lap on the field. It's just 4th and 5th position.
We'll update the leaderboard. Jenna Borthwick, 123. Prudence Fowler, 111. Riley Ackroyd, 107. Spurway's at 105. The other top 4. Then we have Maya Anderson on 94. So Charlotte Spurway, she's there or thereabouts for a medal. She's trying hard right in this bike race with 16 laps to go. Couple more sprints as we see Ella Wiley just having a little look over her shoulder. Who's there? It's a little bit of a lull. Everyone takes a deep breath. After that, Ella Wiley goes, well, if you're all having a little bit of a rest, I'll get out of the saddle. Prudence Fowler goes straight away. No, Ella Wiley is a very good rider, so she goes after her. Ella Wiley, Prudence Fowler. Now, who's going to respond? Charlotte Spurway goes, well, I have been on a lot of work. I'm a little bit tired. Erin Downey, she is 1 down, doesn't have to chase right now. So this is a good move from Prudence Fowler. Jenna Borthwick trapped back on the inside behind Maya Anderson. So someone responds, it's another Canterbury rider, goes, well, let's see if we can pick up the pace. Ella Wiley, Prudence Fowler. Erin Downey swings up. Maya Anderson's in no rush right now. Prudence Fowler's up the track. So she's just controlling a little bit at the moment for her Waikato teammate. Now around the outside, Jenna Borthwick, but Maya Anderson making it go 1 wide, 1 high. Jenna Borthwick can be patient though. She's got enough points in the bag. She just has to keep ticking them over right now. If you look, 121, 111, 10 points between them. Sure, there's 10 on the last, but Jenna Borthwick only needs to place. She'll know that. She'll look at the leaderboard. She'll stay calm. The calm is 12 on the board, still out front. Ella Wiley swings up the track. Maya Anderson moves up. Jenna Borthwick goes up as well. She's not too worried about the situation. Amy Blackmore will roll through. Jenna Borthwick goes, well, there's 11 to go. There's a spell lap coming up. I will get myself into a position to score some points. Prudence Fowler going through now. Jenna Borthwick. Also a big charge coming around the outside from the Southland rider, Riley Ackroyd. Ackroyd goes over the top of Jenna Borthwick down the back. His Southland teammates trying to do the same, but Borthwick's going to fight hard for that 1 point that's on offer. She might even try and get up for another one if she can make it. No, she's going to settle for the 4th. That's 1 point, keeps the table ticking over. That's all you need to do. And the break at the front is brought back together. So Prudence Fowler settles in. There'll be 9 to go next time around. 1 more sprint, double points, but Jenna Borthwick, she is in a strong position. She has got a 10-point advantage. I don't think the last sprint's been updated, so there we go. It is 5, 3, 2, and 1. Borthwick got the point. 5 sprints completed in the under-19 Omnium. There's the leaderboard. It's still 124, 114 to Fowler. Ackroyd is on 109. Spurway chasing hard for the medal. That's where the race is right now. But it's not over. If Jenna Borthwick wasn't to score a point, if Prudence Fowler was to win, they would be tied on points. And we will get clarification. Sometimes, like in the road race, it's the number of sprints you've won in between. Sometimes it's the position you've crossed the line in the final sprint.
Yeah, so it's very close all of a sudden after Prudence Fowler's attack. And it'll be interesting to see. It's all about recovery as well as sprint. So Maya Anderson now goes on the charge out front. The Waikato Bay of Plenty rider does not want to end this race wishing she had done something else. So she's leaving it all out there. Maya Anderson in 5th spot at the moment.
Well, that will suit Jenna Borthwick, letting someone go up the track, take the 10 points. She won't have to worry, so she can just follow the wheels right now, but it's back together, so she goes to the front. Prudence Fowler goes underneath her. Jenna Borthwick will know that and just keep a little eye on her. As long as she finishes there or thereabouts with it, she will be okay to take her 4th gold medal. Pretty unbelievable, really. 4 starts, 4 golds. The young Cantabrian riding extremely well. They bunch up. Next time past us, they go down the back. They'll come past us. It will be 4 laps on the board. One more sprint, the last roll of the dice. The 4th event of the day in the under-19 omnium. That 3 wide across 3. There's 9, there's another 3 at the back. 1 or 2. So Charlotte Spurway's tried hard, really deserves something. She might launch something. She can still get herself on the podium. Charlotte Spurway, she's the rider just at the back at the moment in the orange shoes. Her legs will be tired, but can she find that last bit, maybe to launch an attack and get the 10 points? That'll put a fair bit of pressure on Riley Ackroyd. So they'll be watching each other. 3 to go. They're all looking. Erin Downey goes through on the inside of the track. Charlotte Spurway on the outside moves up into 3rd position, being tracked by Ella Wiley. Maya Anderson on the outside. Where's Jenna Borthwick? She just sits at the back at the moment, keeping a close eye on things. Midfield, she won't want to get herself into any sort of trouble, so she'll probably move herself out of there, and she does that exactly. Moves up on the outside of the track. It's just starting to roll a little bit, not surprised. She's had a big weekend. Charlotte Spurway goes right to the front. The lap board will change. It's on 1. We're on the bell lap. We're on the last. Here we go. The last sprint, the last roll of the dice in the under-19 women's omnium. And it is on down the back straight. Riley Ackroyd. Riley Ackroyd trying to get over the top of Charlotte Spurway. But look at Charlotte Spurway. She is absolutely flying. Prudence Fowler's in the mix, but Prudence Fowler is being tracked all the way by Jenna Borthwick. And they come down to the line. It's tight in the last sprint. We'll give it to Riley Ackroyd in the middle. We'll wait for the photo finish. We'll see what happens. Jenna Borthwick, though, 4 starts. Of course, provisionally, it'll be 4 wins. I don't think she's lost that in that sprint. She definitely wouldn't have. Brilliant riding from the young Canterbury rider. What a superstar, Jenna Borthwick. She can celebrate. Well, very good final race in the under-19 women's omnium. Good aggressive racing, good close competition. That'll make Ross Majeski very happy. Having a look at that, sitting in the stands, seeing that sort of commitment, that sort of competition and the next generation of riders coming through. Here at the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under-19, because we've had Para as well, Track Cycling Championships. Some good performances last night from our Para riders. Devon Briggs taking the gold in the individual pursuit. Young man, having to ride 4,000 metres, such a long way, but brilliant performance from him. Well, the under-19 men, they've got a tough act to follow because that was a very, very good race. They will be coming up for their omnium as we see them circulating around in the elite men, circulating around in the infield. Just waiting. Jenna Borthwick on 1:24. Prudence Fowler 1:14. Riley Ackroyd 1:08. Charlotte Spurway tried so hard, just missing out. Comes off the track, the riders are looking pretty tired as they get off and exit. They'll go down, warm down. Lots of them will have other events to come. This is day 3 of the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships. So Jenna Borthwick, 3 days, 4 events, 4 gold medals. Doesn't get much better than that. There she goes. Coming off the track. Looks like she's still got plenty of energy, really. Riders still ticking over. Riders have just come off the track. They will head over to their pits, warm down. The elite men, they will be getting ready to come up. The elite men's competition. There they go, making their way up onto the track. They'll come around, line up in position. If you have just joined us on Sky Sport Next, this is the 3rd day of competition at the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite Under-19 Track National Championships. A big weekend for Cycling New Zealand. Of course, it will be completed now, but Steve Stannard having the gravel and tar, the UCI race. gravel and tar race down there in the Manawatu, and saw some photos earlier in the day of some of the riders taking part in that, and it looked to be an amazing day. Of course, the UCI Continental teams are racing that, and we'll be interested to see how Black Spokes Pro Cycling Academy went in their second outing here in New Zealand. Of course, Aaron Gates on track duty, so they won't be able to rely on him. It'll be lots of Hayden McCormick, Luke Mudgeway doing the work. Also, the track championships, the track championships are on here in Cambridge, but down in Dunedin we have the mountain bike National and Oceania Championships on. Some fantastic racing, Signal Hill and Dunedin. If you're in the area, get down there. You can't miss it. It's such a good event. You'll be able to go to Emerson's, catch up with all the mountain bikers in town. Here we go, they're lining up on the fence. Corbin Strong is your leader from Southland. He has 114 points. Regan Goff, he is on the front down on the skirt of the track in the orange on 110. Kean Watts, race for Waikato Bay Plenty on 106 along with Nick Kurgazu. George Jackson is on 102. Ollie Jones on 88. Griffin Spencer 78. Samuel Miller also on 78. Lewis Hodgkinson 76. Tate Somerville, he is on 10 points. This is the points race. Corbin Strong, his previous results in the other three races. In the scratch race, he finished 4th. In the tempo race, he was 1st. In the elimination race, he was 1st. So he carries the same number of points through to this as Jenna Borthwick did, almost with exactly the same performances, just the results in different events. Regan Goff, very consistent as always. Regan Goff, 2nd in the scratch, 4th in the tempo, 2nd in the elimination. Kean Watts, 1st in the scratch, 6th in the tempo, 3rd in the elimination. So you can see, you got to be consistent, got to stay on the leaderboard. Kean Watts is 2nd wheel, Nick Kurgagu is 3rd wheel. Corbin Strong goes to the top of the track, has a little look, just goes down. I'll drop onto the wheel of Regan Goff, thank you very much. Races, Regan Goff, great to see him on the track. Of course, a former junior world champion, Teams Pursuit world champion. Down there in Waipukurau. Of course, Hope Ross Pepper's looking on. Great to see the Ross Pepper Trophy handed out during the presentations. Roscoe, one of the most experienced men in cycling. Here's the Colour Plus store in Waipukurau. Used to look after the likes of Paul Medhurst and many others on the 6-day circuit. Also looked after many New Zealand national teams over the years and big races in Europe. So a great head to have in that part of the world. And of course, we'll be heading down there later in the year for the age group, or the Club National Road Championships in his hometown. So we look forward to catching up with Roscoe down there. Regan Goff decides, well, we've warmed up, we've done 5 laps. It's time to pick the pace up, stretch the legs. Some of the other riders aren't quite as keen to do that right now. And they'll just roll around. Corbin Strong, one of them. He goes, oh, wait, I'm sprinting pretty well. So if you want to take this from me, you might have to attack me because I'll just keep scoring points in the sprints. The little man from Southland, he's really crafty. If you're watching at home, just watch how he rides. Watch how many of these riders, if you're a young rider, look at how they create space in a tight situation. Look what they do with their hips. Look what they do with their shoulders. Look how they move on their bike. Just a little flick here and there can create quite a lot of space for them in a tight bunch situation. Look where they position their wheels. They never get caught out very often on the inside of a wheel, tight on the bottom of the track. They're always looking for space to roll around. Big George Jackson drops in the middle in 4th wheel. Kean Watts. That's Kean Watts on 4th wheel. He lies in 3rd place overall. Kean Watts, Junior World Madison champion with Lawrence Pithy. As we see the first bell, the first sprint coming up. Nick Kurgagu's go, well, I'll open up my account if I can. Corbin Strong's covering it. Can Corbin Strong roll around, come over the top? Yes, he does. He's sprinting so well. The young man from Southland takes the 5 points. Now the pace will go down the back. It's going to be poured on. They're not going to let up after the sprints, these boys. Not for quite a few laps. You'll get to 60 and they might go, okay, we'll have a little bit of a lull. But not always. They often just keep going and going and going. Corbin Strong will be keeping an eye on things. George Jackson this time takes over on the front and swings up. Rides for the New Zealand Cycling Project team. the colours of SBS. Very aggressive rider right throughout the New Zealand Cycle Classic. So unlucky not to get a jersey on all of the stages because he was in the moves every day. It gave him good preparation to come into the endurance events here. Many of the others were there as well who are competing. Nick Kukazoo, Corbin Strong winning the under-23 classification. The Canterbury riders, as we talked about yesterday, riding on some of these 6-day circuits as well. The other riders that have just come off the track, they're down in the pits cooling down. They've got plenty of time. There's 86 laps on the board. 100 is the laps. Ollie Jones, there's the big Canterbury man leading them down the back right now. Kian Watt swings up. Regan Goff has a little look. George Jackson goes through. 85. If you get the opportunity, you see what the riders are doing in the pits, particularly as they warming up for individual or tough events. Look at their warm-up process. Look at how they stretch. If you're a young rider at home, it's not just all about on the bike. There's a lot of stuff done off the bike these days. A little bit of a mishap. A couple of riders coming down in turn 2. They look okay. Corbin Strong, one of the riders, the leader of the race, just picks himself up, has a little look. You're allowed a few laps out just to check everything is A-OK. Hop back on your bike. At the front of the bike race, George Jackson. It's split up a little bit. George Jackson leads, being chased by the big Cantabrian Ollie Jones. Powerful rider, so if you've crashed, you can jump back on, get the bike checked out. Looks like Kian Watts and Corbin Strong, the two riders to come down on this, so they may miss out on the next sprint if they don't get back on the bike on the overall standings. They are sitting 1 and 3, so Regan Goff may benefit from this, pick up some points. Bell goes. He just sits at the back, so he's not going to chase it while his two main rivals are on the deck. Who's sporting of Regan Goff. He could have gone after the points there and picked up the points as we go. There's the leader back on the track, Corbin Strong. George Jackson takes the points from Ollie Jones. So Corbin Strong, high on the track. He's going to rejoin, so he missed out on that sprint, but he's okay. Just picks the skin suit off the skin. It's probably stuck a little bit after being burnt on the boards. We'll see where Kian Watts is. He'll be coming back in, take some of our pulls off. Yep, Kian Watts got a little bit of black on him. But both riders, 1 and 3 overall. George Jackson, Ollie Jones, Lewis Hodgkinson, Nick Kuzugou, the 4 riders to score in that last sprint as we were looking at things on and off the track. But all riders are back in contention with 78 to go. Long race for these riders. Kian Watts slots in. George Jackson goes in there. You okay, mate? Just see how his Waikato teammate is. Corbin Strong leads on 119. Regan Goff, Nick Kukazoo on 110. Kian Watts and George Jackson at 107. It doesn't get much tighter. Ollie Jones on 91. Sam Miller on 80. Nobody is out of this right now as it sits in the overall classification. They are all in the hunt for a medal. It's just what colour and what can they do to stop the man that dominated the points race last night. He slid off, he slid down the track. He's just moved from the front to the back and onto the wheel of the Cantabrian rider. And following him around is Kian Watts. Hopefully they don't get too close and decide to bump shoulders again. Pace just being kept nice and steady. It settles down. Sam Miller on the front. Bernie's having a look at the track over there just to make sure it's no splinters or that sticking up. He's having a look between turn 1 and 2. The race will be neutralised if there was any damage to the track and it needed repaired, but he walks away, he seems okay. He'll probably pop back out now that the riders have gone past. Of course, the tyres, they're not very thick. They're made of very light latex and silk with a thin strip of rubber. They're pumped up to 200 plus PSI. So you doesn't need much to make them go bang.
Need to see the pace has been on majority of this race for these riders as they all string out behind each other looking to gain some draft, and a few more riders in the women's under-19 race, so riders able to hide a little bit more. But we saw in the women's elite points race earlier, only 8 people, and it's very hard. It means you need to do a lot of work at the front. So Corbin Strong at the front now, by the looks of things. And following him, we have number 16 coming around the outside. Lewis Hodgkinson. So Lewis Hodgkinson rivaling Corbin Strong for points, but no, Corbin Strong has come back. Some very good form. So Corbin Strong, Nick Kirkazoo and George Jackson also there in the action. So it's between those three, and it looks like Corbin Strong is going to continue his efforts here. The other riders back further down the field, they are just tucking in behind, using their aerodynamics to the best of their ability so that they can draft from the rider in front. It's a quick pace out there, but you can see the maturity of these riders. They just slot in and put in the effort when they need to. Just enough effort to keep up and to keep in the pace line so that they don't fall off and make it a hell of a lot harder for themselves. So riders just rolling through again. 7 sprints remaining. Only a third of the way through the race now. And if we have a look at the leaderboard after the sprint, so Confirmation Strong will take the sprint from Kirkazoo, Watts and Jones. So really sharing the points round by the looks of things, these riders, but at the top of the leaderboard still Corbin Strong from Nick Kirkazoo, Regan Goff, Keirin Watts, and again a real battle for that silver medal. And tell you what, Corbin Strong is not out of contention for that gold medal. He's going to have to fight right to the end. So Regan Goff just pulling through, and having a look at the riders out there on the track, we have a number of these riders that are going to the World Championships later this month. They've been selected in the Elite New Zealand team. That rider just rolled off the front. There's Corbin Strong, he's heading along. In second wheel we have Nick Kirkazoo, he's also been selected. And in the yellow colours out there, Regan Goff also heading along to the World Championships. And it's the right time to be informed leading into the Olympics. 3rd of August, the track cycling will kick off at the Olympics. All about tactics in this points race. It's the final race of the day. You can go out there with a plan, but you never quite know how you're going to feel until you get a few sprints under your legs, whether you're going to have the endurance to keep going right to the last sprint, which is most important. And we see an attack coming over the top now. It looks like Jones, the large frame of Jones, attacks with 1 lap till the next sprint. So it's Jones from Jackson and Goff also there in the action. And you can see Goff goes to attack, and Rare coming around the outside is, and he has to just settle in for 4th spot for Corbin Strong, but it's going to be a race at the front. So Jackson, Goff and Strong, and also there in the mix right at the bottom, Ollie Jones. And a great effort from some of these youngsters making the transition up from the juniors, Ollie Jones being one of them in the Canterbury colours up the front. It's not easy, that transition, but he's made it reasonably seamless over a couple of years. So the riders are just keeping a close eye on each other out there, and we've lost a rider off the back, just with the pace and the heat inside the velodrome. It was a very tough race. It'll be interesting to see, or even talk to some of the riders after the racing, just hear what sort of tactics they had taken into this race. Had they chosen to try and get a lap on the field at some stage? Had they decided to attack the first couple of sprints and relax for the last couple of sprints? Or did they plan on attacking the middle sprints and seeing what sort of reaction they get from the group? You never quite know what your competitors' tactics are until you start getting out there racing, and even when you know, or you think you know, you don't. So you have to come in with an A, B, C, D plan, and we can see the riders rolling through now. 6 laps till the next sprint, almost halfway through the race. And pace is high yet again. These riders all looking to draft off each other. Regan Goff leads the bunch through. Now Corbin Strong.
.54 laps on the scoreboard. Regan Goff giving himself a good workout, being covered by Corbin Strong. The pace has been on. There's still a few riders in this race in contention. All the medals. George Jackson taking a few deep breaths on the back. He's still in this. Young man in the colours of Waikato, Kiam Watts. He was one of the riders to fall, along with the race leader, Corbin Strong. So 2 riders decide, well, we'll just have a little look off the front. It's going to be hard for someone to get away at the moment. The pace they're rolling around at, there would have to be a real lull. Regan Goff has a look up the track and sees the race leader, Corbin Strong, just drift to the back onto the wheel of Nick Kurgazoo. George Jackson applies the pressure down the back. He's got a little bit much horsepower for the other riders. Moves clear. George Jackson, this could be a good move from George Jackson. There's 50 on the board. They're at the halfway stage. Takes the 5. What's he going to do? He might just ease up. Lewis Hodgkinson, a very good performance from him. He's riding well. Very, very well, in fact, in this very classy field. Of course, he's come up through the Speed League down there in Wellington. And another little dab off the front, Griffin Spencer. These guys, they still have opportunities if the pace drops to get away. George Jackson, Lewis Hodgkinson, Griffin Spencer and Samuel Miller were the riders that scored in sprint number 5. Corbin Strong still at the top on 126. Jackson moves up to second on 117. Goff on 130 and along with Kurgazoo. Jones on 93. So the lead changes a little bit. George Jackson's got himself into medal contention. Now you've got to have the legs, the horsepower to keep things going over the next 47 laps. That's right, there's still 47 to go. And when you see someone like Nick Kurgazoo just gritting the teeth, Kilo Kurgi rode the 1 minute. Tell you what, if you could put that in the middle of the race, it would do some damage. But after 50 laps in the legs, you might save it to the end. Ollie Jones of Canterbury moves up. Now, there's only 5 riders left at the front of the bike race. George Jackson being one of them, sits second wheel.
It's a tough race out there for these riders, and just 5 remaining, and you're only just over halfway through the race. Could make it very tough for all riders out there, the ones at the back and the ones at the front. But we'll soon see sort of endurance they have in their legs, and we look to have lost Ollie Jones now too. So the pace line is heating up at the front. Those 3 riders that are heading off to Worlds later in the month, they're there in the action. They're pushing the pace at the front of the race.
Yeah, George Jackson, he's in the HP sandwich right now. He's the one that's not there, so he'll just cover. They'll try and give him a good workover as well, though. They'll want to keep the medals amongst the team if possible. But he's been around some big bike races. He won't be afraid, of course, from Wellington originally. George Jackson, part of the Junior Worlds Teams Pursuit winning team. Transitioned into the senior ranks, as I mentioned earlier, rides for New Zealand Cycling Project. So he's handy on the track and the endurance bunch events, very handy on the road. Regan Goff. The pace just drops back a little bit. Jones makes contact again, so that is good to see. Didn't drop the lap, just the pace dropping off. So we just look through the field. How's the eyes? You're looking to see who's doing what. So there's George Jackson just trying to move up a little bit around the outside for the sprint. Getting himself, he just wants to keep the points ticking over. Nick Kurgazoo gets out of his seat. The New Zealand team riders, 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Then George Jackson just relaxed, takes a point. Nick Kurgazoo gets the 3. Corbin Strong just nicks them on the line. He's very nippy in the sprint. We saw that in the points race last night. He's showing that again. They might just want to roll around and share the points. Corbin Strong says, no, we're still in a bike race, boys. We're still in a bike race. There's points on offer. There's a finish line there. If I can get them, I'll take them. No gifts. Yeah, who said that famously one day? Some guy that used to ride a big, long race in France. So there we see Ollie Jones swing up the track. Corbin Strong taking the points. There's an update of the leaderboard. He's on 131, Jackson on 118. 2 points back to Regan Goff. Nick Kerziger a further point behind in fourth on 115. Ollie Jones on 93, but he's been hanging by the skin of his teeth. But he's back in there if he can recover, and this is what can happen in such a long race. You can go through a real bad patch. If you get back into the group and it just settles enough, you can recover and you can somehow find the energy to get yourself some points. You're right back in the mix. So that's the man that's got to do that right now. He leads them down the back. Ollie Jones of Canterbury moves up, has a little look. They're all there. The big field of riders that are left, all 7 of them right now in the front group. Rider number 13, Griffin Spencer. Might have dropped a lap, but he's still in it. Still in the bike race.
Still very close at the top of the leaderboard, Del. See Corbin Strong's over 10 points ahead, so he's quite comfortable there. However, that silver medal, there's only 3 points in it between George Jackson, Regan Goff and Nick Kerziger. It's going to be a seriously close race for those medals, and someone's going to miss out.
Ollie Jones still rides on the front, riding a tempo. Sometimes a good way to recover, just sit on the front, find the breath, ride your own pace. Don't let the others dictate the pace. The race leader, he's got a little bit of markings on the skin suit from the track when he slid down, but he's in there. He's a tough cookie. Look at the way he sits on his bike, just slots in onto the wheel of George Jackson. They got 33 laps to go in this race. They started, there were 100 on the board, 3/4 of the way through. Regan Goff always looks comfortable. Expect them to just go bang and light the fuse at some stage, because a former record holder in the individual pursuit, one of the fastest rides at the time in the world when he rode that. He may have even been a record holder. I think he was a 3:18 or something. So times have moved quite quickly. When you see today Lawrence Pithy riding a 16, Finn Fisher back with his 0708, the world record, and we're seeing young Jack Carswell doing world's best times in the 2,000 metres for his age group. So we've got plenty of fast men coming through as well. There's the big pace being put on by Griffin Spencer down the back. Oh, look, we said Ollie Jones might recover. He is going to go after the points anyway. Ollie Jones, has he got the legs to hold off and take it? He's going the line. Corbin Strong comes and goes, oh, I'm just that little bit quicker. But Ollie Jones gets second. George Jackson scored, follows Corbin Strong straight away. Good move from George Jackson. Follow the little man from Southland. I don't know, he's like a bit like Lawrence Pithy, I'm sure. They reckon they haven't, but they must have some sort of battery pack connected to that little thing that sometimes sits under the seat. They plug it in, the turbo goes. Ollie Jones got the sprint, but now the lights are gone out. Regan Goff goes, I can't let these two get away. I need to cover them. Good acceleration from Regan Goff from the East Coast North Island to close the gap up. Has he got there? Not quite yet. Corbin Strong applies the pressure. Goff, Kerziger make contact. There's 4 at the front of the bike race. Maybe 5 in a moment. Corbin Strong takes sprint number 7 from Ollie Jones, George Jackson and Griffin Spencer. The leaderboard, 136, 16 clear. George Jackson defends that silver medal position on 124 back. Regan Goff, Nick Kerziger a further point behind on 115. And they are all in it. George Jackson riding out of his skin right now, defending that silver medal position. There's still 27 laps on the board, 26. It's just changed as they come into the straight. 26 laps on the board. And the pace right now, they go, we've been doing really high 50s. We'll just back off to about 54. Have a little bit of recovery before we start trying to smash each other again. Ollie Jones says, well, just wait a little bit longer. Let me get back in it, please. I don't want to be out of it. I sit there in 5th place. Puts his head down. Asks for a little bit of help. Yeah. But there's not much firepower coming. So Ollie Jones just backed off. 5 riders at the front with 24 on the board. They spread across the track. Now it's a little bit like a training exercise.
Regan Goff had to put in a fair effort to get back on the bunch earlier, along with Nick Kerziger, and you can tell these 2 riders are trying to slow the pace at the front here. They are certainly feeling it in the legs. Lactic acid is built up, and they are now trying to clear it prior to the next sprint. Just 3 sprints remaining for these riders. They're certainly at the pointy end of the race.
Regan Goff decides, well, we'll just attack with him. The man you'd expect at the top of the leaderboard covering everything. Corbin Strong moves away. George Jackson's up. Nick Kurzer goes, mate, if you want to hunt him down, you're going to have to go yourself. So George Jackson goes, well, I will. So we've gone from having 5, the bell goes. George Jackson looks over his shoulder. What's he going to do? Nick Kurzer goes there. Who's hunting him? George Jackson sits in second. Regan Goff's gone. He's in third place overall. So Regan Goff, Corbin Strong out front. George Jackson's going to get rolled by Nick Kurzigo for the points, but it comes back together. Now a little bit of tactics amongst the New Zealand teammates. But of course they're all thinking of a medal as well. So 20. George Jackson now, it's swinging, just covering things. You'll have to watch. New Zealand national team don't like someone getting in their way, getting between them on the podium. Corbin Strong goes, oh, well, I'll just go up the track. I'm not going to play your games. Puts his head down. Regan Goff swings up. George Jackson takes over. Doesn't really need to chase. He's not going to close the gap on Corbin Strong. He just needs to keep an eye on the riders that are with him. Nick Kurzigo, Regan Goff. So he can leave Corbin Strong out there on his own. Swing up the track. Regan Goff goes. Kurzigo decides not to respond, so same little tactic as before. George Jackson gets backed up a little bit. There he goes. Kurzigo goes up. Good move. That's good. The race at the moment right now is between these two, the third and fourth riders on the track. The little game is being played. George Jackson, there he goes. Kicks up onto the back. He might go straight past them, but that could be dangerous with 17 to go. Just slots in. It's all back together. 4 riders in the front, 16 on the board. Well, there's not many in the race. It doesn't have to be to make it exciting when there's these sorts of tactics, little games going on. Corbin Strong covers Regan Goff.
So
George Jackson looking good in the middle right now, but he is getting a little bit of a working over, but he's been responding. George Jackson, 15 on the board. So he goes to the front. Corbin Strong slots in on the wheel of Regan Goff. I'm sure Regan Goff's going to light the fuse at some stage. Nick Kurzigo goes up the track, plays on the wheel of George Jackson. Goff drops down, and the other 3 riders are going to make contact, so that'll change the dynamics of the front group again. 14 to go. Who's going to be doing what? Who can recover? Who can do something? George Jackson, he might say, oh, don't get him away, but help me if you can. Ollie Jones, he's back up there. 13 to go, 13 on the board. This is fun, this is good, it's tactical. This is when you start playing with your mates outside, doing stuff on the park, on the tennis courts, in the grass, learning to move your bike around, play games with each other, position yourself. Goff goes up to cover Jackson. Jackson just stays up there, stays high, now drops down onto towards the back. Now he's got to be careful here not to get behind some tired riders if the pace goes on. Corbin Strong is on the front, moves up, has a look. There's 12 on the board, they'll get 11 next time. The bell will go for the sprint. George Jackson sits in third. They come down, the bell, Wayne Selby goes to the bell, he'll give it a good bang. So his number, it's Lewis Hodgkinson going through. He's ridden a good little race, his head's going from side to side, he's getting tired. George Jackson goes, well, I'll just hit you, here we go. Regan Goff's having to respond. George Jackson's putting in a big effort. Oh, I'm not going to lie down. George Jackson comes through, takes the 5. Oh, take that, you guys. It should have clicked over. The pace is on. Spreading out everywhere. They come down. Who's got it? Corbin Strong, George Jackson, Regan Goff. 3. There'll soon be 4 at the front. Nick Kurzigo, he might have gone. It's a couple of kilos too far, this race. If it sits up, we'll wait for the points to come up on the screen. There we go. There's the sprint points for last time. George Jackson, Regan Goff, Corbin Strong, Sam Miller. The leaderboard, what's happened to the leaderboard? We'll have a look at that. There we go. It's changed over. Corbin Strong on 143. 126 versus 122. Second and third between Regan Goff and George Jackson. Nick Kurzigo on 117. Where's Kurgi on the track? He's back. Look at him. He is just about ready to put his teeth marks on the handlebars right now. So he goes down the back. George Jackson goes a high, has a little look. There's 7 to go. He might be starting to feel the pressure. He doesn't want to drop off. He's got to keep an eye on Regan Goff, see where he is. Regan Goff, he is a cagey character. Always looks like he's ready to go. Never looks like he's feeling the pressure. Flicks the elbow, swings up the track. Corbin strong, so this is good. Ollie Jones going out front. No one should really mind too much. He's been on and off. But he still digs deep. Keeps the pace on with 5 to go. 5 more laps in this very, very good Omnium. Corbin Strong sitting top of the leaderboard, repeating his performance from last night in the points race. Ollie Jones getting everything. There's Corbin Strong. He looks like he's just starting the race. He's got a couple of been out around the field and got the skin suit a little bit dirty. Has a look over his shoulder and goes, oh, I've got a little bit more gas. Oh, Nick Kersey's gone. I've been off the back. I'll go off the front. Here goes Regan Goff. Regan Goff's being tracked and chased hard by George Jackson. There's 3. This could be a long 3 laps. Oh, who's going to snap? Oh, Ollie Jones has gone. Regan Goff's trying pretty hard to get up there. George Jackson knows he's got to get onto the wheel of Regan Goff. Regan Goff, he can't get on top of onto the other 2. Corbin Strong's pouring it on. George Jackson goes through down the back. Nick Kirkazoo on the wheel of Corbin Strong. Corbin Strong's not waiting. He's going to come in and get the bell. 1 to go. George Jackson's popped Regan Goff. Nick Kirkazoo goes. Corbin Strong looks at the leaderboard, doesn't mind. George Jackson's coming around. Nick Kirkazoo's going to take the last sprint. That'll give him 10 points, but it won't be enough. Coming through. Here we go. Nick Kirkazoo, he's been in the hurt box for a long time. Corbin Strong takes it. Takes the points race. What a race by George Jackson. Well, you don't need a big field to make a really exciting race. That was some really classy racing right throughout the 100 laps. Lots of different tactics applied, lots of different things tried. Some succeeded, some didn't. It was a really entertaining race, and no doubt about your national Omnium champion, though, when he comes around. There he is, Corbin Strong. George Jackson in second. Great ride from him. Regan Goff tried everything, takes the bronze. There we go. That was a very exciting race. Loved it. Good to see Paige Patterson, really quality racing from these riders. Can't wait to see who's going to ride the Omnium at the World Championships. Nick Kirkazoo taking the last sprint from Corbin Strong, George Jackson. There's the leaderboard, 149 to Corbin Strong. George Jackson on 130, well-deserved silver medal. Nick Kirkazoo, 127. Regan Goff drops down to 4th with 122 points. Ollie Jones, brave ride in 5th place with 96. Sam Miller, Lewis Hodkinson, 2 very impressive rides from those young men, hanging in with this field in 6th and 7th.
Yeah, tell you what, that George Jackson is in the form of his life at the moment. I've never seen him riding better, and what a time to be doing it in this very important year for track cycling. Nick Kirkazoo, that last effort out there, pulled him up onto the podium. He overtook Regan Goff, and so some great inter-team rivalry. And great effort. Dominating performance from Corbin Strong yet again. He dominated the points race couple of nights ago, and he's out there again backing it up. And it takes some serious both mental and physical capacity to be able to do so, and capability. And it's great to see these Kiwi riders, these ones that are competing at the World Champs later this month, out there on the track and giving it absolutely everything. And that sort of quality really inspires the young ones coming through the ranks. Remember, we are on Sky Sport Next. And Sky Sport Next is a ground-breaking initiative made to support rising Kiwis athletes, showcase over 50 sports codes around New Zealand. This includes thousands of never-seen-before events, all free and right here on Sky Sport Next. Sky Sport Next is about funding codes in New Zealand to get their message out there to inspire more Kiwis to get involved and achieve well in something they love or can grow to love. This YouTube channel means that the content is free to air. Mums, dads, grandparents, mates can all watch and share their exploits of their homegrown stars for free, and then celebrate as their achievements are broadcast even further on Sky Sport. As the home of sport in New Zealand, Sky is all about all levels of sport, from grassroots right through to elite. Subscribe to the Sky Sport Next YouTube channel now for full access to our live stream events.
7:09 here in the velodrome. Just waiting for the next event to come up onto the track. But of course, we've talked a lot about the team for the World Championships in Berlin, Germany, that's coming up, the Vantage Elite team. Just in case you don't know who's in there, we'll let you know right now. And female endurance riders, Bronnie Bortha, Rushley Buchanan, Holly Edmondson, Kirsty James, Jamie Nelson. In the sprints, we have 3 riders, Elise Andrews, Natasha Hansen, Olivia Podmore. In the male endurance, Aaron Gate, Regan Goff, Jordan Kirby, Nick Kukazu, Campbell Stewart, Corbin Strong. All been seen in action right throughout these championships. The men's sprint team, well, can they bring home yet again another rainbow jersey? Sam Webster, Ethan Mitchell, Eddie Dawkins. They will be doing everything they can. Great to have Eddie back on the track. Coaches for the trip, looking after them. Make sure they do everything right when they're away. Renee Wolf is sprint. Ross Majeski, female endurance. Craig Palmer, male endurance. That's the team that'll be travelling to Berlin, Germany for the Elite World Championships coming up just in a few weeks' time. Very exciting times for us. It's Olympic year. Everyone will go to those World Championships trying to show what they've got, but not trying to show too much. They'll want the rainbow jerseys, but they want, you know, sometimes you don't want to go into the Olympics with the big target on your back, but any time there's a world title on offer, you want it. Shot of the coaches in the background there. That's the Canterbury crew. They've had a fantastic performance. They've built a really strong under-19 program down there. They've got some great coaches. They run a fantastic program. As Graham Hunt said a couple of days ago, you don't always have to have the world's best facilities to create world-class athletes. You just need a great group of really committed, passionate people, and the riders that want to achieve, and the coaches do a great job of making it fun, competitive, and creating that environment that young athletes want to be a part of. And we're seeing that at these championships with the strength of the Canterbury under-19 squad. 3 gold medals to Lawrence Pithy, 4 gold medals to Jenna Borthwick. And as Lawrence Pithy, there he goes, 110 onto the front, lining up for the points race and the 19 men's points race. So you've seen the points race now, you know what it's all about. Doesn't matter whether it's a straight points race, a points race and an omnium, they run exactly the same way. So you know what is going on. They're going to clock up 20 kilometres. They'll have 80 laps of the track for the 20 kilometre journey. So who can stop Lawrence Pithy? He might want 4 goals. Jenna Borthwick's done it. He will want 4 as well. He said he was feeling a little bit tired. Legs were getting a little bit sore. His are hurting. Some of the others will be screaming. Michael Richmond's in the field, West Coast North Island, had a very good ride, getting a medal earlier in the competition. Kao Lart, we saw him in the sprints. He is also starting. The colours of Tasman. Ryan McLeod, always a big, good-sized Canterbury crew. Ryan McLeod, Matthew Owensworth. Max Williams from the East Coast came close in the kilo, very close. Photo finish, Sebastian Lip, who went on to win the sprint title. Men's under-19 points race, 20 kilometres, big field, full field, lined up on the fence. The fans, that's the fans trying to keep you cool. In the seats, it hasn't cooled down too much, even though we've gone past 7 p.m. Outside, it's still in the high 20s. And here, it will be in the 30s. It might have dropped a degree. You might get 33 instead of 35. It's 2 degrees. So they get underway, the neutral lap. 80 on the board, 8 sprints. As I said, it's exactly the same. If you do crash, have a mishap, you've got a couple of laps out to get back into the race. The under-19 men's points race, there's generally a fair bit of action going on. They've seen how to do it. If they watch the Elite Men's Omnium, that was a pretty good idea of how to ride a points race, or if you watched Corbin Strong last night, that was a masterclass in points race riding. So who can do that today in this? Can anyone stop Lawrence Pithy? He's like the juggernaut. Goes to the front and he'll tear you apart. He could take some laps in this. Max Williams is also more than capable of pulling out some really big results. Mitchell Fitzsimmons, Navarre Brotherston, very good, smart rider. Matthew Owensworth as well, rides very cleverly, positions himself well, has a really good sprint also. Peter Fish, he won't be out of it. We'll see how it settles down. Who launches the first attack? We'll let them roll around and just make themselves familiar with each other. Ben Connell's in there as well from Auckland. He is the rider at third wheel with the green gloves on. Going down the back, Michael Richmond, as I mentioned, medalled. He is in the colours of West Coast North Island, big tall rider. As they come into the home straight, he sits on fourth wheel. So the riders, they've raced, many of these riders started at under 15 level, they're at under 19, so they've developed at different stages. You've seen some struggle when they're younger as under 15s, and now that they're sort of the rock stars of the division. There's others like Lawrence Pithy, been a rock star in every division. Started mainly time trialling, out of the Canterbury Time Trial Association. We see Max Williams decide, well, I'll just lift the tempo a little bit down the back, see if I can repeat a performance like Regan Goff, but see if I can get myself a medal, not fourth place. That's what he'll be after. Of course, he's supported by my ride down there in the Hawke's Bay. Ben Connell wears 101, Tate Somerville, he's in here.
As these riders have made their way up into the under-19s, it's their first chance to make a New Zealand national team. And the selectors will be keeping a very close eye on the two races these riders have had today, both the individual pursuit, usually picking riders from that race for the team pursuit, and then this race also for both the points race at the World Champs and also the Omnium events. It's this race that shows the true class of a rider, someone that's got both endurance, technical and tactical ability, really ticks all boxes this race.
So here we go, they'll come around, they will get the bell this time. The first sprint, 5 points, it's Max Williams on the front. Carolart slotted himself in nicely. So remember, he rode very well in the sprint competition. If the pace isn't too high, isn't too hard throughout the long endurance race, he'll be able to score a few points. He's just not chasing this one. He's just going to be patient and wait. Lawrence Pithy, there you go. I'll just go straight away, take the 5 and keep the pressure on down the back. Max Williams covers him straight away. Pierce Gatley, really impressive last night. Bitterly disappointed he didn't get a medal in the Omnium. Now's his chance in the points race. He's just got to be patient, just get the scoreboard ticking over. He's in the Waikato colours with the long black sort of gyro helmet, just going past the APL sign. Max Williams, if you want to see where Pierce is, he's just by Max Williams on the track. So also the colours of Mid-South Canterbury, they always stand out nicely on the screen in the green, the bright green, just going down to the back of the field, having a little look. So we've seen Lawrence Pithy's intentions made very clear. I'll just dominate. Take the first sprint, apply the pressure, and just see if we can keep it on. There we go. There's the results of sprint number 1. Pithy, Williams, Brotherston, Gatley, Willis, Richmond. So no points for those guys. Gatley getting 1. That's a good start for Pierce. Just get the scoreboard ticking over nice and early without using too much energy. 66. They cross over the line, the big figure of Jacob Willis.
And plenty of riders out there. Great to see such a strong field for these under-19 men. And it'll be interesting to see if Lawrence Pithy decides to try and attack every sprint. There's some very high quality riders, as we've seen in the individual pursuit earlier this morning. Keep an eye out. We've got Lawrence Pithy, Ryan McLeod, Zach Patterson, Ruben Webster, Max Williams, and plenty of riders further down the qualifying list that will be wanting to redeem themselves in the final of this points race tonight. Standalone race for these riders, so they won't be, they're not collecting points as such for other races. There are medals on offer.
Well, a little break, just going off the front, but of course a little bit early in the race for that to be established right now. They're rolling around quite quickly. Of Because when you get a big field of under 19 men on the track, there's plenty of energy, and they all want to be in the mix, certainly in the early stages. Michael Richmond goes to the front. He'll want to start getting his scoreboard ticking over as well. Just get some points early in the race if you can. It's nice to have 1 or 2 in the bank. McLeod, though, we know how aggressive and how strong he is. He rides down the back, head down. Look at him go. He is really applying the pressure now. Ryan McLeod, he's going to come in to get the bell. The bell goes. Ryan McLeod is opening the throttle. Josh Van Hennigan chasing him down the back. Van Hennigan has a look over his shoulder. Lawrence Pithy, K.O. Lart. So out front, this is a very good performance. He's going to take the points. Yeah, Ryan McLeod, he did it the hard way. The big lead out. Swings up the track. Now Lawrence Pithy goes, well, I didn't get the maximum points, so I'm just going to go on the attack straight after the sprint straight away. Max Williams wants to shut that down. Ko Lart, the sprinter. Now we have a gap. These riders work together. This is where a lap could go. Max Williams swings up the track. Ko Lart goes down the back. Ryan McLeod, who got all this action going. Lawrence Pithy. Now the riders that have missed the break, they've got some work to do. Michael Richmond knows he's missed the bus, so he goes to the front. But the front, the riders on the front, they're working. Max Williams goes, oh, I'm just going to butt him off a wee bit right now. We'll wait and see if it comes back. It's early in the bike race, there's 57 laps to go. The starter, he points to the front of the bike race as always. Max Williams has a look. So the group's going to come back together. Michael Richmond is a sigh of relief, swings up the track, and they all come back together. Well, almost all 1 or 2 riders being caught out with the sheer pace. Ewan Cousins, one of them, but he's got some bandages on his leg. He had a bit of a fall in the keirin. He's got a big heart. Shame to see him injured, but he'll be back. There's no doubt about that. Ewan Cousins, he's just drifting off. That's him there coming into our shot down the front straight. So the action in the front of the field swings up. I won't go just yet. Lawrence Pithy has a little look at the scoreboard, sees his name at the top.
Tell you what, there's a few names we haven't yet mentioned that I have no doubt will be looking to make themselves known at the front of the race later on. The likes of Zach Patterson. McLeod's took a little break off the front, but I think these riders have got a little bit left in their legs and are probably going to look to take a lap later on in the race. There's still 54 laps remaining for these riders.
Yeah, Peter Fish, another rider who's very capable of doing some damage. And from Mid-South Canterbury. So they have a look. 53 as they cross over. Ruben Webster, of course, picking up a medal in the individual pursuit, so he'll be on a little bit of a high. Can he do anything in the points race? Max Williams moving around, just high on the track, keeping himself out of trouble. He'll want to score some more points. Got third in the first sprint, the opening sprint. Now they start to stack up. Williams, though, goes around the outside, moves nicely to the front. So there's Max Williams going to lead out into the bell. He doesn't mind going for a long, hard sprint. Tucked in behind him is Zach Patterson. So Zach Patterson trying. There comes Lawrence Pithy around the outside, 3 wide. Oh, they're fighting shoulder to shoulder, Lawrence Pithy. He wants to get another 5 on the board. He's going to have to work for it, but he's not going to get it. Zach Patterson takes it. So Zach Patterson got the 5 points, the pace being kept high as well. In fact, it's being kept very high right now. So the riders that didn't score in the sprint had a little bit of a plan. We'll go and put the pace on. Jacob Willis, he's a strong man, but he swings up, sits up. Lawrence Pithy's covered it. So riders starting to spread out all over the place. The elastic is snapping for a few of them. 1 or 2 head down, trying to pull a little bit harder on the handlebars, get the teeth off the stem. Bess Gatley goes through at the front. Pace just buttons off a little bit. We'll get the results of the sprint on the board shortly, I am sure. But Lawrence Pithy's made his intentions clear. He wants another gold medal. What can they do to stop him? Can anyone stop the Omnium World Champion? He is dominant in the bunch races. But there's a long way to go, and depending how your legs are. So we see a little bit of a move coming high on the track around the outside on the West Coast and North Island. So riders from the West Coast, North Island trying to get something going. That'll be Finnegan Murphy or Finnegan Murphy it is indeed. So there's the sprint. There's the overall points. Lawrence Pithy, Zach Patterson, Ryan McLeod, Max Williams, Josh Van Hennigan, Ruben Webster, Pierce Gatley have a point. So 10 riders in the race with points on the board. That's a good sign. Plenty in it. Plenty to race for. Pierce Gatley, we just talked about him, he's got a point. He needs to start thinking about a few more. Getting on the right wheels. Michael Richmond will have to start doing the same. He's the big man going down the back, chasing the Southland rider, Willis. With a bunch, there's some tired riders. There's the front of the bike race going past us, being pointed to Finnegan Murphy. So Finnegan Murphy's a brave move. It's gone out front. Michael Richmond reacting to the challenge of the Southland rider. Big gap back to Ryan McLeod. Now he has got a motor, and behind him is even a bigger engine. That's Lawrence Pithy. So they will want to pull this back together. Going through, Jacob Willis of Southland. Michael Richmond, short turn on the front. And the pace being kept high. Lawrence Pithy, look, he's not panicking, just controlled, looks under his arm, swings up the track, doesn't mind. There's 42 laps on the board.
It's been a fairly serious attack off the front. Looks like Brotherston Grave in there, and they have seriously put the foot down, and the bunch is having to react, but there was a bit of an organised effort to try and catch them back up, but they've set up now. No one wants to do the work.
Into the bell, Oliver Grave. Young man from Auckland, good to see him. He's really applying the pressure, wants the 5 points. Michael Richmond has a look over his shoulder. There's a big gap. Lawrence Pithy goes, well, I'm not chasing everything, boys. The points are up the road. At the moment, I've got 10 in the bank. I'll pick some more up a little bit later on. So Oliver Grave, he takes the 5. Jacob Willis, Michael Richmond. We have a look. Who's going to take the 1 across the line? It's Zach Patterson, making sure he gets a point on the board. And then there's a move coming from a Canterbury rider out of the pack. He goes, these riders are snuck away. They are dangerous. Oliver Grave, Jacob Willis is sitting off the back a little bit, coming across. That's Josh Van Hennigan, very good young man as well. Strong, big fella. If he can make contact, this will be a very dangerous move. Lawrence Pithy moves up. He's not too worried about it right now. He sees his Canterbury teammate going up the road. He goes, I'm not going to just shut him down and tow the rest of the field around. So that's good riding. So Lawrence Pithy, he's got the skill and ability to go across and close that down. We have 3 riders. Can we make it 4 at the front of the bike race? Can they get a lap on the field? We will wait and see. There's a long way to go. 37 as they come past. Oliver Grave riding well. We're just going to make contact, I'd say, this lap down the back. Josh Van Hennigan, there he goes. He's on the back. Nice, so we've got 4 riders in front. If he can sit there, recover, that's going to really help them. So Jacob Willis has to do the chasing down the back straight. Max Williams sitting midfield. Some of these riders are getting a little bit worried. 36 laps on the board for the big group. 109 going through. That's Ownsworth for Canterbury. So there is a break. The points at the moment are up the track. Max Williams knows that, and he's going to try and get across. Who's going to go with him? Max Williams goes. Ryan McLeod. So Ryan McLeod's covering the move with Max Williams. And Hennigan has a look over his shoulder. Who's coming? Max Williams, Ryan McLeod. Lawrence Pithy still sits there. He's going to keep waiting and waiting, and then he is going to light the fuse and go across. If you wait, you won't be able to go with him, because unless you've got an express pass ticket for the bus, it'll leave without you. There he goes now, down the back. Lawrence Pithy going absolutely full gas. Closes it down, brings it back together. So he gave them a chance. Pierce Gatley, what's he going to do? Is he going to launch an attack? Swings up high on the track. He just might. No, he's not going to. Just back in contention. Michael Richmond slots back in. Max Williams does the same. Ryan McLeod. They all have a little look. McLeod comes up. Lawrence Pithy says, what are you going to do? Do you want to go again? And the Canterbury riders say, well, we'll just leave it to the Southland pairing. Aidan Merrick now showing some interest in the colours of Auckland. He's seen Oliver Grave get up the track, get some points. So the riders coming. There's the bell for another sprint. Lawrence Pithy goes to the front in the sprint. These sprints are coming by. 31 laps, 30 to go, and they cross. Pithy puts his head down, kicks hard in the saddle. No one's been able to respond to him. They'll just follow him across the line. Think about the second place. Lawrence Pithy, Zach Patterson scores again. Good performance, Zach Patterson. We'll get the update on the leaderboard. The field is starting to spread out. It's getting tired. We had some riders to sneak off the front. Michael Richmond decides to close it down, but he is also feeling the pace. Zach Patterson, he's riding really well in these championships, handling himself well in this bunch, scoring the points. The judges haven't put the... There we go. There's the sprint on the board. Lawrence Pithy, Zach Patterson, Navarre Brotherston, Mitchell Fitzsimmons getting a point as well. And we'll go to the leaderboard. Lawrence Pithy on 15, Patterson on 9, Grave on 5 along with McLeod, Brotherston on 4, Willis and Williams on 3. 7 riders still in contention, all with points on the board, plus there's a few others as well that are down there on 1 or 2 points. Max Williams applies the pressure. They're not going to sit around, they're not going to wait. So Lawrence Pithy, he's going to have to do a little bit of work now because Max Williams is on the charge with Michael Richmond. Jacob Willis, he's a very good rider. This is a good little trio that snuck off the front. Jacob Willis, Max Williams, Michael Richmond. They'll come around, they'll get 25 to go. Oliver Grave goes through, he's got some points, but he's going to need a few more. Michael Richmond, he needs some points as well, so he'd really love this break to stick. Oh, Jacob Willis swings up, that's when the brake stops to work. Ryan McLeod's going to shut it down. We have a take a look as they go down the back. Then McLeod, will he come into the shot on the screen for viewers at home? Not just yet, we're sticking with the front 3. There we go, there's Ryan McLeod. There are riders everywhere on the track. There's some really tight legs in the under-19 men's points race. The pressure's being applied by Max Williams down the back straight. Ryan McLeod shut it down. Here comes Pithy, so anyone that can come with me. Kyle Art's still in contention. He's going well, the young sprinter from Tasman. Hasn't got any points on the board yet. So 23 laps to go. Pithy sits at the top of the leaderboard. Zach Patterson on 9. Ryan McLeod also in contention as well. This is going to be a tight race till the end. They're bunched up now. There's a rest. They've said, hang on, we've had enough. With the white flag will go up for a couple of laps or maybe a couple of metres. Lawrence Pithy, Zach Patterson keeps an eye on Pithy high on the track. Zach Patterson doesn't mind trying to ride the legs off the Omnium World Champion. And straight away Pithy responds when Patterson goes to the front. Zach Patterson comes around, has 21. The bell's going to go. Who's going to lead it out? Josh Van Hennigan down the back. He is has a look over his shoulder. Here we go, the man from Southland. Oh, that's a very fast kick on the outside. They're 3 wide. They almost went 4 wide. Can Lawrence Pithy get over the top? Not that time. So the points go to Mitchell Fitzsimmons. Mitchell Fitzsimmons and Lawrence Pithy goes, oh, you got me in the sprints. I'm going to just turn the screws a little bit tighter, see if I can split you up. 19 left. Mitchell Fitzsimmons, Lawrence Pithy, Van Hennigan, Kyle Art, Somerville, Gatley, Williams, Richmond. They're tired, but they're still hanging on. The elastic strap hasn't broken fully.
The race seems to split up around those sprints but come back together between the sprints, and that's when Pithy decided to attack. So Pithy and McLeod off the front, and they've attacked, but it's a somewhat slow attack compared to Pithy's usual attacks. Here you can see he's feeling it in the legs from the individual pursuit this morning. So Pithy off the front, and there in the action with him, that is Mitchell Fitzsimmons. So it's Fitzsimmons and Pithy off the front, and now look, Max Williams dragging the chain behind, and they are certainly trying to catch up. They know how much of a threat Fitzsimmons and Pithy would be. We can see here there's a lot of riders out there that aren't willing to give it up that easy.
Michael Richmond, the big man from West Coast North Island. He'd dearly love a medal. He's going to have to do a little bit of work to get on the leaderboard. There's still enough points on offer though. You've just got to get the right ones. You've got to get wins right now if you're not up on the leaderboard. Now look at Ryan McLeod. He is an aggressive rider. Love the way he races. Swings up the track. Drops down onto the wheel of Lawrence Pithy. There's the front of the bike race coming past us. Lawrence Pithy, Ryan McLeod. Also in there with Ryan McLeod from Southland. Navarre Brotherston Oh, another very handy ride in the Brotherston. It's surprising not to see him a little bit further up on the points table. So the pace is on. Kaolart still hanging, and Kaolart gets out of the saddle, tries to go across. We can just see him in the long shot there. Brotherston goes through, McLeod, Pithy, Kaolart. He might bring Jacob Willis right back up. Oliver Graves struggling a little bit. Aidan Merrick as well. Oh, a couple of heads being dropped. Max Williams swings in, goes, please bring it back together for me. I'm not out of it, but I need to be in contention. Pithy keeps applying the pressure. Has a look over his shoulder. The field is lined up behind him. Kaolart riding impressively in this. Maybe he'll transition at some stage into an endurance. Keep sprinting right now, my friend. You can do a Volokakos much later in your career. So they come down, the bell goes, 11 to go. Ryan McLeod somehow finds some energy to get the legs out of the seat. Lawrence Pithy follows him now. Kaolart. Oh, can Kaolart hang on? He's just having a little look on the inside. Backs off a little bit, goes, well, I'll let you out, see if you can get some points. He'll take the 1 point on offer for fourth. Pithy takes it, Ryan McLeod. And then we'll see Brotherston and Kaolart doing about Brotherston with the Canterbury pairing. Ryan McLeod, Lawrence Pithy, Ryan McLeod riding very, very well in these endurance races. It's chasing, I guess when you chase Lawrence Pithy around Christchurch, you soon get used to being an endurance rider. He flicks the elbow, swings up the track, Navarre Brotherston goes through. Pithy drops down. Some lapped riders being caught, some other riders getting back into contention. There's 9 to go. One more sprint. Well, it's a little bit of a move there on the track. Riders a bit tired, flicks up the track, but everyone was aware. Max Williams gets the white shoes going in the middle, goes, come on, can I find any more? I need a little bit more. Zach Patterson, he's been riding well. We don't see a lot of Zach, he's been training in Australia. Oh, big move now coming with 7 to go. Lawrence Pithy gets out of the scene and goes, oh no, I'm not going to chase. Why will I bother? We'll just wait, see what happens. Let's go through, he knew who it was, Morgan Borry. Morgan Borry of Southland stops the attack. Aidan Merrick swings up on the wheel of Morgan Borry. Lawrence Pithy goes through. They're lining up, following him around. There's going to be 5 on the board. 5 more laps in the under-19 men's points race. Max Williams somehow finds the energy, but he swings up the track. It's covered straight away. He goes again, it's covered again. It does, don't cover me, how about helping me out? That's what he'll be thinking. But nah, the man from Southland doesn't want to do that. He's quite happy to wait for the sprint. There's 4 on the board. Michael Richmond now goes well. With 4 to go, if everyone's going to start playing games, I'll see if I can sneak away, but I'm not going to let anyone go. Lawrence Pithy goes down on the back wheel of Aidan Merrick of Auckland in 3rd position. Swinging around, they come into view. Well, let's have a look. Aidan Merrick goes, well, I'll just try and open things up a little bit. Puts the pressure on down the back. We haven't seen too much of him in the race, but with 3 to go, they'll come, they're going to, yeah, 3 to go, and they cut 2 to go, and they come past us. The lap boards are changing late. They come through. Lawrence Pithy on the front. Ben Hennigan, he was prominent in the race. Canterbury, 1, 2, 3. Aidan Merrick. Southland trying to make a move. Zach Patterson's done well. He's closed the gap up nicely. Into the bell. Here's the last lap. The under-19 men's points race. The Vantage Windows and Doors National Championship. Down the back straight they go. Lawrence Pithy goes on the front. Look at the runner, and the man from Waikato gets on equal terms with the World Omnium champion in the last sprint of the points race. They come to the line. They go to the line. It's going to be Zach Patterson takes the 10 points. Lawrence Pithy, he won't be too worried about that, although he would have loved to win it. 10 points, Zach Patterson. We will see what changes on the leaderboard. The points will come up. Lawrence Pithy, though, wins another national championship. What a ride. What a race. Another fantastic points race here at the Vantage Windows and Doors National Track Championships. Of course, coming to you on Sky Sport next. We'll be back on Sky Sport next again tomorrow afternoon. We'll be into some teams racing as well. There's still plenty of racing to come tonight. Remember, for a Sunday, lazy Sunday afternoon, just watch some team sprints. There'll be some mates against mates, some centres against centres. You remember last time we had the Nationals here, Southland decided to ride Eddie Dawkins on the first 3 or 4 laps. I think probably 4 laps of the team's pursuit. Smart move, got them a medal. Wonder if anyone else has taken note and might be thinking about the same tactic. We'll find out tomorrow afternoon. And we'll be back inside for some more racing. So we'll wait for the sprint results to come up on the screen. And we'll be heading down for some medal presentations. And we'll hopefully grab some interviews with some riders, maybe even a word with a coach or two. We'll see who is floating around. That's where we sit. If you're wondering where we are, that's Malcolm from SBI. You can see standing there. He might give you a wave. It's in the commentary box. No, he's not going to wave. He's shy. So some of the people in the crowd, just if you come into a velodrome, you can see you don't need to wear many clothes. That's even in winter. But when it's 30 odd degrees outside, you wear even less. Still waiting for the final points to come up on the board, I believe. I'm going to head down to the middle presentation. Paige Patterson will update you when the scoreboard is updated.
So that wraps up some great points races that we have had this afternoon and evening. And great to see so many of the riders out there giving it their best shot for the national title on offer. Already handed out a number of medals this afternoon, and we still have some more races this evening. We have the men's and women's elite keirin finals, followed by the scratch race finals. And it's going to be some pretty quick racing out there based on the heats we saw earlier this afternoon. And I tell you what, it's certainly not cold in the velodrome. You can see most of the people out there in the crowd using their programs as a fan. They have a great use. Just please make sure you do stay hydrated as well. It's very important. If the temperatures rise throughout the Waikato over the weekend. And now about to get underway for the medal presentations for the omniums and the points races. And shortly hand over to Del down by the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony for the 2020 Vantage Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships Elite Women's Points Race will now take place. The medals will be presented by Mr. Martin Barra, the High Performance Director for Cycling New Zealand. In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing the Waikato Bay of Plenty, Barani Botha. In second place and winner of the silver medal representing Southland, Nicole Shields. And in first place, a winner of the gold medal and the 2020 Elite Women's Points Race National Champion representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Jessie Hodges. Brilliant performance from all three riders. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for the place getters in the 2020 Vantage Elite Women's Points Race. Our next medal presentation is for the Under-19 Women's Omnium. Once again, Martin will present the medals. In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing Southland, Riley Ackroyd. In second place and winner of the silver medal representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Prudence Fowler. In first place, the winner of the gold medal and the 2020 Under-19 Women's Omnium National Champion representing Canterbury, Jenna Borthwick. Ladies and gentlemen, do make some noise for your place getters and your winner, Jenna Borthwick, her fourth gold medal of these championships. So, ladies and gentlemen, our next presentation at the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships is for the Elite Men's Omnium. In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing Southland, Nicholas Kirgizou. And in second place and winner of the silver medal representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, George Jackson. In first place and the winner of the gold medal, the 2020 Elite Men's Omnium National Champion representing Southland, it's Corbin Strong. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, give them a big round of applause. It was an amazing race. For your medal winners and your champion, Corbin Strong. Corbin Strong, what a performance again. How did you back up from last night?
Oh yeah, I must admit I was a bit tired this morning. It took me a bit to get going, but yeah, the legs came right in the afternoon, and yeah, it was another good day, which was cool.
How's the body? A little bit of a tumble, a little bit of skin off, and some track burn?
Yeah, it's a wee bit sore, but luckily I didn't hit my head, and it's all just surface scrapes, so yeah, it's not too bad, and hopefully I'll be able to train again on Monday.
So great result in these national championships, and what's next coming up? The World Champs? Any more races between now and then?
Nah, just full focus for the World Champs now, which I'm really looking forward to, and yeah, it's pretty exciting times.
It is exciting. All the very best for the World Championships. I'll let you go away and get cleaned up, get those grazers hatched up. What an amazing championships. What an amazing couple of weeks. All the very best for Germany.
Thank you very much, Dale. Cheers.
Ladies and gentlemen, Corbin Strong. Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony for the 2020 Vantage Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships. This is the Under-19 men's points race. The medals will be presented once again by Martin Barra, the High Performance Director of Cycling New Zealand. I'm sure he's been very impressed with what he's seen today. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, representing Canterbury, Ryan McLeod. In second place, and winner of the silver medal, representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Zach Patterson. In first place, and the winner of the gold medal, your 2020 Under-19 Men's Points Race National Champion, representing Canterbury, Lawrence Pithy. Lawrence will also be awarded the Shane Phillips Memorial Trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation for your medal winners and your champion, Lawrence Pithy. Well, with me is high performance head sprint coach Renee Wolf. Renee, what a fantastic national championships.
Oh, it's an awesome event, and it's nice to see also all the riders from the centers stepping up and actually delivering their best performance. So I'm actually sitting in the stands here and being quite excited on what I see on the track.
Yesterday's sprint rounds for your riders going to the World Championships. At this stage, were you happy with their performances?
Oh, definitely happy with the performances of Sam with 9.7 at the moment. We actually, at the end of a pretty tough training block, seen awesome sprint heats between Natasha and Liv. So, yeah, I think we're ticking along really well.
And everybody in the stands, everybody at home is super excited to seeing Big Eddie back on the track today.
Yeah, finally. Now he's training good. He's training well in the last few weeks. We had the discussion, do we ride sprint and keirin? Actually took consciously the decision, let's focus on the keirin, let's do this good, and then let's go.
Well, Renee, all the very, very best for the upcoming World Championships. You're doing fantastic things, building some depth in our sprint program. Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Renee Wolf. I'm going to get one of those young stars that Renee will have his eye on over to talk to me now. Coming a little bit closer. Jenna Borthwick, 4 starts, 4 gold medals. You must be absolutely delighted.
Yep, I've gone way better than I thought I could, and it's just awesome riding like that leading into Junior World selections. Yeah.
Are you tired by any chance?
I'm so cooked.
So cooked. You didn't look like it out there. There's a lot of pressure going into that final race, wasn't there? You know, lots of challenges. You had some places to make up, some really good, tough competition. What was going through your mind?
I was just watching the board, seeing what the points were looking like, and I was just trying to ride as smart as I could. Yeah.
You rode really well. Your coach sent me a message after this morning's session and said, "Isn't she a rock star?" I said, "What has she done now?" And he goes, "Oh, just lying second or third in the omnium." He's got a lot of confidence in you.
Yeah, he's a good coach.
He's a great coach. All the very best for the Junior World Championships. And we're going to go back up to Paige Patterson in commentary. Congratulations on an outstanding Nationals.
Thank you.
Radio, we're now nearing the end of the individual races here at the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite National Track Cycling Championship. And we turn our attention now to the first race up next. Is the Women's Elite Keirin Final. That will be followed by the Men's Elite Keirin Final. The Women's Elite Scratch Race Final, followed by the Men's Elite Scratch Race Final. So just 4 races remain, apart from the Keirins, which are 2 separate finals. And for those of you that are new to the Keirin, tell you what, it's one of my favourite races out there on the track. The motorbike will start off and the riders will file in behind the motorbike. And essentially, it is like a scratch race, like we've seen earlier, so the first rider over the line wins. But the motorbike will tow the riders up to full speed, at which point the motorbike will exit the track with 3 laps remaining and the riders take off and it's game on. Now, you won't often see riders take off with 3 laps to go. It is a very tactical race, and the riders had a heat earlier this afternoon, and that heat then decided who will go through to the finals. The riders had to be the top 3 to go through. It's all about doing just enough to get through to the final, but conserving a little bit of energy along the way. So first up, we'll have the Elite Women's Keirin Final. And Bay of Plenty colours. She's, by the looks of things, 3rd up from the bottom of the track. And the format of the Keirin race has changed over the past few years, and it certainly has changed the way riders are training. The motorbike, as it comes underneath, the riders must take the position that they have drawn. So they've drawn their number out of a hat, and that's how they have lined up here on the velodrome. And they must take that position behind the motorbike. Well, you used to all jostle for positions, and it used to be quite a bit of pressure off the start. And so watch as the riders get a clean start. So underway now as we see the riders line up behind motorbike. Venter on the front, followed by Bloxham. And Elise Andrews in the 3rd wheel there. Keep an eye on her. And straight on her wheel was Sian Fulton. And we've seen the form that Sian's in. She took out the 500-metre time trial on night 1. And so second to the back there, we have Jamie King. And right at the very back, looks like we have, oh, that's Sophie Bloxham there. So it must have been Nicole Marshall that's in 2nd wheel there.
Southland with 3 in this final. Elise Andrews, Sian Fulton, that's where we will be watching with interest, but it is bike racing, lots can happen. The motorbike coming around. There is 4 laps on the board. He will be pulling off next time, and then we'll see the tactics. Sian Fulton, what's Jason Craig said to her? What's he going to get her to do in this? Elise Andrews, she is so strong from the front. Very hard to come past, riding well in the Keirin. I know her dad, John Andrews, he'll be looking on this with a lot of interest. Of course, she'll be heading off to the World Championships. The motorbike comes as 3 to go. Good Venter. Maybe she should just put her head down right now and go for it, because there's a lot of looking. Elise Andrews goes, well, that was the opportunity. Maybe we'll close it up. Sian Fulton right on the wheel of Elise Andrews. They move higher around Gretchen Venter. 2 to go. Sian Fulton tracking Elise Andrews. Doesn't want to get caught out with Jamie King. So Jamie King on the wheel of Sian Fulton down the back. Well, now it's a little bit of a work got to be done by the Southland rider on the inside. Elise Andrews just turns the throttle up a little bit more, pulls on the handlebars out of the saddle. Sian Fulton looks, Jamie King's there. They're going to kick clear down the back straight. Look at Elise Andrews. Here comes Sian Fulton out of the seat. Can she get over the top? Sian Fulton, Elise Andrews. They're going to come into the home straight. Elise Andrews, Sian Fulton. Fulton goes to the line, takes it. That would be an upset. Sian Fulton did everything right. What a ride. She will come around. That is a very good performance. 2 elite national titles for Sian Fulton. Well done, rode it brilliantly. I even saw Jason Craig smile.
So great effort from Sian Fulton. She had the patience to just sit on behind Andrews. She didn't try and attack. She knew Andrews' strength was to lead it out, and she waited for her opportunity to pounce. She did exactly that at the right time. In the end, Elise Andrews, she's been through a tough training block, and she's on her way to Worlds later on this month. She'll have to settle for the silver medal tonight, and it is a tough sport for those in that elite team going through such a heavy training block and having to turn up to nationals and give it their best as the others have prepared to perfection.
Well, great to see Sian Fulton. She made the move from Tasman up here to base herself in Cambridge. We're still keeping in touch with Jason down there. 2 national titles at these Vantage Windows Indoors Elite and Under-19 track championships. Ladies and gentlemen, Sian Fulton comes down the front straight as we watch the men going to be coming up. And of course the other riders also congratulating Sian as we see the men come up. This is what everyone's been waiting for. They will come up onto the track. This is the first final. So we'll have 2. This is for, how many are we going to have in the final?
Place,
7th through to 10th place. 7th through 7, 8, 19, 10, 12. So we are ready for this one. Of course, the riders that missed out in the final: Jeff Hinton, Kellen Clarkland, Dylan Day, Angus Carlson, Jaden Fleming. Carlson, he's got the orange shoes on. He sits in wheel 2. So we wait. They are behind the motorbike. They will roll away as they come, get into their positions. Dylan Day hasn't had a lot of luck with the draws, drawn 1 again. So in his heat, he had to also ride from the front. What's he learnt? What's the coach told him to do this time? Try and get that win in this 7th place ride. It's always nice to go in because it's seedings for future rounds. There's Carlson, he is there as well. He'll be wanting to finish the sprint campaign with a good result. So is Jeff Hinton. Jeff riding very well, has really improved his sprinting, particularly in the last 18 months with the work he's done with Matt Archibald. So let's see as the bike picks up. Everyone's happy with their positions on the track right now. Coming up after these guys, don't go away. Don't go away if you're home. Don't go get a drink if you're in the stadium. We have the gold medal final, and it is a quality field. One man with a big target on his back in that one. They'll all want to skin him in his comeback, but I don't think it'll happen. We see the man from Canterbury, Dylan Day, takes over at the front. Well, he doesn't take over, he just maintains his position at the front as the motorbike pulls off. Angus Carlson, Jeff Hinton, sitting in, tucked up, nice and tight. Now the pace just gets picked up a little bit. See if Matt Pryor, what he can do from 4th position. So down the back, Angus Carlson's gone. Dylan Day's just given a little bit of room. That's not a bad thing to be in if you've got the legs. So Angus Carlson's gone out, has a look over his shoulder at the bell. Dylan Day's got the bit between his teeth. He's going down the back straight. Angus Carlson, though, wants to go out with a big win. He's moving away. Comes into the front straight. He's going to go take the 7th place. Angus Carlson, a very good ride. Dylan Day takes 2nd place. Jeff Hinton is provisional as I saw them go across the line. Very good ride from the young man from West Coast North Island. He's had a good elite sprint series, good Keirins. He'll take away, I guess, a little bit of bittersweet, good and bad from these championships, but it is all fantastic learning. It's what you have to do. We watch them roll round down the back straight and we wait. We'll see what the draw is in the men's final. Let's remind you who is lining up once these riders clear the track. The camera will zoom down. We'll see their positions. I can see Jordan Castle's come up onto the track, so we know he is going to be in number 1. So there he goes. Jordan Castle is in number 1. He comes up. Then we have, outside of him, Jaden Fleming. He will come into 2. Jaden Fleming. Eddie Dawkins, he's gone ahead of us. He's going to go to the top of the track. He's drawn the top spot. He will be at the back. He won't mind that. That'll make the other riders very, very nervous. Just confirming the keirin final. That's the 7th place final. Angus Carlson, Dylan Day, Jeff Hinton. We go into 1st to 6th final. Eddie Dawkins, Bradley Knight, Pat Clancy, Jordan Castle, Zach Williams, Jaden Fleming. What a lineup. Here we go. Jordan Castle on the inside. Fleming. Outside of him, Bradley Knight. And we have Patrick Clancy, Zach Williams, and Eddie Dawkins. So, the 2 established riders on the outside, along with Jordan Castle on the inside. Some riders that wouldn't mind just knocking them down a peg or 2. As the motorbike comes around, the gun goes. We are underway. Some big gears on the bike getting wound up. None bigger than Eddie Dawkins. He has got a monster on. Sam Dakin said something like 140, 130.
So Jordan Castle will take the position behind the motorbike, and we know the quality of the rider. Jordan Castle, fantastic keirin rider, and just looking at the way they line up behind the bike. Eddie Dawkins right at the very back there, so he has a lot of ground to make up, and we saw in that earlier women's keirin final that if you let those riders get away at the front, it can be very tough to chase down, and that's what Elise Andrews had to do. So Jordan Castle has to stick on the motorbike at the front there, but as we can see, Eddie Dawkins has made his way over top, and I think keep an eye out for Bradley Knight. He's going to be there in the action too.
So Russell Mudway brings the motorbike round. Zach Williams moves up. These riders don't want to be caught out. Eddie Dawkins, that's right, he is. You did hear it right. There's a massive gear on around 130. It's the Japanese riders are in the 40s. I couldn't even get that off the line on a downhill section with a push. So we come around, the motorbike pulls off. Zach Williams takes the front. Bradley Knight goes well. Hang on a minute. I'm actually fairly good at the front as well, so I'll go around to the front. Zach Williams goes, what do I do? We'll have a little bit of a look-see. Eddie Dawkins sits 4th wheel on Jordan Castle. There's 2 on the board. Eddie Dawkins moves up a little bit. Zach Williams goes, well, I better move because Eddie Dawkins is coming around me. Down the back, Zach Williams is crawling. Now he's going at about 75, 80%. Now he kicks a little bit, it'll go up to 85. Goes into the bell, goes a couple of bike lengths clear. Eddie Dawkins swings on the handlebars, gets the big gear going down the back straight. Eddie Dawkins, he's back, people. Look at him go in the 100. He's going to kick clear. Eddie Dawkins comes around to show he is back on track. Jordan Castle would have got up for 2nd on the outside, maybe ahead of Bradley Knight. Eddie Dawkins. Ladies and gentlemen, the big Dawkins back on track. Give him a big round of applause.
When he wound up that gear, he only had one thing in mind, and that was the gold medal. He accelerated out of that corner, and tell you what, there was no turning back. He held his head down and put as much power as he could through the pedals, and just accelerate away from
the results to come up on the screen so we can confirm all the placings. Well, now if you're at home you can go get your cup of tea because that was exciting. This is finals night on day 3 of 4 here at the Vantage Windows and Doors Cycling New Zealand National Track Championships for Elite under 19, and we have had some para racing as well. There we go, it's all confirmed. Eddie Dawkins, Jordan Castle, Bradley Knight, Patrick Clancy getting up for a very good 4th, Zach Williams, Jaden Fleming.
And so next up on the track, we will have the Elite Women's Scratch Race Final. 10 kilometres, 40 laps. These elite women and a number of these same women have been involved, by the looks of things, in the points race earlier tonight. So it's a bit easier, this one, compared to the points race. You just have to sprint once, and that's at the very end of the race, compared with once every 10 laps. So these riders, be interesting to see some trying to take a lap on the field and others just hold on. So second to last race of the night, and only one more opportunity for these endurance riders in the individual events, because tomorrow we turn our attention to the teams racing, and it's always a bit of fun, the teams racing. I think riders feel like a little bit of pressure off their shoulders, being able to put themselves in a team situation. But there's been some fantastic racing here at the Vantage in Cambridge. Everyone's brought their A game, and it's great to see so many regional riders really giving it to the elite riders who are based here in Cambridge. So if I have a look at the start list for this elite women's scratch race final, 10 kilometres, 40 laps. We have Jessie Hodges, who took out the points race earlier. Ali Wollaston, Kirsty James, Emily Patterson, Raquel Sheath, Brianna Gunn, Courtney King, Mackenzie Milne, Hannah Quinlan, Nina Wollaston and Fiona Bennett.
There we go. They are on their neutral lap, 40 laps in this scratch race. The starter, he will be fairly happy. The group is nice and compact. Raquel Sheath on the inside. See Raquel back in action. As we mentioned earlier, she'll be disappointed not in the World Championship team, but a lot of depth. She won't be out of it. She'll keep fighting for a place. The sport is tough. You have an accident at the wrong time and someone steps in. Makes it hard to get back into the team when everyone is riding so well.
A few more riders out there on the track compared to the likes of Mackenzie Milne, Courtney King. Some of those riders that have were in the Junior Worlds team last year and have made the step up into the elite ranks and just slowly easing their way into it, picking and choosing their races. And, now on the front also Emily Patterson, moving her way up from under 19s to elites. Rolling through in Southland colours up the top. So it'll be interesting to see those riders that weren't part of the points races earlier. See what sort of energy they have in their legs compared to the young guns. And straight off the front now, Ali Wollaston. She's a young talent, junior world champion, and now she's rolled through on the front and she's not getting much of a reaction from the bunch. Some of the older elite team, the more mature riders coming to the front to chase down the young gun. They don't want to let her away with it. They don't want to give her that opportunity that easily. So they roll through. Jessie Hodges. So they roll through the front now. Then the riders just all having a look at each other as they eye up that 40 laps it is. That's all it takes. And as first rider over the line, there's no sprints in between. There's no collecting points like we've seen earlier. It's simply a matter of the first rider over the line. You've got to think about what strategy you're going to deploy. to get to the front and how you're going to do it compared to the other riders out there. So off the front, we've got a little group of 3 riders. So Kirsty James, Nina Wolston, and also rider number 74 by the looks of it, could be Quinlan. Just can't quite get a look as they roll round. So it's number 75.
Raquel Sheath, that's Raquel Sheath taken over on the front. Just swings up the track, moves down. As the pace is being picked up, and you're seeing the group splinter, so the different abilities and riders coming out. We've got 29 laps. Mackenzie Milne, nice to see Mackenzie. She's riding well, as Paige said. Come through, former junior medalist at World Championships. In fact, just settling in nicely into the elite ranks. It's always a tough transition. There's a lot going on. You have out of school into university, getting a job, trying to find time to train. And the riders just all circulating, looking at each other. They know their strengths and weaknesses from the other race. Nina Wollaston, Amanda Cameron's pilot on the tandem of the para. So great to see them taking part. Of course, the para program, we do have the world champions as well. Hannah Van Kampen and Emma Foy. Had a great 2019. They'll be looking for an even better 2020 going towards the Olympics. And great to see the performances of our para athletes here at these Vantage Windows and Doors National Championships, where we've seen a young man who's come up through school cycling here in Cambridge, Devon Briggs, winning the gold medal in the 4,000 metre individual pursuit yesterday. And a couple of riders that also impressed with the kilo. Connor, down there from Southland, he rode a great kilo. Lindsay File, who's only started riding the track a couple of years ago. He's been a top running coach around athletics for a long time. It's good to see him on the track since he's moved to Cambridge, because he's with Aon Insurance, and he is absolutely loving his cycling, picking up a couple of bronze medals at these championships. And Elizabeth, who made her debut. Her dream is to make the 2024 Paris Olympics, and she was looking good, taking gold in her 3,000 metre individual pursuit last evening as well. You would have seen that in our highlights. If you missed it, you can catch all the action on Sky Sport Next. All you go onto is the Sky Sport Next YouTube channel. Great platform that they've provided for a lot of minority sports and young athletes to get some exposure on television, so people can sit at home, tune in on YouTube and see what is going on. And of course, Cycling New Zealand, we're really grateful to have that partnership with Sky Next, and able to bring these Vantage Windows and Doors National Championships to you. This is the women's scratch race, elite women's scratch race. 22 laps on the board. Raquel Sheath goes through at the front of the front of the group. We call it a peloton, but there's not really enough of them at the moment. Emily Patterson, Nina, and Ellie Wollaston. Ellie Wollaston is in fantastic form. Number 77, if you want to pick her out. World champion in the individual pursuit in the junior level. She's slotted into the elite program like she's meant to be there. And I tell you, there'll be a lot of riders in that program looking over their shoulder. They might be pretty grateful that they're not, the world champs aren't in another 6 months' time, that they're coming up shortly. And she would still be, I'll be at the TAB putting her some money on her to go to the Olympics. I'm a bit of a fan though of Ellie Wollaston. Watched her come up through the cycling since the junior ranks, and my daughter said, oh, it's so cool. I remember watching Bronnie Bortha riding the criteriums in Takapuna when she was riding for Rangitoto College. And also, if we go right back, Sam Bewley, when Peter Ulmer was running the criterium series. It started in Newmarket, went across to Botany, over to Takapuna, a great series. He was riding the schoolboy races, and of course now one of the top professional riders in the world. So you never know who you see when you go down to Invercargill later in the year for the later in the month for the age group championships. Have a look at some under 13s, some under 15s, under 17 riders. And you don't always look at the ones that are winning the medals. Look at the ones who are smart, got good technique, having lots of fun, and we might be talking about them in a few years' time on the world stage. There's 17 to go in this race as they roll around. It's a fairly sedate pace right now. Hannah Quinlan. Good to see young Hannah coming in here, riding these elite nationals. It can be very scary when you see the names on the start list. I bet Pat Calency at the start of these championships, if you had told him to be riding for fourth, that you'd be in the Keirin final, coming up against any Dawkins. He probably would have had to pinch himself. Now he can believe in himself and improve from there. And riders that have come through like Anna Quinlan will be able to do exactly the same. We've talked about Fiona Bennett before, back in the saddle after a big break. 14 years ago was the last time she rode the national championships in the colour of Canterbury. So she rode as an under-19, or rode at the under-19 championships. Back on track, she probably has to have a little look over her shoulder, and as you see, gee, that's Raquel Sheath beside me. She's ridden the Olympic Games. I'm in here riding against her right now. 14 to go on the scoreboard. The riders still are looking at each other. No one's made the big attack just yet. We'll see what happens throughout the stages. Brianna Gunn from Auckland is just at the back of the field right now, just keeping in contact, keeping an eye on things. So in the scratch race, if the pace drops off sometimes between 3 and 7 laps to go, well, generally not so much 3 on a 250 metre track, but with around 7 laps to go and someone launches a big attack, it can be a good opportunity to go, because the other riders, the top riders, will look at each other and go, I don't want to help somebody else. If you're in my slipstream, it's a whole lot easier. But it's just about timing, getting it right, and then hoping you have the engine to keep it going to the finish. As we watch Anna Quinlan once again on the front, rolling around. Fiona Bennett has a little look. Hang on, she's just drifting off the front. I'm not supposed to do that. Swings up the track and has a look. You're allowed to go if you want to go. It's bike racing. You line up like in any sport. Everyone's the same, 2 arms, 2 legs, a number on their back. You're allowed to, well, we won't say knock them down because you sort of, but you sort of can. You can, in a nice way, by trying to beat them across the line. So the field bunching up. When you see them grouped up, you know the pace isn't super fast. When you see them spread out, absolutely in a file. So it's starting a little bit. Mackenzie Milne goes, I'm not going to ride around like this all day. I'm going to put my head down. I'm going to stand on the pedals. If you want to come with me, well, that's up to you guys, but I am not going to wait. There's 9 laps on the board. It'll change over as she clicks in. That's still 9 for her. So 9 laps, just over 2,000 metres. Ellie Wollaston swings up the track. So Mackenzie Milne, has she committed herself fully, or is she just going at about 80? Raquel Sheath going, well, I'm not going to wait and find out. I'll just try and close it down. Swings up, gets the pace going. Raquel Sheath. That's 8 this time on the board. The swing up, Southland rider, Emily Patterson. Hands over to her teammate, Mackenzie Milne. Slots back in as we get a little bit of a shot of the riders who are at the back of the field. Here's the front of the bike race here, or just there we go, come into view. And there's number 58, Kirsty James, man, she was in great form. So she will be wanting to get another gold medal in this. There'll be a few wanting to stop her as well. They come round, Paige, there is 6 laps to go. This women's scratch race, it's going to favour a sprinter right now unless the pace gets picked up. If you're going to go for a sprint, I would be picking Ellie Wollaston. Who are you backing?
Yeah, it's getting to the pointing end of this race, and there's plenty of fresh legs out there because there's not been many attacks throughout the race. And my picks are with the sprinter. Just don't know what Raquel Sheath's got in her legs. And tell you what, Nina Wollaston's too. She's also a great sprinter, but don't count out the younger sister, Ellie Wollaston. She will certainly put up a good fight for these girls.
Yeah, and she sits high on the track, just following Raquel Sheath, knows the danger of Raquel Sheath. Raquel would love to get a national title and making a comeback. Of course, a national criterium champion in the past. She's won that title in Takapuna in front of a big crowd where she has lots of fans, of course, growing up over there in Whangaparoa. And if you didn't join us earlier in the day, Paige mentioned that back in her younger days, rode BMX, as so many do. They can become track riders, road riders, Tour de France riders like Robbie McEwen did, Julian Dean also. Mackenzie Milne goes, here we go, let's go full throttle, see what's going to happen. I will give it everything right now, being chased. Nina Wollaston down the back, so she's not going to wait for the sprint finish, trying to get on equal terms with Mackenzie Milne. They'll swing, there's 2 to go, 500 and a little bit metres to go for Mackenzie Milne as the gap's not quite big enough. Ellie Wollaston closes it down. Oh, a little bit of a swing up. Someone wanting to bet all round the outside. Now the big move goes. Ellie Wollaston has to get out of the seat. It's going to have to come from a 3 or 4 back. Raquel Sheath drops in on the wheel. 1 to go. They're absolutely flying into the last lap. We have riders from Southland, Waikato, all fighting it out down the back straight. Who's it going to be? Paige Patterson. Here's Ellie Williston coming around the outside. Can she get up over the top? We will find out. It's going to be a tight finish. They go to the line. Not quite, I don't think. We will give that to Jessie Hodges. But that's on the angle. We will wait and see. We'll wait for the photo finish.
Came down to that final sprint in the end there, and Kirsty James seriously unleashed with a lap to go. You can see the power she put down out there on the track, and a great effort in the end. Jessie Hodges just sat on the wheel, comfortable in second spot, and just put in enough at the end to overcome Kirsty James. But there was a late charge on the outside for Ellie Walston, and give it another 10 metres, it could have been Walston's race, but Jessie Hodges, a class rider, taking out the points race earlier this evening, and again backing up again in the scratch race tonight. And so we're about to head into presentations and then our final race of the night, the men's elite scratch race final, 15 kilometres. And it will be fantastic to round out the individual races of this Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under 19 Track National Championships. Scratch race, forever a fiery race. You never quite know what's going to happen, particularly in this elite men's scratch race final. We saw there the girls picked their opportunities to attack. But when they did, they went full gas. We saw Kirsty James, she's such a great scratch race rider. And every time she goes out there, she goes out to there to win it. And I love that sort of attitude. Everyone in good positioning in the end there. It's just a matter of who had the legs, who had attacked at the right place on the track. Of course, fastest way to pass another rider out there on the velodrome is in the straights. If you go around in the corners, you have to travel a further distance. So that's why riders do tend to attack in the back straight or in the front straight. And these velodromes have different geometries, and some favour trying to overtake in the corners compared with the straights, and that's because the length of the straights and also the height of the straights down into the home straight. So you often do see height of the corners, down into the home straights, and you often do see riders as they roll around over the outside of another rider coming into that home straight, they almost get a bit of a kick off the banking through to the line. So confirmation of the scratch race final for the elite women, Jessie Hodges, Ellie Walston and Kirsty James.
Eddie Dawkins, how good did that feel?
Oh, mate, it doesn't feel good when your leg's just aching, but it was great to come down the front straight and see no one coming up, sneaking up on my hip. So it's a good feeling. It's great to win in this velodrome that's supported me so much over the last few years.
You had a nice break over Christmas, doing a little bit of fishing and stuff down on Wanaka. It's done you good.
Oh yeah, I'm a man of the land now. That was great. It was good to get down to Central Otago, sort of where I grew up and got into trouble and stuff like that. So it was great to be able to go back, see my family, hit the old spots up.
You're happy with where you are right now, building towards those World Championships?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's great to be able to be in the training load we're in and still perform on race day and perform for the crowd at Nationals. And it's not just me, it's a big team, we make up, only 3 get to ride on the day, but there's a massive riders, support staff and their friends and family, and everyone goes into it, so we've got to do them proud, and that's what we're here working every day for.
Well, you had a lot of support in the crowd. I know Pete was up there. He's always cheering hard for you. He trains hard at Dawkins Performance, doesn't he? And I think he's as excited as you are. All the very, very best, Eddie, going to the World Championships. Bring back those rainbow jerseys because you look good in them.
Oh, I appreciate it, mate. Sometimes you get sick of wearing black.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the 2020 Elite Women's Keirin will now take place. Once again, our High Performance Director for Cycling New Zealand, Mr. Martin Pereira, is going to present the medals. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Jamie King. In second place, and winner of the silver medal, representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Elise Andrews. In first place, the winner of the gold medal, and the 2020 Elite Women's Keirin National Champion, representing Tasman, Sian Fulton. So as they get on the top step for the photographs, ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for the place getters and your Elite Women's Keirin Champion, Sian Fulton. Ladies and gentlemen, our next presentation is for the Elite Men's Keirin. Once again, the medals will be presented by Martin Barrow. He knows these riders very, very well. I'm sure he's happy with how they're going. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, representing Southland, Bradley Knight. In second place, and winner of the silver medal, representing the West Coast North Island, Jordan Castle. In first place, and the winner of the gold medal, your 2020 Elite Men's Keirin National Champion, representing Southland, Eddie Dawkins. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for your medalist and national champion, Eddie Dawkins. Sian Fulton, 2 elite national titles. You must be absolutely delighted.
Yeah, it's pretty special. Tonight's been a special one. Really stoked for everyone who was out there, and especially Elise. Yeah, thanks.
You rode exceptionally well, 500-metre time trial, night 1.
Yeah, that was pretty cool, but it didn't top tonight. Tonight was just insanely special, so yeah.
Yeah, big crowd in the Keirin. Nice to get up over Elise Andrews. You rode it perfectly. What did Jason Craig tell you before the start?
Just go back to basics. He knows that, yeah, oh God, I've lost my words. Yeah, he just said go back to basics and ride how you know how to, and I just had to trust what I knew I could do, and it panned out how I hoped, so.
Well, I know how hard you've worked for this. Congratulations on an absolutely fantastic national championships. Good luck for what's coming up for the rest of the year.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sian Fulton, the national Keirin and 500-metre champion. So, ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation and the award ceremony for the 2020 Vantage National Track Championships Elite Women's Scratch Race will now take place. Once again, Martin will present the medals. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, representing Southland, Kirsty James. In second place, and winner of the silver medal representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Ellie Wollaston. In first place, the winner of the gold medal, and your 2020 Elite Women's Scratch Race National Champion, representing Waikato Bay of Plenty, Jessie Hodges.
And we are just moments away now from the start of the Elite Men's Scratch Race Final, 15 kilometres, 60 laps on the lap board. And I tell you what, an absolute ripper of a race to end the individual racing here at the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under 19 Track National Championships here in Cambridge. And having a look at those riders that are going to start the Scratch Race Final, a huge field. And plenty of those riders that are heading along to the World Championships next month. Also lining up, looking down the list, we got Jordan Kirby, Nick Kirkazoo. I've got a bit of an outside name here, Zach Williams, the sprinter, looks to be starting in the Scratch Race Final. Also have Aaron Gate after Worlds. George Jackson we saw earlier in the points race. He's in some great form at the moment. Can't wait to see what he puts out there. Kean Watts, Josh Scott, Ollie Jones, Harry Wayne, Griffin Spencer, Connor Shearing, Jared Tremaine, and of course, world champion Campbell Stewart. It's going to be a fantastic race between all these athletes. Same again, it's the last one. First rider over the line after 60 laps will win the race. It's just a matter of how you execute the race to your strengths. And it's been a pretty full schedule for these elite men today. You've had the Omnium, the points race, and the scratch race. So it's been a pretty full-on day. Some of these riders would have done all of the races. I know that the New Zealand elite team that are heading off to the track wheels have had a pretty heavy training schedule before they start to ease off the training and taper in towards the World Championships. World Championships are the last event where the riders will earn qualifying points towards Tokyo Olympics. And being 6 months out from the Olympics, it does give them enough time to peak for the World Champs and then recover and peak again for the Olympic Games. Also the last opportunity for these riders to ride against the other nations out there before the Olympics. bit of a confidence boosting exercise. And also just last minute gaining the tactics of what they think their opponents will look to do at the Olympics. And one rider that is not out there but has been out there at pretty much every other event is Corbin Strong. He has had phenomenal championships in some scintillating form at the moment.
I don't know if Kirky's recovered. He's shaking his head. As he rolled away. I bet George Jackson feels a little bit the same. This could be brutal. There's some riders in there that often hit it hard from the start. The likes of Jordan Kirby, the former world individual pursuit champion. He sits right now on 5th wheel in the colours of West Coast and North Island. 15 kilometres, it's only 60 laps. That's a short one for these guys. Keep an eye on number 2. He's got the big white shoes on. He goes around the top of the track and he's about to go bang, and I'll hit you hard right from the gun, and that'll be Aaron Gate. Here he goes. So the man who's ridden in Europe on the road for Aqua Blue Evo Pro, now the team captain for our newest cycling team, the New Zealand Continental team, Black Spoke Pro Cycling Academy. I haven't caught up on how they did today in the gravel and tar. Hopefully they've had a good day. They got first and second. Oh, well, they'll be pretty happy with that. Paige just telling me first and second, so we'll find out who those riders were. But great performance from them. 2 UCI starts in New Zealand with New Zealand Cycle Classic and the gravel and tar, taking points in both of them. So this race, the pace won't slow down. It'll just keep picking up as the riders find their rhythm, find their form, get the legs going after some pretty hard racing already. You don't want to go away from this. You blink and the race could be gone, could be up the road. Crane Croup, he's also in the colours of West Coast, North Island. Zach Williams floating, just moves up the track. He'll just like it to be nice and steady, smooth. He'll probably have a big gear on and try and go with them. Jared Tremaine also stepping up into the elite ranks and starting to find his feet as well. Tom Sexton's in here in the colours of Southland. He was a medalist in this event at the World Championships. Been riding some Madison's with Aaron Gate. He's the man in the colours of Southland who, as they go down the back straight, is the second last rider in the group, with Jared Tremaine hopping onto his back wheel. So keep an eye on him. Number 21, Tom Sexton. The race will evolve. 53 on the front, Harry Wayne. He's been a part of the New Zealand men's high performance endurance program as well. He just coming back into it. Good to see Harry here, racing in the colours of Auckland. Rolling through in Waikato. Daniel Bridgewater, as Graham Hunt was telling us over the last couple of days, Bridgewater has come from rowing. It's a very famous name there. And good to see Daniel deciding to change, because a lot of the rowers have a lot of success transferring to cycling. They have the big base endurance and they seem to be able to hop on a bike. It's got to be a lot easier sitting on a bike than on one of those long skinny boats in bumpy water. So Daniel Bridgewater in this field, Nicholas Kirkazoo as well. We saw him. Aaron Gate leads them down the front. Zach Williams, he'll be followed by Angus Carlson. So Angus Carlson now taking over on the front.
Tell you what's fascinating about this race, Dal, is that we have a number of very tired riders out there, and we have a number of very fresh riders, and just a few sprinters in there to change it up too. So number of riders with the different strengths and weaknesses out there on the track. So it'll be interesting to see how this race ends up shaping up.
Yeah, it's a good point, but I tell you what, some of these riders don't seem to get tired. Lawrence Pithy being one of them, Jenna Borthwick, Aaron Gate, Corbin Strong. They've just backed up right throughout the last 4 sessions of racing. They've been on the track, and Corbin said that's it now. He's going to just do a little bit of training on Monday with some bandages on after his little fall. The pace being steady. They haven't gone and blown it apart. Jordan Kirby controlling himself, just sitting in. We'll just check that he is on our start sheet as he floats around. I haven't picked him up rolling through, 41. There he goes, yep, 42, Jordan Kirby, sitting at the back patiently. Former world individual pursuit champion. You don't want to give him too much rope. Aaron Gate, of course, with a couple of top performances himself, a world champion in the omnium, a team's pursuit, Olympic medalist. Really important part of the New Zealand program. Great that he found a road team here in New Zealand so he could really focus on the track events. Well, there's Jordan Kirby, goes to the front, starts to wind it up. Bridgewater follows him down the back straight. Tom Sexton, when's he going to stand on the pedals? Now, he'll have a little bit fresher legs. He did ride last night, but he's had a little bit of a lighter program throughout these championships. So he goes through. The man that hasn't had a light program is the big Cantab, Ollie Jones. We saw him. The elastic broke in the last race that he rode, but he's recovered. He's been on the rollers, probably had a massage. Something to eat. Back out there. Now it's starting to pick up. It's starting to wind up. This Canterbury mate, Joshua Scott, Big Josh, rides plenty of these sorts of races. There's Aaron Gate going. There's Simon Pinnell, he's down there in the infield having a chat. Some wise men down there, Simon Pinnell, Paul Leach, Graham Hunt, Martin Barra, all having a little discussion in the infield.
So this is a serious attack.
What's going on next? Yeah, Aaron Gate, he'll always attack, but look at Jordan Kirby. He's going, well, Gatey, I'm just not going to let you ride too far away. I'm going to put my head down, come up to you. There's 40 laps to go. Jordan Kirby. Harry Wayne's looking comfortable as well, nice and low on the bike. Moves up the track. Jordan Kirby slots in. Nick Kukazu, he said he's a little bit cooked. He's swinging on the wheel of Jordan Kirby right now, but he won't give up. He's going to swing up though, leaving it to West Coast North Islands. Angus Carlson to close it down. Pace is starting to be wound up by Aaron Gate. There won't be many left at the end. Jared Tremaine goes, well, if the big boys can hand it out a bit, I might as well do a little bit myself. Moves up the track, Tom Sexton. He will be watching this with interest. He'll want this. They come down the front straight, 37 on the board, Aaron Gate. He just keeps going, keeps going.
He's got an engine like no tomorrow, Aaron Gate. He just keeps charging day in, day out. You can see this is completely splintered up the field since he's been on the front. And you can see those riders at the back, just they're dropping like flies. We started out with such a big field, but it is whittling down to those classy riders who have the strength and ability to stick with the pace.
8 riders on the front. Bridgewater puts his head down and goes, well, I could probably get back into contact. I just need a little bit of help. Aaron Gate on the front. There he goes. Swings up the track. Has a little look. That won't be the last you see of Aaron Gate on the front. It won't be the last attack by him either. Because when he is, he loves destroying fields in any eliminations, points races, scratch races. Well, the big fields. And the race just buttoned off slightly, but it's really high. I know if you're sitting at home, you probably think it doesn't look that fast out there. These guys are going around at over 50 kilometres an hour. Aaron Gate sits on the front. And from West Coast, North Island, Green Croup is looking pretty comfortable in there. And we look at a bit of a swing up the track. Tom Sexton having a little nosy. Jordan Kirby. But Tom Sexton, he is a very dangerous rider in these sorts of events as well, the man from Southland. Here he goes, number 21, Tom Sexton. Following Jared Tremaine. Jared Tremaine is riding above himself here. He's in this field of elite men. Matching it with them, sits third wheels on the wheel of Harry Wayne down the back straight. A few more riders calling it a day. There's still 30 laps to go in this race. Tremaine swings up. Tom Sexton takes over. So West Coast North Island have 3. Here goes, a bit of a wind-up coming at the top of the bank. No, he's not going to launch an attack, just getting out of the seat. That's the sort of move that you'll see Jordan Kirby wind up, gets up the top of the banking, hits them. But he is down on the back wheel at the moment. Just second to last rider as they go down the back straight. The big bunch is now a slightly smaller bunch, but still a lot of riders in this race. 28 laps to go. Ollie Jones moves up. Ollie Jones from Canterbury. Sexton Southland. Jared Tremaine takes over. Nice little short turn. Hands over to Kirby. Sorry, hands over to, that wasn't Jordan Kirby handed over, it was Campbell Stewart. Now, we haven't talked about Campbell Stewart in this race just yet, but we will shortly, you can be sure of that. Campbell Stewart in the colours of West Coast North Island.
Bit of an acceleration on the front from Aaron Gate, and he keeps accelerating over and over. He laps up, get back in the bunch, and he accelerates yet again. You can see these riders just stringing out across the track as the pace increases. So now down on the front, it looks like Wayne, sorry, that's Harry Wayne. It's taken through on the front now, Tremaine. So a good contingent of strong riders out there on the track still. Talk about the depth in elite men cycling at the moment. The endurance riders are seriously putting it to the elite team.
Down the back straight, Campbell Stewart, he's tucked in there. There's not many left in the race as Aaron Gate just pours the pressure on. Campbell Stewart sits there, Tom Sexton, Jordan Kirby. Jared Tremaine's tagging on the back. Aaron Gate slots down onto his wheel. We have 6 riders left at the front of the bike race with 23 laps to go. 6 with 23. So in that we have Josh Scott, Canterbury. Jared Tremaine, Waikato, Aaron Gate of Auckland leading, Campbell Stewart, Tom Sexton of Southland, Jordan Kirby, West Coast. That's the way they will come down past us. That's the way you see them on the screen. Campbell Stewart, he swings up. Tom Sexton takes over. He's just keeping a wary eye on Campbell Stewart. Hard to match Campbell Stewart in a sprint. It could be a battle. Campbell Stewart, Aaron Gate. And Gatey just puts a little bit of pressure on. 20 on the board. Gate and Campbell Stewart have gone. Tom Sexton goes, I better get after them. Jared Tremaine says exactly the same. What have I got? My legs might be a little bit fresher. He looks over the shoulders, sees who's coming after them. He swings up. He'll have to get onto the wheel quickly because, Bob, there you go. You don't want to hesitate. These boys move a little bit faster than what you're used to. Kirby going across. Jordan Kirby trying to get across to the 3 leaders. Campbell Stewart, Tom Sexton, Aaron Gate, Jordan Kirby. That's the bike race right now. 4 of them. Maybe we'll just put the watch on Teams Passing to do a couple of teams pursuits.
And relentless in his attacks, and has certainly worked for Aaron Gate. It's just interesting to watch now. Let's see how much energy he's got left in his tank, because he has been attacking over and over again. And it's obviously worked because there's just the top 4 riders left in the race. And we have a look who's out there. Jordan Kirby, Campbell Stewart, also Aaron Gate, and the last Southland rider.
It's Tom Sexton who tucks in on the back. He's a medal winner at the World Championships in this event, Tom Sexton. Aaron Gate leads Sexton. Campbell Stewart, Harry Wayne is just popping back in because the riders are losing some laps. Jared Tremaine went up to, thought I'll get on the wheel of Jordan Kirby, but you can see just how difficult it is to get on the wheel at the speed. At a lower level, Jared Tremaine would have done that with his eyes closed and probably with one leg. He drops back in, because they will be 1 lap down in the bike race, the 5 in the lead. Aaron Gate keeps the pressure on the front. Ryan Vanella's coach watches on. Tom Sexton at the top of the track. Campbell Stewart moves up. Kirby takes over. Aaron Gate, just such a great pedaling action. If you ever want to model yourself on a rider for a good pedaling technique, just look at Aaron Gate. What happens when you coach properly when you're a kid, your seat's not put up too high, you learn to pedal. That's what Vanella's done with Aaron Gate for many, many years. Jordan Kirby, what's he going to do? Is he going to launch an attack? There's only 12 laps to go in the scratch race. And you go back a number of years, you started a scratch race with a full field and nearly finished with a full field, but the speed these guys ride at, the top notch, the difference between the absolute elite and the rest, well, you've seen it on the track tonight. A big field started. We saw it last night. Every time there's a big scratch race. And if you ever get the opportunity to go and watch an Oceania Games in your region, either here in Cambridge, down in Invercargill, or if you want to have a holiday, go across to Australia, when you see the elite men from Australia, New Zealand, when they ride for national teams, state teams, try to kill each other in a scratch race. They start like they've got one to go and they don't slow down. And that tactic's been adopted through most of the endurance racing here at the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under 19 National Track Championships. 9 to go, so who's going to go first? Aaron Gate gets out of the saddle. Tom Sexton's been riding very cagey. Hasn't burnt too many matches. Jared Tremaine goes through. Aaron Gate drops down onto the wheel. Campbell Stewart, Aaron Gate, you would back as the big sprint finishes in this. So Gate moves up. Tom Sexton follows him. Gate just tries to move him off his wheel, successfully does so. So you've got to be able to move yourself around. They're all looking to see where Aaron Gate is. Jordan Kirby goes, well, don't give me too much. I will put my head down. I don't mind riding by myself. I don't want to win some rainbow jerseys in the individual pursuit, so you might have to work a little bit harder to get after me. Jordan Kirby won the last sprint last night in the points. Campbell Stewart, they're marking Aaron Gate. Tom Sexton. So Kirby's gone with, he's got 6. He's going to have 5 to go when he comes past the finish line. Jordan Kirby has a look over his shoulders. He's hurting. He's got the big gear on. Aaron Gate goes, oh, I'll just ride the tempo. See if we can pull it back. Swings up. Campbell Stewart shows half a bit of interest, but not much for long. Tom Sexton. Will he put the power down? Aaron Gate. Campbell Stewart covers him. Jordan Kirby, 1 kilometre to go. So now you need a sort of a Kyrgyz kilo. See if you can whack out 1 minute. Jordan Kirby, the former world individual pursuit champion, doesn't mind riding out here. Look at the strength and the power. Has a look over his shoulder, puts the hands on the tops. Increases the pace. Aaron Gate moves up. Campbell Stewart hasn't gone full gas yet. Tom Sexton follows Campbell Stewart up the track. Tom Sexton really wants this race, but he's right away from him right now because the man out front is Jordan Kirby, and Kirby is now starting to grit his teeth and go a little bit harder. He's starting to accelerate. He looks across and goes, I've got the gap now. I'm going to go full gas. Campbell Stewart starting to wind up. Aaron Gate as well, but Jordan Kirby comes in to get the bell. He's starting to roll, but he's pushing hard. Jordan Kirby. There's Tom Sexton coming around the outside. Campbell Stewart, Tom Sexton, Jordan Kirby. He's with 100 to go, but they're coming at him at 2 to 1. Jordan Kirby's going to take out the elite men's scratch race. Jordan Kirby takes it. He is happy with that. Campbell Stewart, Tom Sexton, Aaron Gate. The West Coast North Island teammates congratulate each other. Well, you give a former world individual pursuit champion 3 bike links, he'll take 15. Give him 15, he takes the bike race. Your national scratch race champion, Jordan Kirby.
So just confirmation of results. Jordan Kirby takes the top spot from Campbell Stewart, and Tom Sexton will take out the bronze medal. And some seriously aggressive racing out there to round out this evening. Stay on as we are going to move our way into the awards presentation. It's always great to congratulate these riders on their fantastic performances out there on the track. They will be very quickly rushed over to the podium area. And as we have a look at tomorrow's program as well, another stacked schedule starting again at 9 a.m. for those riders here at the track and back on Sky in the afternoon from 2 o'clock. So in the morning we have all the qualifyings for the team pursuit, team sprints. And in the afternoon we have all the finals for these races as well as the medicine. So the elite and under 19 women's and men's medicine. That's going to be another ripper to end out this fantastic Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and under 19 Track National Championships. So 2 o'clock tomorrow, we'll be back on Sky Sport Next. And make sure if your friends and family are back home that they do tune in to the YouTube channel. And as well, all of those riders that are here, our social media, Facebook and Instagram at Cycling NZL for Facebook, and Instagram Cycling New Zealand. You can find us and follow all the action. We have stories every day of all the action and all the medal presentations. So make sure that you do tune in and keep up with all the action here at the Vantage in Cambridge. And so we now turn our attention down to Dell in the infield.
So with me, Brendan Patterson. Brendan, we've seen plenty of you on that white line over there, the start line. What are you doing apart from saying go?
I'm managing the start of the race, and then, as you probably would have seen, I'm pointing at the front of the race the whole time to ensure that the judges, the lap counter, all of the other commissaires know exactly where the front of the race is.
Okay, I've seen you when the riders are lined up on the fence, asking them to unpin numbers, swap numbers. Why? They've got the numbers on, we just want to see them go.
So numbers for the commissaires, especially judging, is quite important. If they're not placed in the best spot, we miss the numbers. Therefore, points may not be awarded because we can't see who it actually was. So it's very important to have those numbers right.
Okay, we're standing on track. Well, I'm not on track. I'm looking at you on the track. I'm in the air conditioning up there. Just so you know. Just so you know.
Nice.
Okay, but I drove here. It was 31 degrees. I know it's in the high 30s in here. How do you cope out there all day? Like we've just done what, a 4-hour session, but you already did 4 hours this morning.
Lots of fluid. Lots of fluid, lots of sweating, and more fluid. It can take a toll, but it's a rewarding thing to do. So yeah, just lots of fluid.
Well done to you and the team running a great championships. Have you enjoyed the racing?
Oh, it's been awesome. There's been some really, really great racing, really close racing. It's just been an awesome weekend so far.
I think your job is probably the best job to have. Best seat in the house, out there on the apron. But keep an eye on them if they slide off and head towards you.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And they have this nice vortex of air as they're going around as well, which keeps you a bit cooler.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Brendan Patterson, the starter, one of the many commissaires that volunteer here at the Vantage Windows and Doors National Track Championships. Thank you very much, Brendan. Great job.
So great to hear from Brendan Patterson down the infield as he takes us through a day in the life of a commissaire. And we'll cross again live to Dell for a second interview.
Tom Sexton, mate, you're sweating. You look like you just come out of a shower. That must have been hard work.
Yeah, definitely. It's always hard out there, and especially the heat's affecting the championships at the moment. It's always nice to have a bit of heat around New Zealand, but sometimes, it gets a bit to you. You build up a bit of sweat and you look like you've just come out of a shower.
That race, all the men's endurance races have been absolutely brutal. What type of pace are you riding out there?
Oh, extremely fast. That's as fast as the World Cup, World Champs out there. And by the looks of it, there's only 4 guys that were in that front group at the end, and that's just a result of the hard racing. A lot of boys have done omnium as well today, and they've had quite a big day, and a few of us came in just for the scratch race, so we might have had a bit of fresh legs on our side today.
We watch the racing. Sometimes in those elite endurance races, we'll have 100 laps on the board, 60 laps on the board, but you guys start like there's 3 to go. Why?
I beg pardon?
You start like there's 3 laps to go. It is so fast from the gun. I'm going, there's 100 to go or there's 60 to go, but you would think, they've dropped the flag and there's 3 left.
Yeah, definitely, you know. It's just, I guess it's endurance racing now, you know. You've got to just be able to sprint from the start to the finish, and that basically is what happened out there tonight.
Well, good luck. I'll let you go get a towel, mate. Well done. Great race tonight.
And fantastic to hear from some of those riders out there throughout the evening here on Sky Sport Next. And as you can see, it's pretty hot temperatures in there. Tom Sexton doing a fantastic job in the last race, the scratch race. One is an effort in itself just to keep up with the quality of the field and the speed that is going on out there and the constant attacks from Aaron Gate, and let alone get himself on a podium. It's a great effort from Tom Sexton. And looks like we are now ready for another interview down the infield with Dell.
So Campbell Stewart, your teammate, Jordan Kirby, is he always this slow getting to presentations?
Oh, he takes a while every now and then. Obviously out there, I think he showed he's quick on the track, but maybe off it is a bit slower. But yeah, awesome race from him. He timed it perfectly. He got the jump on us, and kind of we all looked at each other. And yeah, the strength, I guess, showed, and he was able to use those individual pursuing days from a few years ago and really pull it off and finish strong.
Yeah, he sneaked away, got the gap, and I thought, all right, you guys have got a lot of speed left in the legs, you'll close him down. But with 500 to go, he put in a really big effort.
Yeah, it was just a massive wee dig. I guess it just shows the grit. He really wanted it today. I mean, he loves racing, and it just showed the kind of character that he is on the bike.
Yeah, well done to you. You've had a great national championships. All the best for the upcoming world championships.
Cheers, thank you.
Welcome, mate. So, ladies and gentlemen, the final medal presentation in this evening session from the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships is for the Elite Men's Scratch Race. Once again, the medals will be presented by Martin Barra, the High Performance Director at Cycling New Zealand. In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing Southland, Tom Sexton. In second place and winner of the silver medal representing West Coast North Island, Campbell Stewart. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your 2020 Elite Men's National Scratch Race Champion representing West Coast North Island, Jordan Kirby. Jordan will also receive the Phillips Challenge Cup. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up all the coverage from our third day here at the Vantage Windows and Doors Elite and Under-19 National Track Championships, and what a day it's been. Make sure you join us tomorrow night on Sky Sport Next. We will be live from 1 p.m.